Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became Inner Storm. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The night after Yagi Tashanori offered his power to Midoriya Izuku, he dreamt of All for One. It was a dream of the battle he had fought and won. Of All for One, standing over him, laughing like he had won while Tashanori's entrails were spread across the ground. Tashanori remembered, too, the way that he had defeated him, by sweeping his legs out and then repeatedly bashing his head into the ground. Needless to say, Tashanori awoke from the dream in a cold sweat. He found his body unwilling to respond to his commands, gripped in the vice of fear, like All for One was in this room with him. It wasn't possible, it shouldn't be possible, All for One was gone, but All for One had defied death countless times before. It was entirely possible that it had happened again. Tashanori ran hands through his hair. He had been a hero for far too long to risk ignoring his instincts. And he had a duty to protect others, to keep people safe. He had a successor now, and that meant his successor had to come first. He checked the time. It was early, much earlier than their scheduled meeting time, but this would give Tashanori some time to think about what he wanted to say. All Might was already on the beach when Izuku arrived, which was a little surprising, because Izuku was a whole hour ahead of schedule. He was already running, but he somehow ran even faster when he caught sight of his hero, a cheerful greeting already working its way onto his lips. He stopped, however, when he saw All Might's face. In this form, he was already gaunt, but right now he looked exhausted, world-weary, ready to keel over and sleep for the next 2 days. All Might! Izuku prompted gently, and All Might turned, sunken blue eyes falling on him. All Might offered him a smile, but it was a shadow of the brilliant smiles he usually wore, in either form. "Ah, young Midoriya," he said. "You're quite early, my boy." Izuku shuffled awkwardly. I'm sorry, All Might. I probably shouldn't have." "There's no need to apologize," All Might said, gently interrupting his rant. "There's never a need to apologize for being enthusiastic about something, my boy." Izuku said, rather eloquently. This elicited a small chuckle from All Might, but it didn't last long before he sobered again, casting his eyes back towards the horizon. "I've always loved dawn," he said, voice low and gentle in a way that was unique to this form. "It is beautiful," Izuku said, cautiously, as if All Might was going to spook if he said it too loud or too fast. Which was a little ridiculous, probably, but All Might was also acting kind of strange, so Izuku couldn't be too sure. Besides, if Kaken was in a gloomy mood, he was prone to snapping, and since Izuku didn't have much more of a model for people in bad moods to go off of than that one, Izuku had learned to always tread with care around sour expressions. "It's a cycle," All Might said. "A new dawn, a new day, a fresh start." In these moments, right as the sun is first peeking over the horizon, the day is malleable. It could become anything you wanted it to be. "It's a bit like you in that way, my boy." Izuku had been buckling down for a life lesson from All Might. He wondered if he was ever going to get used to that. So he startled when All Might finished his statement. "Me?" he squeaked out, feeling a warmth on his face that almost certainly meant he was blushing. Curse his overly expressive face. All Might smiled fondly at him. "Yes, you. If you still accept my quirk after this, that is." "All Might, why wouldn't I? I've wanted a quirk my whole life, and to get yours? I promise you, All Might, I don't know how I deserve this amazingly incredible chance in the first place, but I know I want your quirk. If you want to give me your quirk still." He slapped a hand over his mouth, effectively silencing himself. What a silly thing to say. All Might had sounded so serious when he offered it yesterday. But oh no. What if it was a joke? What if it was all an elaborate prank? What if he thought about it and realized that Izuku was just as useless and unworthy as everyone else thought, and now? "I don't think you're useless, young Midoriya." A hand descended onto his shoulder and squeezed, eliciting a squeak from Izuku. He must have been saying his thoughts out loud again. He really needed to get a handle on that. And there's nobody I would rather pass one for all onto than you, but All Might trailed off, taking in a deep breath. I haven't been completely honest with you, my boy. Oi, Izuku said, biting down on his lip in an attempt to control the stammering. Is there something else about one for all that I need to know, All Might? There are lots of things you should know, he said with a sigh, his hand still heavy on Izuku's shoulder. And after you hear them, well, if you decide that you no longer want this power, then I want you to know that I will not be the slightest bit upset with you if you turn it down. There was a pretty fat chance of that happening, but Izuku didn't say that. This was a serious moment, and whatever it was clearly bothering All Might. He needed to go into this with a serious mindset. All Might took a deep breath and told him. He told him a story of two brothers, one small and weak and the other strong. He spoke of a criminal overlord with the ability to both steal quirks and pass them along to others, of how he passed a quirk along to his own, supposedly quirkless brother. And then this quirk combined with the brother's original, unknown quirk, which allowed him to pass on his quirk, creating one for all. One for all passed from generation to generation, each wielder trying to stop All for One before eventually being killed by him. It had a bloody history when it was given to All Might, and All Might made it bloodier. He fought All for One and won, but he was severely wounded in the process, which was why now. There's more though, isn't there? Izuku asked quietly, because he hadn't spent his whole life being bullied to not know how to read in between the lines of what people said. You're worried? I don't think that he really died, All Might said. And if that's true, then it means one day he'll come for you too. And I'll probably lose that fight. No, young Midoriya. I will do everything in my power to ensure that you won't, I promise you that. I swear on my life. No, don't do that. Please. I don't want anyone to die for me, but especially not you, All Might. All Might was quiet, and Izuku inhaled sharply. Okay. All Might echoed. Okay, Izuku said, nodding. I don't want this to sound brash or like I don't care because I definitely don't want to die, and I will do everything I can to ensure that I don't, but I've always wanted to be a hero, All Might. I've always admired heroes. It doesn't matter what quirk you have, or how strong you are, or how smart you are. If you want to be the hero, you always run the risk of dying when someone stronger than you comes along. And even if that happens to me, which I don't want it to, as long as I save one person in the process, that's okay. So, I want to be a hero, All Might, and this is part of being a hero, so okay. I still want your quirk as long as you want to give it to me. Even though I'm not impressive. To Izuku's surprise, he suddenly found himself engulfed in a hug. All Might was hugging him. Hugging him. This was unreal. He wanted to cry. Boy, he was crying. My boy, All Might said, voice thick. Maybe All Might was crying too. You are the most impressive young man I have ever met. And you already are a hero. You're my hero. Ah, Izuku said, very eloquently. They hugged for a long time after that. About a week after that, All Might asked Izuku if he was aiming for the hero course at UA. The question was so sudden that Izuku nearly dropped a microwave on his toes. The truth was, if All Might had asked him that a week ago, there would have only been one possible answer to that question. All Might had gone to UA was the best, so Izuku was going to go there too if he could. But things were a little different, now that he was going to receive All Might's quirk. No, he said, decisively. All Might looked caught off guard, which was a very rare expression on him. No, he echoed, like he couldn't believe it. A laugh bubbled out of Izuku's throat. He honestly couldn't believe it either. No, he repeated. Why? I always dreamed of going to UA, Izuku admitted as he deposited the microwave into the back of the trash truck All Might had ordered. For so many reasons. I mean, it was your alma mater, it's the best hero course in the country, it's close to where I live, but, no. I'm going to inherit your quirk, and I think I should be careful about it, at least at first. UA is an amazing school, but if I got in and I competed in the sports festivals and people saw me using your quirk, I think that people would have questions. I hadn't thought of that, All Might admitted sheepishly. There's another reason I shouldn't go, Izuku said, pausing before he grabbed more trash. Kaken, the kid that you saved from the sludge villain. Ah, yes, I remember him. Such fighting spirit. He's going to go far. Right, he is, Izuku said, nodding vigorously. Whatever else could be said about Kaken, that much he would never deny. Kaken was extremely talented, he was going to be a hero, and there was no getting around that. At UA. I don't see how that would be a problem, young Midoriya. If anything, having an ally at your school would be great. I'm quirkless, all might, Izuku said, gesturing helplessly. Kaken knows that. If I suddenly develop a quirk, he'll be suspicious. Really suspicious. And if he tells other people, they might get suspicious too, and then people will be even more likely to connect the dots between us. I see, All Might said, blinking rapidly. Also, Izuku continued, because this was actually his biggest point, you said that you don't know for sure if All for One is dead or not. So I think it'll probably be best if I keep a little bit of a lower profile until we do know. That way, I can learn how to be a hero and help people without causing everyone and their grandmother to connect dots between the two of us. I know that it's a really powerful quirk, and I know that you probably want me to become a symbol like you, and I want to. I want it too, but I just think that, right now this is better. What do you think, All Might? All Might is quiet for a moment, and then he puffs up into his muscle form suddenly, and unnecessarily, but it is really cool. I think that you surprise me every day, young Midoriya. You have already proven that you have the heart of a true hero, and now you are proving that you have the intelligence of one too. That's that then. You will not attend UA. He shrank again, with a cloud of smoke and a cough. Did you have anywhere else in mind? Izuku did because he had thought about this a great deal too. Shiketsu High, he said. Ah, an excellent choice, All Might agreed. Shiketsu is a prestigious school, just as prestigious as UA if not more so, but much more, subtle, so to speak. And their entrance exam takes place a month after UA's, which is good. If we stick to the schedule I outlined for you, that will give us an extra month, just for working with One for All. This is good, much better than my original plan. Izuku froze in the process of harnessing himself to a fridge. All Might. Yes, my boy? Does that mean you were planning to give me One for All right before UA's entrance exam? Like, the same day? Yes? Izuku felt himself paling. That's so scary, he whispered. Get a quirk, get All Might's super powerful quirk, and pass a practical exam that's legendary for how difficult it is, all in one day? That's scary. That's so scary. Well, it may have been an oversight in the initial planning, young Midoriya. Not to worry, though, since, that is no longer the plan. Okay, Izuku said. Right, yeah. That's a good thing. Yeah. He hauled off a fridge to the sound of All Might's awkward laughter. As it turned out, Izuku's misgivings about receiving One for All and taking an entrance exam were well-founded, seeing as he shattered his arm the first time he used it, spent a taxi ride to the nearest hospital in agony with All Might, of all people, fretting over him. He explained to the doctor that his quirk had manifested late, not necessarily untrue, and that he had broken his arm when he tried to use it, not necessarily untrue, and after a few healing quirks his arm was placed in a cast. He was told it would take a week to heal, still, but a week was a lot shorter than the usual 3 months, so he wasn't that upset about it. Afterwards he was rushed off to a quirk counselor, who dumped an armful of pamphlets on him before running several tests where he asked Izuku to turn his quirk on and off. The conclusion: his output power was stronger than what his body could safely handle. Which was essentially what All Might had said, when he told Izuku that he would have to train before he received One or All, lest his limbs explode. His arm didn't explode, per se, but it came close. The solution: reduce the power output to a level he could handle. And then he was ushered out of the office with a reminder that he needed to visit the Quirk Registry office as soon as humanly possible. I don't even know what output level I was at when I broke my arm, or how much I can actually handle, Izuku said to All Might as they walked out of the hospital. He glanced up and up at the hero, caught the guilty look on his face, and added, I'm sorry you had to bring me here for this, All Might. I should have done better. My boy, you never need to be sorry for that, All Might said, clapping him on the shoulder. If anything, I should be sorry. I had no idea that the recoil would be so bad. I suffered no such consequences when I first used it, I'm afraid. Aha. Izuku started. Ah. Well, I think of my power output in percentages, All Might continued. I think to myself, if I want to jump from here to there, I'll need 70% of my power. Or if I only want to jump from here to there, I need 30%. Maybe if you start at the lowest percentage possible, like, say, 5%, you might be able to get a feel for how much you can handle that way. 5%, huh? Izuku scowled. That was so low. How was he supposed to be a hero if he was only able to use 5% of his strength? Izuku shook his head. He wasn't a hero, not yet. First, he needed to get into Shiketsu. And before that, he needed to face his mother. All Might left him outside of his apartment, with as many apologies as Izuku now had pamphlets, and Izuku made his way inside. Mom! He called softly as he opened the door. Izuku, honey? It's me. Izuku awkwardly slid off his shoes with his left arm. Mom. And at that moment she rounded the corner and saw the cast. She was a Midoriya, through and through, so her first reaction was to cry. Her second reaction was to demand an explanation for the broken arm. He gave her the same one as he gave the hospital a quirk manifested late. When he tried to use it, he broke his arm. He wished he could tell her the truth, but he'd promised All Might, and himself, that he would keep the nature of his quirk under wraps. She cried, then too, but because he finally had a quirk, he may or may not have joined her in this crying session. Then she asked him why he'd taken himself to the hospital, without even telling her about it, and he paused. I didn't want to worry you, he finally said. Oh, Izuku. Baby. Worry me? I'm already worried. And I need to know where you are from now on, you hear? Especially if you're at a hospital. Okay, Mom, he said, and she started tearing up. Hoping to get this in before the waterworks started again, he blurted, I want to go to Shiketsu. His mom blinked at him. Honey, I want to go to Shiketsu. He grit his teeth. Come on, Izuku, think of how to convince her. Now that I have a quirk, I want to be a hero. And if I can get it under control, then I want to go there and learn. But, honey, she trailed off, Shiketsu is so far. And you always wanted to go to UA, not Shiketsu. Why not try for there, Izuku? I know that it's competitive and difficult to get in, but surely you could do it. Izuku shook his head. The entrance exam for UA was today. Oh, she said. Izuku ran his left hand down his cast. I know it's a lot to ask, he said. I would have to move out, probably, but Shiketsu offers room and board for students living far away. And I could come visit on Sundays. And their entrance exam is in a month, so if I get in there, he trailed off, taking in his mother's face. She looked like she was going to say no. He didn't know what he would do if she did. It's my dream, he finished quietly. His mom closed her eyes and took a deep, shuddering breath. No more broken bones between now and then. Okay, he said, nodding vigorously. I promise. I'm going to get this quirk under control before then. She fiddled with her hands nervously. It was another habit that both Midoriyas shared. When she looked up at him, there was a determined set to her eyes. Once I said something to you that was not right, Izuku. He knew what she was talking about, and he started shaking his head, opening his mouth to protest, but she cut him off. It wasn't right, Izuku. You can't tell me otherwise. All you wanted to do was be a hero, and me all I could do was say that I was sorry as I crushed your dreams too. No, I won't do it a second time, she said. I promise you that, Izuku. I want you to be a hero. I know you'll be one. No, Mom, what I wanted you to say was, thank you, Izuku whispered, throat tight. They were both crying. That week, Izuku read all the pamphlets, watched every video of All Might fighting that had ever been uploaded to the internet, and thought about percentages. All Might was suspiciously busy through all of it, despite not being in the news much for hero work. Immediately after Izuku got the cast off, he met All Might at Dagoba Beach. It had been the hero that texted him, surprisingly, after a long bout of radio silence, so of course Izuku was going to go. Besides, he had something to show for his week of careful study, anyway. All Might! He shouted, the moment he saw him, breathless from running and excitement. All Might, good afternoon. All Might chuckled. Good afternoon, young Midoriya. You're quite spirited today. Spirited is one word for it. Izuku paused to catch his breath, hands on his knees, and then immediately launched into his explanation. So I love hero analysis more than anything, and even more than that I always loved analyzing you, but the thing is that I usually base my hero analyses off of their quirks, but for you, I never knew what your quirk was, so I had to speculate. So when I was looking back at the notes I took on you and how you use it, I realized that I was wrong. About nearly everything. So I spent the week rewatching every video of you fighting I was able to find, knowing how One for All works, and I came up with something. You use it constantly, don't you? Like, throughout your whole body, I mean? Because at first I was thinking that your quirk, our quirk, was something that was delegated either to our fists or our legs, depending on which one we were using at the moment, because that's how every other enhancement quirk works. However, this isn't any other enhancement quirk, so it makes sense that it wouldn't work like one, which was when I realized whole body. I don't know what took me so long, honestly, since your muscle form is your entire body too. And your muscle form is definitely linked to One for All, so obviously, you must use One for All in your body. All Might was looking at him with a grin and a bright glint to his eyes. So, did you figure it out, my boy? I think I did, Izuku said, but now he paused because this part was strange. But, mine's a little different from yours. Different how? All Might asked. Let me just show you. Izuku took a deep breath, called on One for All inside him, and let it flood his entire body, only at 5% of its power. A moment later, there was a pop as the air around him dropped several temperatures, and then a crackle. He looked down at his body, and sure enough, just like every other time he'd practiced it, there was green lightning flickering around him. All Might had certainly never done that. Oh, All Might breathed, his smile growing somehow wider. You look like her. This observation shocked Izuku right out of his little mini-storm and into a squeak. What? All Might chuckled to himself. I'm sorry, I meant to say, you look like how my master looked when she used to use One for All. Except her lightning was pink. Pink, Izuku echoed absently, enraptured. How come you? All Might raised a brow inquisitively. How come I never sparkled? Why yeah. I never could actually, All Might said with a shrug and a sad smile. My master died not too long after passing One for All down to me. A friend of hers trained me after that, since he knew about One for All too, but no matter what either of us tried, I never did manifest the lightning. We eventually just assumed it was something unique to her. Gran Torino told me I was just too blockhead to do anything more complex than punching bad guys, though. He chuckled. Gran Torino? Izuku asked. Sorry. My teacher. The one that took over for my master when she died. Oh, Izuku said. I'm sorry, All Might. All Might smiled. Don't be sorry, young Midoriya. I came to terms with the fact that I would never have lightning around me a long time ago. He reached out, burying one hand in Izuku's curls, which he ruffled mercilessly. That's not what I'm sorry for. Izuku bit his lip. Right, he said instead. What's it feel like then? Izuku blinked. One for All? He asked. All Might nodded. Like a storm, actually. Like when you step outside and it's about to storm and the air feels charged and heavy, that's what it feels like. Huh, All Might said. Guess it feels the same then. For me, every time I used One for All it felt like I was releasing built-up pressure. Actually, it always felt a little bit like that moment right before rain starts to fall. Izuku agreed with the sentiment. Actually, I was thinking about my quirk registration. Oh. I was thinking that maybe I should write the quirk down as something completely unrelated to what it is, but that still fits, if that makes sense. That doesn't make sense, let me try again. I was thinking, nobody knows what your quirk actually is, but everybody assumes it's some sort of super strength or physical enhancement. I was thinking I should play more off the lightning motif, throw people off our trail a bit. Huh, All Might said. Actually, that sounds like a really good idea, my boy. Though I don't know how it would explain the super strength. I was thinking of calling it. Izuku broke off to seize his bottom lip between his teeth. I was thinking of calling it Inner Storm. All Might made a low whistling sound. It certainly sounds heroic and impressive, as far as quirk names go, my boy. Izuku smiled, ducking his head. Thanks. But I was thinking to describe the strength. I was thinking of going the manifestation route. How so? Well, I've tried turning it on a lot over the last week, and every time it sort of only works if first I think, I'm going to be a hero. So I thought that maybe writing that it's a manifestation of what I feel inside, like determination, hence Inner Storm. Besides, with an explanation like that, I think it would be a little easier to explain why it manifested 10 years late. Really? How do you figure, young Midoriya? Izuku averted his gaze. The sludge villain. I could say that I didn't have enough determination before. It would work out. All Might cleared his throat. Young Midoriya, are you sure you don't have an intelligence quirk? What? Why? This is very forward-thinking, my boy. When I received One for All, I just ran off to the quirk registration office, wrote down super strength on my form, and went about my life, unknowingly condemning myself to a career of deflecting every question any reporter ever asked me about my quirk, since it was clearly more than just super strength. He chuckled. Never in a million years would I have thought to just come up with a different name for the quirk and parameters that generally describe it. Before Izuku knew it, All Might was ruffling his curls again. You, young Midoriya, are so brilliant. I wouldn't go that far, All Might. This is just, I've spent my whole life investigating everything I can about quirks, since I didn't have one, so I just thought about how to describe One for All too. Well, my boy, I think that calling One for All Inner Storm on your form is a brilliant idea. In the meantime, how does it feel to move around like that? Izuku called on One for All again, letting it thrum through him at just 5% of what it could do. He'd only attempted this so far standing still, so he was a little surprised at how stiff he felt after just one step, every muscle in his body straining. He must have made a face, because All Might started laughing, his laugh transforming as he did, body beefing up as his hair straightened itself out. 5%? Let's jog the length of this beach, you and me. And they did. When All Might finally spared him, he collapsed into the sand, muscles screaming at him harder than they ever had in all their days of cleaning the beach, and he'd hauled fridges, with All Might on top of them, so that was saying something. Try to keep this up when you can, young Midoriya, All Might advised, crouching down into the sand next to him. I'm not going to be around as much anymore now. Izuku's head popped up instantaneously. What? All Might, why? All Might winced. Actually, young Midoriya, I took a teaching position at UA. You took a what at where? Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want it to change things. Besides, I'll always be a phone call away if you need my advice for anything. All Might pulled his phone out of his pocket, as if to punctuate the statement. Think it through, my boy. Why would I teach at UA? Izuku felt his eyes widen as the realization hit. Your time limit. It'll be easier to disguise that you can't do hero work as often this way. Right. And also, when One for All fully transfers to you, which it will, my boy, it will help for me to lie low too. And, Izuku added as another idea came into his head. If you work at UA, and if All for One is still alive, he'd suspect you were going to pass your quirk on to one of the students there. All Might smiled ruefully. That was the very first and foremost reason I ever took the job in the first place. Izuku felt like his eyes were going to bug out of his head, but before any words could tumble out of his mouth asking All Might why he chose him instead of one of them, a student that was already capable of holding his power, All Might held up a hand to stop him. I don't regret my decision to pass it on to you, young Midoriya. I never will. You're the perfect person to wield One for All, and you're going to be an amazing hero one day. And then he ruffled his hair again. Izuku cried. Izuku spent the next 3 weeks running along the beach, sparks of lightning flicking across his skin. He tried dancing too. He was terrible at it, but it required more coordination than running did and moved more of his body in more complicated ways, plus he could do it inside, so it was a good alternative when bad weather struck. He even scraped together what little allowance he had and went to a local dojo, where he was able to pay for one lesson on the basics of fighting. And then it was time for the Shiketsu High entrance exam. Izuku flew through the written portion, almost worried that it had been too easy. He double-checked and then triple-checked his work, and, finding no glaring evidence he had made any mistakes, set to preparing himself for the practical for the rest of the exam time. Realistically, even after months of training with All Might, Izuku knew that this was still going to be his weakest point. All Might told him that the UA entrance exam had been Battle Royale style since All Might himself had taken it. Students were released into mock cities in groups of roughly 50 and told to fight robots for points. Since Izuku wasn't taking the exam, All Might had also told him that there's an additional evaluating system in place at UA based on the students' aptitude at rescuing their fellow competitors. He'd also sworn Izuku to secrecy in regards to that hidden criteria, but it wasn't really like Izuku had anyone to tell. Kaken? No way was he voluntarily talking to Kaken. Besides, he'd already taken the exam. The Shiketsu practical, however, was much different. Examinees were sorted into groups of 10, completely at random. The 10 were taken to a mock city, much like in UA, but there were no robots here. Instead, there were people trained professionals, highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat and also highly skilled in not hurting people unless they wanted to. These people had also signed waivers in case they got hurt and weren't permitted to use their quirks, even though the examinees were using theirs. Also, hidden somewhere in the city, there was a single civilian that was actually a life-size doll. Rescuing this civilian required only touching it, but it was supposedly very well hidden. The rules went like this. 10 examinees enter, and they're given 15 minutes. If the civilian is rescued before then that's when the exam ends for all 10 students. The catch is that there are about 75 villains in one area, it's about the size of a single block of a city, and they are instructed to attack on sight. Which meant, of course, that having the spare time to actually roam around a city looking for the civilian is statistically unlikely. The quickest way to get into Shiketsu was to find the civilian and rescue them. However, as the announcer very proudly pointed out as they read the rules, the civilian had only been found twice in the 16 years they've conducted the exam like this. Therefore, the much easier way to get into Shiketsu was by fighting the villains. Points were awarded per takedown and taken away if excessive force is used. It was quite straightforward, and everyone around Izuku was buzzing with the excitement of taking down as many villains as possible. Izuku, however, was fidgeting with the hem of his sleeve and trying to talk himself out of being insane. It wasn't working. See, Izuku, for better or for worse, grew up with Kaken. Kaken was volatile and mean and definitely a bully, but he also had a drive to win that was unchallenged by anyone else Izuku knew. However, Kaken really didn't like Izuku, which meant every time he wanted to challenge someone at dodgeball or in a race or to a fight, Izuku was always his first pick. Izuku suspected Kaken only really liked to do it because he got to see Izuku lose and then insult him, but Kaken wasn't here and Izuku had a quirk now, and well, Izuku had grown to appreciate a good challenge when he saw one. And finding that civilian sounded like one hell of a challenge. Besides, even though this was all hypothetical, the whole purpose of a hero was to save people. Fighting villains was only a side effect of that goal, not the main one. The whistle blew, and Izuku and the 9 people taking the test with him raced into the block. As suspected, all 9 of the other examinees ran for the first villains they saw. Izuku, for his part, went for the first fire escape. A quick scan of his surroundings had proven to him that there were not very many villains on the rooftops and many more on the ground level, so he had quickly decided he would make the rooftops his domain. It was pretty risky, honestly, to blow off the main objective of the exam getting points in such a big way, but, well, here Izuku was, climbing a fire escape with the intents of surveilling the city from on high and not fighting anyone unless he ran into them here. Once he reached the roof of the first building, he braced himself, running to jump over to the second when he caught movement in one of the windows of That building, near the upper floor. He dropped on instinct, belly flat against the ground, body hidden by the ridge of the building. The villain looked around, eyes passing easily over where Izuku was hidden and then turned inwards, their back to the window. Well, Izuku did need points in case his plan failed, and he did need to actually check inside buildings for the civilian too, so he figured he might as well try this out. As to how he'd try it out, though, he had no idea. Actually, he had one idea, one very crazy idea. But he also had 15 minutes, so he wasn't going to waste time thinking of a saner one. Izuku straightened, cautious to make sure he was going unobserved by the villain in the window as well as all the others fighting on the ground. He was good, so he called one for all into his body and leapt, barely thinking as he did. Thankfully, barely thinking worked out for Izuku as he latched onto the windowsill above the one the villain had been standing at, arms throbbing with the strain of one for all and his entire body weight, though he was in no danger of losing his grip. He'd done too many push-ups in the last 10 months for that. Izuku put his feet against the wall and pushed outwards, peering down at the window below. The villain was still there, back still turned, apparently deaf since a teenage boy made of solid muscle just thumped rather solidly against the side of the building. Not that Izuku minded this guy's selective deafness, though, especially since it was working in his favor. He stretched his leg down, catching the edge of the window with his toe and gently pulling it upwards, as slowly and as steadily as possible. Surprisingly, its progress upwards was silent. Luck was really on Izuku's side today. He reached down, hooking his fingers on the upper rim of the window and began lowering himself. Once he had a good enough grip, he adjusted so that he could put his other hand there too, and then he lowered himself down until he was in front of the window, body curled underneath him as he held up his entire weight with just his arms. The villain still had his back turned. Because luck and barely thinking had gotten Izuku this far today, he decided to trust them yet again and attempt something he'd only ever seen in movies. He swung forward, stretching his legs out, and wrapped them around the villain's shoulders, effectively squashing his windpipe between Izuku's thighs. The villain made a noise of surprise, and then after a few seconds, tapped Izuku's leg 3 times. It was one of the yield signals they'd been instructed to use, so Izuku immediately let him go, taking the opportunity to drop himself the rest of the way into the room and give his arms a break. The villain gasped for air and turned to look at him. "Sorry, are you all right?" Izuku asked, whispering even though they were the only two in the room. There could be other villains outside, and if they heard voices they might come to investigate. "I've had worse," the villain whispered back, then flashed him a grin and a thumbs up. "That was great, kid. You executed that with the perfect amount of pressure, too." Izuku decided this probably wasn't a good time to mention that it was the first time he tried that move, so he just offered the villain a smile and a tiny nod, already moving to look around the room, which was his initial plan anyway. He'd hidden from a lot of bullies over the years, so he knew all the usual spots. This room had been outfitted to look like a hotel room, so he started, naturally, by looking under the bed. "Are you checking the room?" the villain asked, evidently curious. Apparently they weren't sworn to silence or anything upon their defeat. Which made sense. Izuku had seen enough villain fights where the villain kept blathering about evil plans and whatnot after being defeated. Which, come to think of it, his response to said villain blathering was probably part of the test too. He wondered if he'd lose points for fraternizing with the enemy or something. Given the scoring system of the exam was already sneaky and multifaceted, he decided that was a possibility. He settled for nothing more than a nod as he threw open the doors to the closet. "You better hurry up and get out of here, kid," the villain said. "No points to be had here." Izuku narrowed his eyes, deciding he didn't trust how suspicious that statement sounded. Also, he was the only villain here. The only villain he'd seen inside of a building, actually. Granted, he hadn't seen many buildings, but it seemed purposeful anyway. A guard, maybe? If he was a guard, then that meant that the civilian was most likely in this room. On top of that, the villain was trying to persuade him to leave. Izuku wouldn't put it past the school to maybe give this man instructions to try and talk a student out of leaving here if they first took him out, especially if the civilian really was here. He scanned over the room with new vigor. There was a vent near the ceiling, right in between 2 support beams. A vent, huh? Izuku had hidden in air vents before. Actually, air vents were almost always the best place to hide, since no one ever thought to check there. One for all coursed through him again and he pushed off the ground, catching the wall midway and using it to propel himself up to one of the beams, which he caught with his right arm. He braced his feet against the wall, and with his left he tugged at the air vent. It didn't budge, so he put a little of one for all behind it and ripped it free from its screws. Behind the air vent. "You've got to be kidding me," Izuku whispered as he reached out to grab the doll. A loud buzzer sounded all throughout the city. The civilian has been rescued. This exam is concluded. I repeat, the civilian has been rescued. This exam is concluded. Izuku checked his watch. They were only 4 minutes and 31 seconds in. "That was pretty cool, kid," the villain said, beaming up at him. "That was pretty cool." After their exam was completed, the arena was reset and civilian relocated, and the next group was then sent in. As the 10 of them walked out, most of them crestfallen, Izuku shocked into next week. The group waiting stared. "That wasn't even 5 minutes, one girl exclaimed. Several people sighed at once. Someone found the civilian. A boy in the front grumbled. "Denohu. They won't fess up." They weren't about to wither if Izuku had any say in it. Which he did, since he was the person that found the civilian. "You 10, a teacher said, materializing out of thin air to stop. Izuku's group. "Congrats on completing the exam. Which of you is Midoriya Izuku?" He read the name off the paper in front of him, but now he looked up, scanning the 10 of them for a response. The others all made awkward eye contact with each other, trying to ascertain which of them was Midoriya Izuku. Izuku himself stubbornly avoided each of the gazes directed at him. The teacher just kept gazing out over the group, patiently waiting for him to own his sins. When Izuku felt he could drag out this awkward silence no longer, he slowly raised a hand. "That's me." The teacher's face split into a wide grin. "A big, preemptive welcome to Shiketsu High to you, Midoriya-sen." All 9 of the others, and the other 10 waiting to go in nearby, stared at Izuku. Izuku started to redden under the attention. His arms twitched with the urge to hide his face, but that would probably only make the staring worse. He clasped his hands together in front of him to keep them there. "Thank you." The teacher laughed. There was something about his face that was tickling the back of Izuku's mind. He was most likely a pro, considering he was here at Shiketsu, but dressed in civilian clothes instead of his hero costume, it was incredibly hard to place him. "All right, Midoriya-sen, you hang here a moment. You 9, go straight ahead and then turn right at the sign. It should take you straight to the main hall." The others complied, shooting Izuku incomprehensible glances as they went. Some of them looked jealous, which was an unfamiliar expression directed at him. The others seemed like admiration, which, yeah, that was pretty unfamiliar too. Sensei," Izuku ventured when they were out of earshot. "Am I in trouble?" The man in front of him barked a laugh. "Are you kidding? You were incredible." "No, Midoriya-san, this is just me leaping at the chance to meet you. We haven't had somebody find the civilian in 11 years. Get a chance to meet Izuku. Like he's a celebrity of some sort. Oh, this was weird. And awkward. Weird and awkward. What was Izuku even supposed to say? Thanks. He said that once already." The teacher laughed like Izuku had just made a hilarious joke, not awkwardly stammered out thanks to a non-existent compliment. "I just wanted to warn you, too, Midoriya-san. The other kids are going to be talking about you." "Oh," Izuku said. He should have expected that, honestly. He'd probably just ruined 9 of their chances to get into Shiketsu by ending their practical exam 10 minutes early. Everyone was most likely furious with him. "I was actually wondering." Izuku stopped himself, looking up at the teacher. He probably didn't really want to field questions from Izuku. That was the usual from teachers, anyway. To Izuku's moderate surprise, though, the man just nodded, giving him silent permission to continue. "I was wondering if any of the other students in my group if they'll be able to get in still?" His eyebrows crept upwards somewhat involuntarily in an expression of his surprise. "Oh, wow. Are you really worried about them not getting in?" Izuku shifted uncomfortably. "I mean, I did just ruin their chances to get their own points." I wouldn't feel right if that meant they all failed. The man's gaze softened slightly. Well, there's still a chance. Obviously, as a hero, having prowess in combat is usually the most important thing. But there are heroes out there with quirks better suited to other aspects of the hero job, like healing quirks or rescue quirks. That's why we automatically accept the top 30 scores of students from the practical exam, with the prerequisite that they also pass the written exam. The other 10 slots in our hero program are decided after careful deliberation, based on a number of factors. That was a relief. Izuku was happy to know he hadn't inadvertently ruined 9 lives today. Though, by the sound of it, chances of the people in his group snagging one of those 10 slots were probably relatively slim still. But hey, you did great, Midoriya-san, the teacher said, shifting his clipboard so he could offer Izuku a thumbs up. You should go on down to the main hall now so you can acquaint yourself with some of your future classmates. I don't want you to be late for the final announcements. Okay, Izuku said. Thanks again. Sorry. I'm actually not sure, who you are. Don't sweat it, Midoriya-san, he said genially. The name's Kinetic. I'm not super well known, so I'm pretty used to some anonymity. Izuku couldn't help his eyes widening a bit at that. He should have known he literally had yellow eyes and orange-brown hair not styled any differently than it was in his hero outfit. And Izuku called himself a fan. He bowed to the man in front of him, as deeply as he could without being weird. I'm so sorry, he said, bowing again for good measure. I should have recognized you. Kinetic laughed. Really, don't sweat it. I didn't know you taught at Shiketsu, Izuku said. Didn't you just open an agency? Kinetic rubbed the back of his neck. You know about that? Yeah. Izuku said, nodding vigorously. I mean, your legal battle with Endeavor was all over the news not too long ago. I always thought it was really brave of you to stand up for yourself the way that you did. I was rooting for you, you know. A lot of sidekicks never really strike out on their own, and even fewer sidekicks would have the guts to try to take on the number 2 hero. And maybe more people should have taken on the number 2 hero. He was so focused on fighting Grimace that he wasn't even bothering to watch out for collateral damage. I mean, there were how many people in that building? And they would all be dead if you hadn't redirected his flames at the last minute. Izuku suddenly became aware of the fact that Kinetic was blinking blankly at him, and he clamped his mouth shut, the embarrassment that had dissipated in his general excitement for heroes returning with a vengeance. He opened his mouth to start apologizing for word vomiting at the poor man about a topic that was probably a little sensitive for him when Kinetic cut him off with an easy smile. You really know your stuff. I'm sorry, it's just, most people don't even know my name, you know? Even with it being in the news a bit with that whole thing with Endeavor, people just don't know me. And if they do, it's as Endeavor's sidekick. Now former sidekick, I guess. Izuku shuffled his feet, extremely embarrassed. It's just, well, I love heroes, he explained. And you're my favorite kind of hero. Really? Yeah, Izuku affirmed, nodding along with his words as he said them. We call All Might the symbol of peace and justice, you know? But I think that all heroes are a sort of symbol they hold society up. They're meant to be protectors above all else, so I like seeing heroes that embody that, in one way or another. If you want to call yourself a hero, I think it's important to stay true to those ideals: protection, peace, justice. Even if it means calling other heroes on their bullshit. Kinetic stared at Izuku, and a moment later, Izuku realized that he'd cussed in front of a teacher. Oh gods, he'd cussed in front of a teacher. He hadn't even been accepted to Shiketsu yet, and he was already going to have a detention. Kinetic barked a single laugh, and then put his hand on Izuku's head, much like how All Might often did. You, he said, interrupting himself to ruffle Izuku's curls, are going to be a wonderful hero. But right now, you really need to get to the main hall. Oh, right, Izuku said, ducking out from under his hand and shuffling in the direction he'd pointed the other 9 people from his group. Maybe Kinetic was just going to let the swear word slide, since Izuku wasn't technically a student yet? Yeah, that's probably what it was. Thanks, Kinetic. It was nice to meet you. It was nice to meet you too, Kinetic said. He sounded like he meant it too, which was a bit of another novelty to Izuku. It was something that started with all might people other than his mom saying they wanted to be around him, and meaning it. Izuku wondered if he'd ever get used to it. He probably wouldn't. As Izuku walked, he drifted into his thoughts. If he was honest with himself, he hadn't even expected to find the civilian, let alone rescue them and get the highest score. He definitely hadn't expected to use Taijutsu on one of the villains. Or leap off of a building with very little in the way of planning other than a thought to grab that windowsill, for that matter. On another level, he was able to realize that his actions hadn't just been the result of a lot of really extreme luck converging on him all at once. Giving himself the high ground to check for anomalies had been a solid strategy, stopping to take out the guy in the room had been a solid strategy, and remaining in said room to investigate his behavior had been another solid strategy. But he also knew, on a third processing level, that he had painted something of a target on his back. The other 9 people in his group had probably already rushed back to circulate his name and his feats around to the other test takers. He knew how students gossiped, he'd always been the brunt of it, and everyone in there was probably going to have it out for him as soon as he walked in. To them, he probably wasn't just another competitor. He was the big fish. The guy that found the civilian. Essentially, he was a cheat code in a video game. Get into Shiketsu the hard way, by fighting for it tooth and nail, or get into Shiketsu the easy way, by hunting down one single civilian and taking not only 500 points, but the opportunity for more from the 9 people stuck in the ring with you. In other words, he should expect the worst from the other kids in this hall. Not that Izuku usually expected better than the worst from people his own age, just usually he was expecting the worst because of them and not because of something he had done. Izuku arrived at the hall in question and took a deep breath, steeling himself. And then he opened the door. That's him. That's the guy that rescued the civilian. Izuku winced. And so it began. That's so cool, someone near him proclaimed. What? Dude, how did you do it? Oh, Izuku said, very eloquently. You have to tell us. Wait, what's your name? You have to tell us your name. The teacher said Midoriya Izuku, someone offered, and Izuku recognized her as one of the girls in his group. Midoriya-kun. This voice belonged to a very tall boy, pushing his way through the crowd with ease, where he stopped in front of Izuku. There was a moment of silence where they stared at each other. Well, Izuku stared up at him. Izuku knew he was on the short side, but honestly, how tall was this guy? And then the boy stiffened, slapped his hands to the back of his legs, and then slammed his forehead to the ground in a bow so forceful that Izuku heard the impact reverberating around the hall. My name is Yurashi Inasa. I'm so excited to meet you, Izuku said, then tried for a smile. It probably came out looking as wobbly and nervous as Izuku felt. Please, you don't have to do that. It's nice to meet you too. He glanced around. All in all, there was not actually a lot of hostility in this room. All of you actually. It's nice to meet all of you. Yurashi straightened, flashing a wide grin at Izuku. You're very hot-blooded for a hero, he shouted. Izuku blinked. What exactly did that mean? Midoriya-san, how did you do it? This was a new voice vying for attention, belonging to a boy even smaller than Izuku that had followed in Yurashi's wake, sort of like a duckling following after its mother. How'd you find the civilian? Oh, whereas before everyone had been clamoring for his attention, now they all watched him raptly. It was very nerve-wracking. Incredibly nerve-wracking. Izuku decided he would tell this story to the ceiling, instead of while making eye contact with any of them. I wanted to rescue the civilian from the start, so I, climbed onto the roof of the first building I saw. And then I saw a guy in the next building over. One of the villains. Not that I needed to clarify that, but I did. Anyway, so I jumped over and then snuck in through the window he was standing by and He swallowed, decided he didn't need to mention the impromptu taijutsu, and continued without that detail. I took him out. But then he was acting suspicious, so I checked the room for the civilian. It was, pretty lucky. I was extremely lucky, actually. Wait, you took out one of the mock villains in less than 5 minutes. That was another person that had been in his group. Everyone else was looking at them, stunned, which was nice because it meant they weren't looking at Izuku like that anymore. But then they all turned those stunned looks on Izuku, and they were right back to square one. Yeah, Izuku said, and then he trailed off when all of their faces shifted from incredulity, expressions full of wonder and jealousy and lots of things he didn't have the mental aptitude to place at the moment. It was, lucky. How'd you do it then? Yurashi asked. Or shouted. His only volume setting seemed to be as loud as possible. Izuku closed his eyes. He was apparently going to have to regale them with tales of impromptu thaijutsu anyway. Certain death by social anxiety. Midoriya Izuku, 0. I was holding myself up using the window, so I just... They stared at him expectantly. I just wrapped my thighs around his windpipe while he wasn't looking and then he yielded. It was just luck, honestly. I hadn't even tried that before. It could have gone terribly. They should probably take points off my score because of it. Once again, Izuku was met with silence, but unfortunately a few of those expressions were shifting again to something he didn't know. A few people glanced down, not so subtly, at his legs. A few people were blushing. No one seemed to know what to say. Izuku wanted to die. Thankfully, at that moment, the doors opened to admit a new group and Izuku was able to slip away, finding himself a seat in the back corner of the room, where very few people were. Most of them immediately started questioning the newcomers like they had Izuku, and said newcomers responded in like. Izuku cast a small smile their way, glad to see them so enthusiastic about recounting their own exam. That was probably just because they didn't have to admit to gripping someone in a stranglehold with their thighs, though. Izuku tensed as he became aware of someone looming over him, not all that uncommon, given his past, but he still jumped at the sheer volume of the person's voice when it sounded. I like you. Izuku jumped so bad he nearly fell out of his chair. Clutching at his chest where his heart was hammering away, Izuku looked up to find Yurashi standing above him, beaming like an idiot. Izuku couldn't help but smile a little himself as he reclaimed his chair. Yeah, you seem really cool too. Thank you, he said, either not noticing or not caring about what was probably the single most awkward sentence ever uttered to him. Do you have a favorite hero? Oh yeah, All Might is definitely my favorite. Yurashi gave him a double thumbs up. Everyone loves All Might. He's such a hot-blooded hero, what's not to love? And there it was again. Hot-blooded. I agree, Izuku said, but, what do you mean by hot-blooded? Yurashi's expression soured, and for a moment Izuku thought it had something to do with what he said, but then Yurashi started talking a lot about how he fell in love with passionate heroes when he was a kid. He said Endeavor was his favorite until he met him. Yurashi described Endeavor's eyes as cold as he slapped the autograph board out of Kid Yurashi's hands, and said that's what made him decide he wanted to be warm and hot-blooded as a hero. So, you mean it as a compliment, then? Izuku said, nodding along as he finished the story. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. I was a little worried for a moment. Yurashi laughed. Of course it's a compliment. Without passion, what's the point of living? Of being a hero? Of helping people? There is no point. Right? Izuku said, because he didn't know what else to say. This was probably the longest conversation he'd had with someone his age since he was 4, which was, wow, that was pretty sad. Let's be friends. Izuku started again. He was going to have to stop doing that, since Yurashi apparently wasn't going to stop shouting things in his ears. Wait a minute. Did Yurashi just ask to be friends? Friends with Izuku? Really? There was no way. No way at all. Izuku realized belatedly that Yurashi was staring at him, waiting on a response, something dark falling over his expression like he thought Izuku was going to say no or something, which, oh no, he thought Izuku was going to say no to being friends and, I'd like that. Izuku shouted, almost as loudly as Yurashi had shouted at him, and immediately he felt his cheeks going red with embarrassment. This wasn't good. What if Yurashi thought he was making fun of him, or... Yurashi clapped him on the back hard enough to almost knock him out of the chair again. That's great. I'm so happy. This worked so much better than it did last time. Izuku straightened himself in his chair again, then blinked up at Yurashi. Last time? Oh. Yurashi declared, and he vaulted over the chairs to settle in the one next to Izuku. Izuku sensed there was probably another story coming his way. Probably an equally long and loud one too at that. I actually applied to UA too. Oh, that's cool, Izuku said, nodding. UA was always my dream school when I was a kid. It's pretty close to where I live, and all the best heroes. He cast a sideways glance at Yurashi, remembering that speech about the flame hero earlier. Excluding, Endeavor, that is, I wouldn't call him the best, per se graduated from there, so I thought it would be cool to go too. I realized that Shiketsu was more for me when I inherited the #1 hero's quirk. Got older though. Me too, Yurashi said, nodding vigorously. What changed my mind was Endeavor's son though. I, wasn't really aware he had a son. Well, I knew he had children but I didn't think any of them were our age. His youngest son is, Yurashi said, folding his arms across his chest. He told me to stay out of his way at the entrance exam for UA's recommended students. He had eyes just like his father's. Oh, Izuku said, because he didn't know what he was supposed to say to that. He honestly didn't know much about Endeavor's family at all, so he had no idea what the kids were like. And Yurashi seemed slightly biased, so it would probably be best if Izuku reserved judgment. Assuming he ever met one of the Todoroki kids, which didn't seem all too likely. Actually no. If one of them was their age and attending UA, because it was relatively safe to assume that the son of Endeavor would get into UA, then that meant Izuku would probably meet him at some point. At least when they went pro, if not sooner. Assuming Izuku lived that long, considering the existence of evil overlords that were after his quirk and whatnot. Which was a very morbid thing to be thinking about while trying to have a conversation with someone else. Yeah, Yurashi agreed. It was very cold-blooded. It was also kind of mean, you know? Yeah. It sort of reminded Izuku of Kaken, actually. Or at least of how Kaken went around calling everyone else extras, or useless, but that was a name he reserved for Izuku specifically. Izuku was all too familiar with the way that words could cut right to the core of your being, even worse than bruises and burns could. Yurashi looked over at him, looking like he was about to say something else. Izuku panicked after a revelation like that. He didn't trust himself to keep logically discussing Endeavor or his son who was apparently like Kaken. No, stop that, Izuku. So he asked Yurashi the first thing that came to his mind instead. So, what's your quirk? Yurashi beamed like a kid in a candy shop, and Izuku breathed an inner sigh of relief. At least he'd taken the impromptu topic change well. It's called Whirlwind. I can create and direct wind currents. Oh, wow, that sounds incredibly applicable. I bet it would be perfect for moving debris in a rescue. Yurashi laughed. I think so too. What about you? What's your quirk? Izuku hesitated. Other than the awkward explanation he'd offered All Might, this was the first time he was going to do this, talk about his quirk, lie about his quirk. But he needed to be good at this. He'd never been good at lying, but it was time to get good, or else. Izuku took a deep breath, and then offered Yurashi his best smile. He held up his hand, allowing one for all to flare to life in just one of his fingers, green sparks flying across it. Yurashi stared, clearly enraptured by this casual display of power. Izuku closed his fist, cutting off the flow of the energy within him as he did. I call it inner storm, he said, and he sounded calm. Somehow, he sounded calm. It lets me manifest the energy I carry inside me with the force of powerful storm. So that was lightning? Yurashi asked, grinning at him. Yes. Midoriya-kun, you and I are gonna make a great team one day, I just know it, Yurashi said. We both already have elemental quirks. I bet they're super compatible too. Why no? I bet I could make you fly around in a windstorm while you rain down lightning on everyone around you. Izuku frowned. He hadn't actually tried to direct the sparks of lightning that clung to him when he used his quirk, but he wondered if he could. Maybe that was worth looking into? He was about to respond when someone walked out on stage. The someone, Izuku recognized, even out of costume. The snakes in her hair were a dead giveaway. Does Uwabami work at Shiketsu? Izuku asked Yurashi. To his surprise, Yurashi responded at a normal volume. She teaches public relations classes here. Izuku breathed out a sigh and tried to rein in his inner fanboy a little bit. He was at a hero school, after all, He was going to meet a lot of pro heroes, and he shouldn't be doing it in cold sweats while stammering every other word. So cool, he whispered, and Urashi laughed, back to his normal volume already. Welcome everyone, Uabami said, smiling kindly in their direction and offering a small wave. One of the snakes in her hair waved too, which, honestly, was cute and charming in a way that Izuku hadn't thought Uabami could be. The crowd murmured back a relatively tame hello, excluding Urashi, who shouted it, and Uwabami smiled. Well, seems we have a lively bunch this year, she said. Izuku doubted it was a lively bunch so much as it was a lively Urashi, but he kept this and his small, amused smile at the thought to himself. This was an eventful round of testing. Oh, I'm sorry, some of you latecomers might not have heard yet we actually had someone rescue the civilian this time around. An extra round of applause goes out to Midoriya Izuku. Oh sheet. They were announcing this? Oh double sheet. Everyone had turned to stare at him again as they clapped for him. To make matters worse, Urashi decided to practically knock Izuku out of his chair again with another clap to his back. Now, just to rehash some things, lovelies, Uwabami continued, clapping her hands together as she did. Each villain you officially take down grants you 50 points, and you earn 1 additional point for every minute you survive a fight with one. You lose 1 point from your total score for every time you damage property unnecessarily, and 1 point from your total score for every time you use excessive force against a villain. If you manage to rescue the civilian, you are granted 500 points. Our acceptance policy works as follows. First, you must pass the written exam to be considered at all. Then, the top 30 scores from the practical exam are accepted automatically, provided they pass the written portion. The other 10 slots for our Hero Corps students are chosen at our discretion, based on written exam scores, practical exam scores, and judgment calls made during the practical exam. Because the 14th simulation ended at 4.5 minutes, we'll also take that time reduction into consideration. We pride ourselves on our speed here at Shiketsu, so you'll all know if you made it in by the end of the week. A cheer went up in the crowd, though Izuku did not participate. He just smiled to himself, content with watching and waiting. Uwabami made a few more closing announcements, then wished them all luck and sent them on their way. Urashi walked with Izuku back to the locker room. Everyone had put their stuff to take the practical exam, then continued walking with him out of Shiketsu, chatting about this or that the whole way. Izuku eyed the taller boy subtly as he talked. It wouldn't be the first time that someone had asked to be friends with Izuku just for it to end up being a trick, but Urashi seemed genuine. Maybe it was because he was incapable of talking quiet, or the look he gave when Izuku took too long to answer his friendship request, but Izuku wanted to believe him. And maybe it was naive to do this after all the times he'd been proven wrong over and over again in middle school, but Izuku always wanted to have hope that maybe people were different elsewhere. Would you like my number? He asked Urashi, once he paused for a breath in between stories. So that we can stay in touch after this? If we both get in, I think that it would be nice to see a friendly face, you know? Urashi beamed, and something about the way he smiled was familiar to Izuku. It reminded him a bit of himself, and he wondered if maybe Urashi didn't have many friends either. Yes, that's a great idea. Izuku nodded and fished his phone out of his pocket, opening up the Contacts app and passing it over to Urashi, who eagerly typed in his number. Once he was done, he handed Izuku's phone back to him, and Izuku, suddenly inexplicably nervous, opened a messaging channel with Urashi and sent him a simple hi. I sent you a message so that you'd have mine. My number, I mean. Urashi pulled his own phone out then to check, still beaming. I got it. It was great talking to you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku felt himself sag in relief. Urashi had actually given him his real number. That was well, it wasn't a first, but it was a first for someone doing it voluntarily and not because they'd been stuck on a group project with Izuku instead. It was great talking to you too, Izuku said, as he boarded his train. Urashi just grinned and waved enthusiastically, continuing even after the train started moving. He was a good guy, Izuku thought. And he thought he had the makings of a good hero. A nice, hot-blooded one. Izuku laughed quietly to himself as he took his seat. I ended up with the most points of all examinees, I'm pretty sure, Izuku said into the phone. The back corner of this bus had relative privacy, but he still wasn't about to start yelling about his exam for all the world to hear. That seemed counterintuitive to the whole reason he'd taken the Shiketsu exam instead of unease. All Might made a sound on the other end of the line that sounded suspiciously like the squawking sounds Izuku's mom made when she was fussing over him. That's incredible, my boy. Tell me everything. Izuku looked around again. The only other people on the train right now were several seats in front of him and focused on their own problems. He tucked the phone tighter to his face, turning slightly so he was looking out the window as he talked. It was a simulation, he said, and launched into a thorough explanation of all the events that had transpired at the practical exam. You crushed his windpipe with your thighs? All Might interrupted, voice incredulous. Izuku instinctively shushed him, remembered they were on the phone, and it didn't matter how loudly he declared Izuku crushed a poor fake villain with his thighs, and paled considerably. I don't know. It was the first thing I thought of doing when I was hanging from the window by my arms. Like those old American spy movies. All Might chuckled. Sounds to me like you already have an ultimate move, my boy. Izuku laughed. No way. I am not making thigh crush, smash. An ultimate move. It would certainly set you apart from me, All Might said, laughing lightly as he did. I definitely never crushed any windpipes with my thighs. Izuku cut himself off with a groan. You can't just say that stuff. Come on, it's embarrassing. It's all about assets, my boy. If crushing people between your thighs happens to be one of yours, you should own it. I know my master did anyway. Don't tell me that she thigh-jutsu'd people too? Once or twice. You're very similar to her, I think. Scrappy, with much more of a head for strategy than I'll ever have. Izuku felt color rising up to his cheeks. I wouldn't say that. I'm just lucky, I guess. I just do things and they end up working. I wouldn't exactly call it a well-thought-out plan. Well, your ability to act when no one else will has always set you apart, young Midoriya. It's why I chose you after all. Izuku ducked his head, even though All Might wasn't there to see it. Maybe I'll think about the thigh-crushing thing then. As a special move. All Might laughed so hard he quickly started coughing. Izuku winced, apology at the ready for when he was done, but before he got the chance, All Might continued speaking. You know, my boy, I think you should start calling me by my name. What? My real name. It would be best for discretion, you know. But, I mean your real name, it's a closely guarded secret, isn't it? You can't just. Yagi Tashanori, All Might said, interrupting him swiftly. That's my name. And it is a closely guarded secret, but I trust you, my boy. Besides, the fact that it's so closely guarded means that no one will recognize it when you talk to me. Yagi-sensei, Izuku said, rolling the name around on his tongue as he tried it out. There was silence for a moment, then All Might Yagi said, now that's something I never thought I'd hear. Oh. I'm proud of you though, my boy. You've come a long way from the quirkless kid that ran headfirst into battle just because no one else would. And if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not, you'll come a long way still. Thank you, Yagi-sensei, Izuku murmured. Are you excited to be attending Shiketsu? It's a very prestigious school, you know. Actually, I've heard that their entrance exam is harder than unease. I can see how it might be, Izuku said. Also, technically, I haven't actually been accepted yet. Though it was implied. Heavily implied. Anyway, the concept behind the UA entrance exam is straightforward enough even though the examinees don't know about the rescue point system. As long as they take down robots, they know that they have a chance of getting in. The Shiketsu exam was not straightforward at all. Focus on fighting villains the whole time, and if you fight enough or take down enough, you can get in. Or you could forego the fighting and go for the golden egg, you know, the civilian rescue. Which you did. Yeah, but I got lucky that I just happened to see that guy in the window, just happened to drop in to take him out, just happened to find the civilian in the room. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of luck, my boy. Besides, from what you told me already, that's not all there was to it. You avoided detection by the villain, you exercised stealth, you tried out a new move since it had a high probability of succeeding. You haven't told me the rest yet, since I got distracted by some, details, he chuckled. But I'm sure the civilian doll wasn't just hanging in plain sight for you to find, which meant you had to solve a puzzle when you looked for it. Am I right, young Midoriya? Izuku relented to the praise, but only because this conversation would go in circles forever if he didn't. The civilian was in the air vents, he said. But I've spent a lot of time hiding from other people, so… He probably shouldn't have said that. It was a little dark. Young Midoriya, Yagi said, like he was giving a small child a stern talking to, which actually wasn't that far off from what was happening. Use every tool you have in your arsenal and then some. Your past may have been troubled, and that's not right, it will never be right, but if you can use that past to help people in the future, then you should use it, and without shame. Everything you learn, the good and the bad, can be applied to hero work. Izuku leaned his forehead against the window, biting his lip to fight back tears. It wouldn't be the first time he'd cried in public, but he would rather not make any more of a habit of it than it already was. He decided a change of topic was probably for the best. How are things going with UA acceptance? He asked. The thank you went unsaid, but he knew that Yagi would hear it anyway. They're going extraordinarily well, he said, the smile evident in his voice. This is going to be an exciting batch of first years, this time around. Though I must admit, part of me still wishes you would be amongst them, young Midoriya. I'm sorry, he whispered. There's nothing to be sorry for, my boy. Never apologize for being smarter than an old man. You're not old, Yagi-sensei. He laughed heartily. I beg to differ, young Midoriya. All I meant was that I know UA was always your dream. I feel bad, I suppose, for depriving you of it, so to speak. It was my choice to go to Shiketsu instead, Izuku reminded him. My idea. And it's a much better one than mine ever was. Anyway, duty calls. I'll talk to you again soon, my boy. Izuku smiled. I'll talk to you soon, Yagi-sensei. The letter came in the mail on Thursday. Izuku's mom saw it first and brought it to him, already crying, so frantic that she tripped over herself presenting it to him. Despite getting what was probably the highest score in years, Izuku was still inexplicably nervous. There was always the chance that he'd failed the written portion, after all. His hands shook as he opened it. His mom, though he loved her, lurking over his shoulder to read it with him didn't help settle his nervousness. Izuku drew in a sharp intake of air when he saw the first line. Midoriya Izuku. We're honored to announce your acceptance into the Hero Academia at Shiketsu High. You got in. My baby got into Shiketsu, his mom shouted, latching onto his shoulders and shaking him, crying all the while. Izuku couldn't help a relieved laugh from escaping him. I got in, he repeated disbelievingly. Mom, I'm going to be a hero. You're going to be a hero, she said, smooshing his cheeks with both her hands. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Thank you, Izuku said, covering her hands with his own. He was crying too. I can't believe I did it, Mom. I can, she said, pulling him in to give him a gentle forehead kiss. That's my baby. You've always been so determined. Mom, you're making me cry, Izuku protested weakly. She laughed and pulled away, wiping at her own tears with her fingers. I'm going to make some katsudon for dinner tonight, to celebrate. That sounds good, Izuku said, wiping at his own tears as she retreated to the kitchen to get started. He'd done it. He'd gotten in. Izuku woke up to his phone buzzing with an incoming text message the next day. It was an odd occurrence too early for his mom to send her customary, at work now, text, and still too late for it to be Yagi, who seemed to wake up, typically, an hour after Izuku did for school. Which meant that it was tempting enough for Izuku to forego the other half hour of sleep he usually got in favor of reading the message. He blinked blearily at his too bright phone screen, trying to make out the name of the contact. Izuku jolted awake all at once. It was Yurashi. Yurashi had texted Izuku. Somehow, even though Izuku had given him his number, he hadn't actually expected Yurashi to use it. He hadn't expected him to make any effort to be his friend outside of the entrance exam. Izuku looked at the message with a little thrill of excitement. Friend, he had a friend, and smiled when he saw that it was a picture of an acceptance letter. Yurashi had gotten in too. Izuku typed up a response at lightning speed. Izuku 5:34 a.m. Congratulations. That's amazing. Izuku 5:34 a.m. I got in too. The letter came yesterday, laughing face. To his surprise, Yurashi responded equally as fast. Yurashi Inasa 5:34 a.m. That's great. Supposedly I got the second best score overall. I'm guessing first was you? Izuku 5:35 a.m. Yeah. That is indeed a thing that happened. How Izuku managed to sound awkward and embarrassed even in text format he had no idea. He cringed. Gods, he needed lessons in talking to people his own age or something. Yurashi Inasa 5:35 a.m. Always so humble, Midoriya-kun. Izuku didn't really know what to say to that. Thankfully, he didn't have to say anything, because as he was drafting his response, Yurashi flooded his phone screen with walls upon walls of text. Most of them were about shiketsu. One of them was about pomegranates. Another was about centipedes. Izuku read them as he brushed his teeth, not sure if he was even supposed to respond or not. Before he could, Yurashi texted him a long-winded goodbye, explaining that he had to go to class. Well then. Izuku texted his own goodbye, electing to not respond to any of the previous paragraphs, seeing as he still didn't really know what to say, and made his way to Aldra Junior High. The change was immediate when Izuku walked into school that day. Normally, he walked these halls like a ghost, overly aware of anyone that passed near him, but mostly invisible to them all the same. Something was different today, though. People stopped what they were doing to stare at him. Conversations dropped off as he walked past. The whispers were back in full force today too. Usually Izuku only heard them when someone new moved to the school and needed the scoop. That's Midoriya, he's quirkless, you don't want to accidentally sit near him at lunch or anything. No one was new today though. And the mentions of his quirklessness were joined by something else. That's Midoriya, he's quirkless, he somehow cheated the shiketsu exam. Right? Because quirkless people weren't supposed to be able to achieve anything without it being a fluke. Izuku had never even been allowed to be intelligent, something that had exactly nothing to do with having a quirk or not. If he scored anything higher than average, he was immediately cornered by a teacher and told that he should either say who he cheated off of or expect a detention. He always got the detention. On the bright side, though, it only took him 6 of these detentions to learn how to get enough answers right and enough intentionally wrong to be perfectly average. By the time Izuku had slid open the door to his classroom, he'd counted 10 people that were staring at him with enough hostility to warrant taking a different route than usual back home today. If he was hoping for a reprieve in class, though, he didn't get it. As soon as he stepped inside, every gaze in the room zeroed in on him. That was at least 5 more hostile parties he had to look out for then, judging by their expressions. And one said hostile party was Kaken, so Izuku would be better off finding a nice, small place to hide once class was done instead. Kaken never did have the patience for hide and seek. Midoriya-sen, his teacher said, and Izuku looked to him. 6 hostile parties in here. Then, though the teacher wasn't necessarily a threat on the way home so much as a bottomless detention dispenser. Go to the principal's office. Izuku did not audibly sigh. Izuku did not do much of anything, just shift his gaze so it was pointed at the clock behind the teacher's head and not at him directly. Am I in trouble for something? He asked. He hated how empty his voice sounded as he asked it. So defeated. So resigned. Midoriya-san, his teacher quipped, like he should know better than to ask a question. All right, Izuku said. He should know better than to ask. He existed and he was quirkless. That was always reason enough for him to be in trouble. Still, cheeks flaming with indignation and embarrassment, he bowed stiffly to his teacher and left the room again. Unfortunately, the path to the principal's office was one that Izuku was intimately familiar with. Izuku knocked, politely, on the principal's door. He heard the man clear his throat on the other side. It's open. Izuku opened the door and stepped inside, the principal's plastic smile already contorting into something complicated as soon as he saw him. I was told to come here, Izuku said, closing the door behind him. Ah yes, Midoriya-san, he said, gesturing to the seat in front of his desk. Izuku took it, used to this dance already. How are you doing today? Well, I hope. I'm fine, Izuku said blankly. Frankly, he probably could have told this man that his entire family had died in a villain attack an hour ago and he would probably smile at him and nod politely anyway. That's good, that's good. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about your score on the Shiketsu High Entrance exam. Izuku didn't say anything, just waited for him to go on. How did you do so well? What he meant to ask was, how did you cheat? And they both knew it. Shiketsu was too important to Izuku for him to just roll over and play these games like usual, though. Surveillance. Calculated risk-taking. Clever applications of my quirk. A near-perfect score on the written portion. You don't have a quirk, Midoriya-san, the principal said, very slowly, like he was talking to a toddler. And given your performance at this school, I'd wager that getting a near-perfect score on the written portion is not possible unless you had outside help of some kind. What he meant to say was, you cheated your way in, just tell me how and this will be easier for you, and they both knew it. If you checked my quirk registry, you would see that I do actually have a quirk, Izuku said. He didn't bother correcting him on his judgment of the written portion. It would just fall on deaf ears anyway. The principal huffed and adjusted his half-moon glasses, but apparently decided to humor Izuku. Probably just so that he could spin his monitor around and move Izuku's quirklessness back in his face. He sat back as he read Izuku's recently updated quirk registration form, though, clearly both surprised and displeased that there was a quirk listed there now. What's this inner storm? He asked. That's my quirk, Izuku said. It was a cheeky thing to say, Izuku knew. He also knew that it would more than likely result in a detention slip later. He also couldn't entirely bring himself to regret it. Show it to me, the principal said. He sounded appropriately displeased, which meant, yeah, there was definitely a detention coming Izuku's way. Really, the best way to show him one for all would be to snap his desk in half with a punch, but Izuku didn't think that would be appreciated. So, instead, he settled for the same demonstration he'd given Yurashi at the exam, sparks of green lightning dancing across his skin, nothing more, nothing less. Though unlike with Yurashi, Izuku demonstrated using his whole right hand this time, holding it up for the principal to see easily. The principal's eyes tracked the sparks of lightning almost greedily. It was a look that Izuku absolutely did not like having directed at him. It was the same look that people gave particularly tantalizing pieces of meat on the plate in front of them, or golden medals that they were competing to win. And that feeling only worsened when the principal spoke, his plastic grin back in full now, and noticeably uncomplicated. That's one flashy quirk. Yes, Izuku said, because now that he'd been treated like a used dish rag and a diamond in the span of the same conversation, he wanted nothing more than to leave this room. The principal's grin sharpened. Well, Midoriya-san, congratulations on your acceptance to Shiketsu, with the top score of all examinees, no less. Between you and Bakugo-san, Aldra has quite the prestigious lineup of graduates. A dish rag, a diamond, and a comparison to Kaken. Thanks, Izuku said, his voice hard and flat in a way he was pretty sure his voice was not meant to be. I need to go back to class. By all means, the principal said, laughing. It was a big, booming laugh. The sort of laugh that was usually directed at others, rather than used with them. I wouldn't want to interfere with your education. Of course you wouldn't. Thanks, Izuku said again, standing and bowing stiffly before making a beeline for the door. He didn't go to class immediately, though. He went to the bathroom, locked himself inside a stall, and proceeded to work himself through a series of breathing exercises as he tried to calm his racing mind. All it took was a quirk. Years and years of scrambling to be recognized, of trying to be friendly to everyone even as they kicked him in the ribs and shoved him into lockers, and all it took was a quirk. All it took was a quirk, and the principal had stopped accusing him of cheating and started congratulating him on his score. Before, Izuku was nothing. Now, Izuku was nothing but a quirk. I'm sorry for asking, Izuku whispered into his phone receiver that night. His mom wasn't at home, but he was being quiet anyway, in case she came back early. It was a good thing, too, considering how long it had taken Izuku to get home today. Kaken had been a little more persistent in finding him after class than usual. It's not that, my boy, Yagi said on the other end of the line. I don't mind you asking, it's just, I don't quite understand why you're so pressed about it. I just don't want that school to have my name. I don't want any of my success at the Shiketsu entrance exam to be linked to Aldra Junior High. I got into Shiketsu because of your help and my own hard work. It had nothing to do with them. Young Midoriya, you graduate in a week. Why should it matter if your success is inadvertently linked to your previous school? Because that school is awful. Izuku's voice rose, without his consent, and he fought to pull it back down. That school is awful, he repeated more sedately. The quirk-based discrimination is extremely bad there. I don't want somebody to hear that the top hero corps student at Shiketsu came from there and think it's a good place to send their kid. Besides, the more of myself that didn't have one for all that's erased, the better, right? That's how you did it. Yagi was silent for a long moment. I don't disagree, he finally said at the end of it. It would be better to erase your pre-quirk past, but, young Midoriya, what's this really about? Izuku took a deep breath. He forced himself to calm down. This was Yagi. This was the first and only person that ever believed in Izuku before he got his quirk. He could trust him. He had too. Yagi-sensei, did you ever get used to it? Used to what, my boy? He sounded patient. It smoothed out knots in Izuku's shoulders that he didn't even know were there. Used to being nothing more than a quirk that wasn't even yours. Izuku pulled his knees up onto the chair with him, then rested the side of his cheek against them. Used to other people deciding your validity as a person based on the strength of your quirk. Used to never being enough, then all of a sudden being everything everyone else ever wanted. Yagi was silent for a long time after that, and then he exhaled, breathy and loud, crackling through Izuku's phone speakers. Oh my boy. I'm so sorry. I forgot. You forgot? Izuku echoed quietly, confused. Did I ever tell you that I was quirkless before I inherited one for all too? Izuku straightened instantly, lowering one of his knees. No. Why didn't you say anything before now? Yagi laughed, a big, hearty laugh despite his frail frame. I just hadn't gotten a good chance to yet, my boy. But I was. And I went through everything you went through too. I think a lot of people build their identities around their quirks. I think that includes us, who built our identity around being quirkless, in one way or another. Spending a lifetime quirkless means that getting a quirk, getting something else to identify ourselves with, can be jarring. I was thinking too, Izuku said, about how it's sort of not right. I was always aware of it before, I was always aware that people decided my worth and what profession I should have, and lots of other things I can't tell you about. Based on the quirk I didn't have, but getting one, suddenly being told by everyone that I could have the dreams that I'd always been denied before. It makes you feel like you don't have worth outside of a quirk, Yagi finished for him. Izuku took a shaky breath in and closed his eyes. Yeah. Well, young Midoriya, all I can say is that it never really goes away. There will always be people that look at you and see your quirk first and everything else later, if they see it at all. But there will also be people that see what's underneath and value it too. I will be the first to admit that our specific quirk can be a burden, in more ways than one. I'll be there to help you shoulder it, though, and down the line, when you find people you can trust, they will be there to do the same. Thanks, Yagi-sensei, Izuku murmured, hugging his legs a little tighter to his chest. I think I needed to hear that. Anytime, young Midoriya. And if you really want, I can set my team on your name like you asked too. Get it off the records at Aldra and everywhere else. I haven't noticed any that have it in there, Izuku said, biting his lip. But if you see any news articles about the sludge villain that has my name in them, you might want to pull those too. But that's about covering up my connection to you more than anything else. Not a bad idea, my boy. Not that I'd expect one from you at this point. Yagi chuckled. Izuku hid his blush in his knees even though there was no one there to see it. Thanks, he said. I have to go though. Homework and all that. Yagi chuckled again. You take care, my boy. You too, Izuku murmured, and then he ended the call. Izuku stood, maybe intending to go to the bathroom, maybe intending to actually do homework. He flopped onto his bed instead, then rolled over, staring up at the ceiling. And then, because he was him, he started ripping through all the thoughts clogging up his mind, methodically, one at a time, until he could come to a conclusion that satisfied him. The first conclusion that he came to was that, yes, he was glad that Yagi had offered him one for all. As much as Izuku liked to hope and dream before, he knew that getting into a hero program while quirkless would have been extremely difficult, if not impossible. And of all the quirks he could have possibly gotten, one for all, the quirk that had previously belonged to All Might, was the best. A quirk devoted entirely to the pursuit of justice, a quirk that had belonged to countless people before him that had been willing to die just so that others could have peace of mind. That was the sort of quirk that Izuku had always dreamed about. Which meant Izuku could and would put up with all the people that were going to look at him now and only see a flashy quirk. The second conclusion that he came to, though, was that he needed to be on guard for those people. Actually, he thought that it would be a good idea to be on guard around all people. The fact of the matter was this: he loved his borrowed power, he loved his quirk, but it was a dangerous one. It had painted a target on Izuku's back, and that target could easily spread to other backs too, if they got too close to him. He had to protect his past from people as well. The person he used to be, scared, timid, quirkless. He knew he could never really leave that Izuku behind. But he could do his best to hide him. Izuku had always been good at hiding, after all. The third conclusion that he came to was this: he would make it better. All the quirk discrimination that happened, all the suffering, all the trials and tribulations, Izuku would heal them, somehow. Not right away, but one day. One day when he could step out of All Might's shadow, he would use this power to help all those people that were like him once. All Might had used one for all to become a beacon, bright and burning. Brilliant. The country's shining symbol of peace and justice, that saved people with a smile on his face and a heart in his hand. Izuku didn't know what the future held for him, but he hoped, maybe, that he could use one for all to become a symbol of hope. A shield that protected people from something worse than villains. Maybe then he could nudge society in the right direction. Maybe then he could save the people that he couldn't reach. Maybe then he could be his own hero. "I'm surprised you left so many of your All Might posters behind, Izuku," his mom said as she helped him hang one on his wall. There was a reason for that, though Izuku couldn't exactly say, "Oh yeah, by the way mom, my quirk is actually his and now I'm really paranoid about people discovering that, so I'm really trying to dial the fanboy thing back to more manageable levels." Izuku smiled instead. It was easy for him to hide behind smiles. All Might is my favorite hero, and my biggest inspiration. But I want to leave room for the other heroes that inspire me too. His mom was oddly silent, so he taped down the corner he was working on and looked over at her. She looked back at him, eyes watering dangerously, face pinched. He groaned immediately, recognizing that look. "Mom, please don't start crying now. If you cry, then I'll cry and we'll never get these posters up." She sniffled and wiped at her eyes. Okay, I won't cry. I promise I won't cry. It's just you've grown up so much, Izuku. I'm so proud of you." He smiled and pulled her into a one-armed hug, still holding the poster up with his other arm. Izuku had grown a bit since he graduated middle school, not a lot. He was definitely nowhere near Yurashi's height and probably never would be. Speaking of Yurashi, Izuku heard a bang in the room next to him that sounded suspiciously like Yurashi's head hitting the floor. He liked Yurashi, he was a great friend, but he was living in the dorm room next to Izuku's, so he doubted that he would have any semblance of peace or quiet, ever. And his mom felt a lot smaller tucked against his side than she used to. "Thank you for helping me move in, Mom," he said to the top of her head. His shirt was feeling a little damp, so he was almost certain that she had already broken her promise not to cry. He became certain when she sniffled enormously against him. "I know it's a little hard for you." She wrapped her arms around him and pulled him tighter to her. "Did I mention that I'm proud of you, Izuku? Well, I am. I'm proud." "Thank you, Mom," he said, squeezing her back. "Will you put on your uniform for me?" Izuku reeled at the rapid topic change. "What?" She pulled away from him, blinking tears out of her eyes. "I won't be able to see you on your first day, so will you put it on for me today, so I can take a picture of you in it?" "Oh, for your photo album," Izuku realized. You take a picture of me on my first day every year, right? She nodded. Izuku bit his lip, considering. It wasn't a strange request. Per se, there weren't any rules against wearing his school uniform outside of class, but it still felt wrong, somehow. But his mom had rented a car, drove him here, and helped him unpack, so it was also the very least he could do for her. He nodded. 6 All Might posters and 4 cleverly placed figurines later, and Izuku was stepping out of his tiny, attached bathroom wearing the deep navy blue pants, white button-up, and blue coat of Shiketsu. After struggling with it in the bathroom mirror for about 5 minutes, he ended up just holding the hat in his hands. He offered his mom a nervous smile. "What do you think?" She made a soft squealing noise and clapped both of her hands over her mouth. He could see that she was trying to hold back tears again. "Oh, Izuku honey," she said. "You look so mature. How about the hat?" "Oh," Izuku said, worrying at the edge of it. "It actually doesn't fit over my hair." His mom snickered, but she was polite about it, covering her mouth with her hands. "Let me see," she commanded. Izuku did his best to comply. He really did, tugging the hat over his mess of curls the best he could, but his hair was impossible to tame and pushed the hat off his head regardless. He looked, frankly, ridiculous. His mom came over to him, gently pulling his hat off his head before running a hand through his curls, brushing them out with her fingers. "How about a haircut, baby?" she asked. "A new look for you, come high school." He worried his lip between his teeth, but there wasn't really much consideration necessary to answer this question. He liked his hair, he really did, even with as unruly as it was, but he also wanted his uniform hat to fit and not look ridiculous, so he nodded. His mom pulled his desk chair into his bathroom, situating it in front of his mirror, and pushed him down into it. She grabbed one of his towels, spread it across his shoulders, and then fetched scissors and clippers from Izuku's toiletry bag and set to work. Izuku closed his eyes as she cut his hair, letting the soft sounds of the clippers buzzing, the scissors snipping, and his hair falling feather light to the floor lull him into a meditative state. "All done," his mom said, and Izuku finally opened his eyes. She'd buzzed the sides of his hair completely off, and the back too, leaving only a shock of green at the top. She'd also trimmed that considerably. He ran a hand through it, surprised to find it passed through rather easily, compared to how it usually went. Curls sprang into their usual chaos again once his hand had passed, though, which made him smile at the familiarity of it all the same. "It looks really good, Mom. Try the hat." He did, first carting a hand through what was left of his hair to smooth it down and then quickly placing his hat over it before his hair had the chance to spring back up. A few strands curled out from under the brim in the front, but other than that, the hat was a success. "Oh, Izuku," his mom said, gathering up the green hair on his towel and shaking it out into his trash can. "I love it. Are you happy?" "Yes," he said, without having to think about it. "I am happy. And not just with the haircut." She took his picture after that, and he changed back into his casual clothes. His mom picked up some takeout and brought it back to his dorm room. Yurashi came over for this too, and ruffled Izuku's hair for a good minute when he saw the new cut, and they ate, and then he bid her a quiet goodbye outside of the entrance to the campus. He returned to his room alone after that. He should have felt morose, or nervous, or unsure, but for some reason, all he felt was calm reassurance. He was in the right place. The first day of class was eventful. There were 2 classes of hero hopefuls at Shiketsu, each filled with 20 people. 15 out of 20 were the ones that were automatically admitted based off of the points system alone. The other 5 were chosen the next day, after faculty reviewed their work in the written portion and the practical. The 10 students that got in this way, 5 in each class, were selected carefully, for either demonstrating skill in battle or in strategy or in rescue, and the points they earned during the practical didn't necessarily matter. Izuku liked this system. He thought that it made a lot of sense, because not every pro hero had a quirk that was suited to combat. It gave people a chance, not just the quirks people happened to have. He was also happy to see that one of the girls that had been in his group for the exam had gotten in. This way he'd been worried about them, since he ended their exam after only 4.5 minutes. The people that had been stuck with him by random selection weren't given as many opportunities to get points as the others. Of course, Though, Shiketsu had probably engineered that particular facet of the exam with that fact in mind. Pros always had to step on the toes of other pros, for both glory and money. If somebody else rescued the civilian before you, or got to the villain fight first, you don't get 10 more minutes to show how great you would be at finding the same civilian if only you'd gotten there faster. Still, it was a little unfair. As it worked out, Kinetic ended up being Izuku's homeroom teacher. He shot Izuku a bright smile and a thumbs up as he walked through the door to the room. Izuku, of course, blushed. He was a fanboy, through and through. And Kinetic's hero costume looked cool. Warm, since he had a flame quirk? It looked good. And then the first objective of the day was introduced: the support development team that Shiketsu employed exclusively for the costume design of their heroic students was coming in. There were 10 designers, and each designer would meet with 2 students, talk to them about their quirk and what design ideas they had in mind to start with, but there were rules. Unlike some hero courses in the country, like Ketsubutsu or UA, which let students design costumes at their own discretion, Shiketsu wanted to present a unified front. They weren't as extreme as some other schools, which quite literally just gave every student the same hero costume, with minor variations in support items as needed, but they were prideful. Every hero costume needed to look sharp when paired with the Shiketsu hat. Izuku was paired with the same girl from his group in the entrance exam, then with a designer. He was a short, no-nonsense man named Kenji Yo, and he went straight to business, questioning the girl. Izuku made a note of her name and filed it away in his mind. Nakamura Hanako. "What's your quirk?" Kenji asked her. "I can shrink and grow my body at will. Think of empty lady, except I can also get smaller as well as bigger, and not as big as her." "That's straightforward enough," Kenji said, scowling at his clipboard as he took notes at a pace that put even Izuku, master note-taker, to shame. "All right, shrink to your smallest form." Nakamura complied, and he measured her efficiently, producing a tape measure from the belt at his waist. He spent the next hour having her grow herself gradually, measuring her every changes, jotting notes furiously the whole way, while Izuku sat, neglected but intrigued, watching him work as he made Nakamura run laps and touch her toes, keeping up a steady stream of questions about her quirk and how it worked the whole while, never pausing in his note-taking. Izuku felt like he probably had a lot to learn from this strange support man, at least on the quirk analysis front. He was also glad that he decided to attack Nakamura first, since it gave Izuku a chance to collect his thoughts and prepare himself for all the questions he was about to be asked about his own quirk. Eventually, Kenji's line of questioning moved from the specifics of Nakamura's quirk and onto the specifics of what Nakamura wanted to do with her quirk: rescue, combat, stealth operations, publicity. The list of questions he asked went on and on. Nakamura looked more like she wanted to faint from exhaustion with each passing question, explaining that she saw herself as more of a stealth and combat sort of hero, since she could fit into tight and large spaces and pull off interesting mix-ups with her size variation abilities, though she admitted that she wasn't very experienced in that yet. Kenji's pencil ticked away the whole while. He asked her, then, what sort of ideas she had for a costume initially, and she blanched. "I always thought pink was a good color on me, so I wanted to go with that," she said. Kenji pursed his lips. "No," he said, and now he was pulling swaths of cloth out of his belt of wonders and holding them up to Nakamura. "Pink is not allowed, anyway, and besides, dear, it would wash you out way too much. Let's see. Oh, I think this one is a winner." Izuku leaned over to peer around Kenji's shoulder at the cloth he was holding up. He was holding up 2, actually, one a deep violet and the other a deep blue that perfectly matched the color of the Shiketsu high hat. Izuku was far from an expert on color theory, but he did think they were pretty enough. As far as colors went. "You came to the perfect school, dear," Kenji said, back to taking his notes. "Dark colors go just wonderful with dark hair, and it would be a shame to not play to the gray in your eyes. A shame. Now, dear, you go have a seat with the green one while I take a minute to work a few things out for you." Nakamura breathed a sigh of relief and slumped over to where Izuku was. She'd seemed nice enough during the entrance exam, so he offered her a tentative smile. She smiled weakly in return, slouching into the seat next to him. "I'm Nakamura, by the way," she said, dipping her head to him. "Nakamura Hanako." I know who you are, she said, interrupting with a cutting smile. Everyone knows who you are, Midoriya-kun. Right? He said, rubbing the back of his neck and trying to disguise the blush creeping up his cheeks. The announcement. At the entrance exam. Nakamura agreed. I was in your group, you know. Not that I'd expect you to remember me. But then again, of course she'd think he would think he's too good to remember other people. He'd gotten the top score after all. The guys that usually got top scores on things didn't remember the people in their testing zones. He doubted Kaken did, anyway. I remember you. I mean, I didn't know your name until today, but I'm pretty good with faces. I remember you being there. She raised her eyebrows, her own cheeks a little red now too. By the way, I'm gonna just say it now before I lose the confidence, but the thigh thing sounds pretty impressive. Izuku squeaked, reaching for the brim of his hat and tugging it as far down his face as it would allow. Please don't talk about that, Nakamura-san. Please. I'll agree to that if you agree to be my friend, she said. Izuku blinked. Listen, blunt works best for me, so I'm just going to say it outright. I'd like to have the most powerful guy in the grade backing me, so is that cool with you? Izuku said, as eloquent as ever. Yep, that's cool with me. Friends it is. Sweet, Nakamura said, flashing him another sharp grin. Izuku tried not to think too much about how she just decided she wanted to be friends with him on the basis of his quirk alone. He tried not to think about it. Really he did. He didn't succeed. You seem pretty nice, actually, Nakamura said, leaning back in her seat and offering him a smile that looked a lot less sharp than her last. He started. Oh yeah? Like that? The stuttering. I never would expect the person that got the top score in the exam to be so humble, but here you are. I wouldn't call it humble, actually, he mumbled, doing his best to both look away and also not blush. Dimmin his overly expressive face. What's a better word than humble, then? She asked. He sighed. Nervous wreck is a contender, I think. She laughed. You're actually pretty funny, too. Look up. Incoming. Kenji arrived in front of them, promptly shoving a design under Nakamura's nose. Take a look at that, dear, he said. If you have suggestions, you can say them, but I most likely won't listen. Sign on the dotted line when you're ready to confirm it. Now for you. He turned to Izuku, eyes sparkling. It was a dangerous sort of sparkle, Izuku decided. Izuku started, not sure where he was going with it. Quirk. Kenji shouted, pulling a new clipboard out of his belt too and poising to write, pencil at the ready. Izuku had spent his whole life passionately questioning other people about their quirks, if they would let him, and it was really, really weird being on the receiving end for once. Izuku launched into his explanation, the same one that he'd given Yorashi and the principal at Aldra. Kenji questioned him further, probing for all the nitty-gritty details of Izuku's quirk, which he gave, excluding the one about how he'd inherited it from the number 1 hero and everything along those lines. He measured Izuku twice, once while he was flexing and once while he was relaxing. He had Izuku run laps, activate his quirk, do push-ups and sit-ups and pull-ups. He had him climb up the rope in the gym, had him jump as high as possible, had him stretch. When he checked Izuku's flexibility and discovered that he could nearly get one foot behind his head while standing on the other one, he couldn't help but tut at him, unreasonably impressed. I'd invest in these legs if I were you, darling, Kenji said, not even looking up from his notes. What? Izuku said, caught off guard with his leg over his head. He nearly fell over because of it. I mean, you should fight with them is all, Kenji said, looking up from his notes to assess Izuku now. Legs are stronger than arms, anyway, and you're surprisingly flexible. Trust me, he knows, Nakamura piped in from the sidelines. He strangled someone with his thighs in the practical exam. I did not strangle him. Sounded like you strangled him to me. Nakamura shrugged infuriatingly. This is delightful information indeed. Kenji said, Darling, I must see this thigh strangle. You, dear, will you let him demonstrate on you? He pointed the end of his pencil at Nakamura. She grinned wickedly. I would love to. And so it was that Nakamura ended up standing in front of one of the pull-up bars, Izuku behind it. He looked up at the bar, sighed, and looked back at Nakamura. "I'm not going to actually strangle you, I promise," he whispered. She looked entirely unconcerned with the prospect of being strangled by Thaijutsu, which was worrying. Izuku gave her a dubious look as she nodded. "Whenever you're ready, darling," Kenji said, tapping his pencil against his clipboard impatiently. There wasn't anything Izuku wanted to do less than leap up onto the pull-up bar and crush his new friend between his thighs, but here he was, doing it anyway. He did it in one fluid motion, catching the bar with his hands and then immediately swinging his legs up and over Nakamura's shoulders, wrapping them around her neck swiftly, and squeezed lightly. Kenji, for his part, looked absolutely delighted by the predicament. He scribbled away furiously, and then after a moment, signaled to Izuku that he could let Nakamura go, which he did, not without enormous gratitude. "All right, darling, here's the assessment," Kenji said, flicking his pencil at Izuku quickly before continuing to write. "You're flexible, surprisingly strong, and incredibly fast. You're not limited to just combat or just rescue or just publicity or just stealth, like a lot of other heroes might be. So, you're probably planning to dabble in all of these categories and more. You'll need a suit that's as flexible and sturdy as you are, but sharp and stylish as well, yes? Is there anything else you want from me, darling?" Izuku clenched and unclenched his hand, studying how the muscles there moved for a moment. "Using my quirk for extended PRDS of time can really strain my limbs. If you could incorporate something into the design that helps to stabilize my arms and legs, I would appreciate that. I also think I'm probably going to spend a lot of time jumping, so I kind of want to incorporate some sort of visor too, if I can. I've heard that bugs in the eyes can be a problem with that sort of thing." He'd heard that from All Might himself, actually. It was one of the few things that Yagi had advised him to include in his costume design, the only time they talked about it. "All very reasonable requests," he said, nodding and pursing his lips. With no further ado, he set to a flurry of pencil movements, frantically scribbling away at his design ideas. Nakamura and Izuku were effectively left to their own devices for the moment. Nakamura bumped his shoulder with hers and gestured to the bench they'd been sitting on earlier, so they returned to it. Izuku fished his water bottle out of his bag and drank greedily. Nakamura rooted around for a moment, found the clipboard with her costume design on it, and showed it to Izuku while he drank. "I think that'll be cool," he commented, because he did. Nakamura lifted one shoulder in a sort of half-shrug. "I'm a little worried about the skin-tight bodysuit thing, but the way he patterned the two colors looks like it'll be flattering. He's very thorough, he even gave me underwear suggestions." And then she showed Izuku said underwear suggestions on the next page, and he felt like he'd probably never been this red before in his life. Shortly after that, Kenji wandered over and moved a design under Izuku's nose, too, and Izuku couldn't help but stare. He designed hero costumes for himself several times when he was a kid, back when he was quirkless and hadn't met All Might yet. All of those had been rip-offs of All Might's costumes, more or less, usually with a hood that gave him the classic V-shape of All Might's hair, or that plastered his smile over his own. This costume was not like that. The first layer was an all-black bodysuit, doubling as both armor and compression gear meant to stabilize his arms and his legs. Kenji also recommended briefs, not boxers, and a GNTL guard that, honestly, seemed like a really good call that Izuku wouldn't have thought of on his own. Over that was a dark green jumpsuit with no sleeves, but instead of resembling anything remotely symmetrical, it zipped on the left side of his chest, creating a sharp silhouette with a high, asymmetrical collar, punctuated with stark black lines running the length of the suit. He'd been given sturdy, fingerless black gloves, ideal for both stealth and durability. His legs were braced as well, and also padded with armor. The whole thing was brought together with a red belt and red, reinforced combat boots, and a pair red-tinted and black-banded goggles that rested on the forehead of the Izuku in the drawing. "I was inspired by the red shoes," Kenji said, pointing at Izuku's feet. Izuku raised them to look at them, then back at the drawing. Sure enough, the shoes in the costume appeared to just be his shoes, but with armor added. "Huh," he said. "I like the red, I think." It reminded him of All Might, actually, in a way that was much more subtle than Izuku would have come up with on his own. I don't love how tight you made it though. That will certainly not be changing, darling. You are flexible, yes? Tight is better with flexible than loose is. Oh, Izuku said, a little dejected. He had no other complaints, so he signed the form. Beside him, Nakamura did the same. Kenji collected his designs from the both of them, gave them a bow, and left. Only one other designer was left in the room, and as soon as she left, Kinetic cleared his throat and called the class together. The rest of the day today will be spent pushing your quirks to their limits, Kinetic said. If you were expecting this to be fun or easy, think again. Today, we're going to put your bodies and your quirks through hell. I picked out your class representative, Kinetic announced brightly the next day as he strolled into homeroom. Izuku's classmates, who had been sitting mostly quietly at their desks before that, erupted into noise. Izuku smiled but did not join in, just drummed the pads of his fingers against his desk, his mind already working. Class representative, though usually a somewhat boring responsibility, held a lot more importance in a heroics course. It was a powerful thing to have on your resume. It proved that you already had experience leading teams, and that you weren't afraid of taking on additional responsibilities. Both good things for an aspiring hero. As such, class representatives in hero courses were usually chosen based on a mix of their grades, their people skills, and their relative skill in combat. Izuku silently drummed his fingers on the underside of the desk to keep himself from muttering. Well, Izuku probably wouldn't be chosen. He was pretty good with grades, now that he didn't get punished for getting high scores, but he lacked in people skills and was still new to combat. He was okay with that though. The whole purpose of coming to Shiketsu was to avoid the spotlight, after all. Kinetic-sensei, who is it? Nakamura asked, shooting up in her seat with her hand up as she did. She accidentally grew a little bit in her excitement. Izuku also smiled at that, though he hid it by ducking under the brim of his hat. Peace, peace, Kinetic said, laughing as he held out both hands in a placating gesture. He rolled his desk chair over, then practically fell in it, backwards, as per usual. He rested his elbows on the back of his chair. The rest of the class quieted down somewhat, and Izuku ceased his finger drumming. They all turned rapt gazes on Kinetic as he began to explain. I took care to monitor you all while you worked on your quirks in training yesterday, as well as during your meetings with your costume designers, Kinetic explained, his grin sharp. I was keeping an eye out for students that were good at interacting with their peers, but I was also keeping an eye out for students with exceptional control of their abilities. Ah, so Izuku was definitely out of the running then. He'd had his quirk for less than 2 months. He hardly had exceptional control over anything. That's why none of you should be surprised that Midoriya Izuku is your class representative. Izuku's heart fluttered in his chest. He gripped the edge of his desk tightly and stared, first at the rest of the class who were nodding along like it made sense, for some reason, and then at Kinetic. What? His voice was entering squeak levels. He brought it down a little. Me? Nobody should be surprised other than Midoriya-san himself, I mean, Kinetic said, which earned him a few laughs from the class. Why me? Izuku asked, feeling lightheaded. Kinetic rolled his eyes. He honest-to-goodness rolled his eyes, like Izuku just asked him the stupidest question he'd ever heard. Don't be so surprised, kid. You're faster, stronger, and more flexible than nearly all of your peers. You have near perfect control of your quirk. What? And your classmates have clear respect for you. What? Izuku looked around. The rest of the people in his class he didn't even know all their names yet, and he was supposed to lead them. Oh gods looked back at him, some of them looking a little amused. Nakamura flashed him a bright grin. Oh, Izuku said as he tried to restart his brain. Forget resume appeal, he had to get out of this before his social anxiety killed him. I'm terrible at presenting in front of the class, though, he blurted. The class, including Kinetic, laughed. Midoriya-san, don't worry so much. You're going to do great. Kinetic said, rolling himself back towards the blackboard. Besides, I won't let you step down anyway. It'll be good for you. There had to be something Izuku could say to convince him. There had to be something, anything. He couldn't lead his class, or stand in the spotlight, or... Izuku realized it all at once. It was one thing to not be offered the position at all, but to be offered it and turn it down anyway. That looked bad. It would look like he wasn't interested in accepting responsibility, or like he couldn't. Izuku drummed his fingers on the underside of his desk as Kinetic began teaching them some basics of hero law. He would have to embrace it, then. And be good at it too. He peeked around at his classmates as Kinetic carried on with the lecture. Izuku could do this. Probably. Most likely. Izuku was still very apprehensive about his election, forced participation. As class rep as he checked and double-checked the name on the little placard outside of the office door. Kinetic had gone over his new responsibilities with him outside of class, but he didn't really think it was enough to be fully prepared. Hence why he had come here. He took a deep breath, trying to steel himself, and knocked politely on the door. There wasn't an immediate reply, and for about 10 seconds Izuku thought he had lucked out and Iwabumi wasn't in her office right now. Then the door opened, and Iwabumi stood in front of him, in full hero costume, peering at him curiously. The 3 snakes in her hair peered at him curiously too. He wanted to ask her about them so bad. Were they real snakes? Did she have to feed them? Did they have her own conscious thoughts, or were they more like puppets she controlled? If they did have their own conscious, then did that mean she could communicate to all snakes, or just the 3 in her hair? She didn't do any combat now, but did she ever have to when she was in a hero course, herself? How did she do it? Did she set her snakes on people? He asked none of these questions. He also didn't gush about how incredible her rescues were, and how many lives she had saved, and how great it was that a portion of all her star profits went towards women's shelters. He took a deep breath, ready to unleash an explanation for why he was there, but Iwabumi beat him to the punch. "You haven't even had a class with me yet, Midoriya-san," she said, her tone almost teasing. "Oh," Izuku said, his mind blanking. The only thought getting through his processor was Iwabumi knows who I am, echoing over and over and over again. Iwabumi gave him a bemused look, apparently content to sit by and let his brain short-circuit. "How?" Izuku finally whisper-asked about a full minute later. "How do I know who you are?" He was so glad she understood that. He nodded. Iwabumi trilled a laugh. "Everyone knows who you are, Midoriya-san. You made quite the splash at the entrance exam, you know." "Oh," Izuku said, because compliments were hard enough to deal with even when they weren't coming from a pro. A very patient pro, since Iwabumi was still just giving him a long, amused look, her golden eyes glittering with mirth. "Well, what can I do for you?" she finally asked, apparently either taking pity on him or running out of time to stand there while he struggled through his thoughts. He was grateful for the question though, because it effectively snapped him out of it. He had a purpose for all this torture he just put himself through. "Actually," he said, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly, "I got chosen to be Class R representative, and I'm pretty awful at, talking to people. So I was wondering, you're the peer teacher, and..." Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat that was forming, trying to tell him that he couldn't ask for help from a teacher. Teachers were all the same, that lump said. They never helped him. "It doesn't matter," Izuku told himself sternly. "If Iwabumi-sensei won't help, then I'll just do what I've always done. Figure it out myself. I was hoping you could help me." Iwabumi smiled. "Well, it is a little unconventional, but it would certainly ease the boredom of the first week office hours. Nobody has any reason to come in yet. Except for you, apparently." She didn't sound upset or unkind about it, though. Izuku was pretty good at distinguishing those tones of voice from other ones, after years of hearing them from every teacher that spoke to him. And every person, pretty much. He stepped inside. Iwabumi's office, unlike Iwabumi herself, was relatively simple. There was a photo framed on the wall, a picture of her and a man with snake hair like hers, though his was much shorter and also down. There were a few other simple directions, like crayon drawings of Iwabumi that were most likely from kids, and a few generic but nice-looking snake-themed art pieces. Iwabumi noticed his gaze. "That's my baby brother," she said, gesturing to the picture framed on the wall. "He's on his way to becoming a doctor now. Everything else was sent to me by my fans. I can't keep it in the office at my agency, so I like to keep it all here instead. I think it can be inspiring for students to see it." Izuku nodded, feeling a smile gracing his face. It was inspiring in a way. Heroes existed to make a positive impact on the world, and all these crayon drawings and bad canvas prints were proof of that. Proof that they mattered. I like them, he said simply. Yuabami nodded, sitting behind her desk. Izuku took a seat on one of the chairs placed in front of it, already channeling some of his nervous energy into the silent drumbeat he tapped out on his thigh with his fingers. Yuabami noticed, but she didn't tell him to stop. So, Midoriya-sen, I'm guessing you have a problem with nerves. Izuku stopped drumming almost immediately, as a reflex. Yeah, he said. Thanks for agreeing to help me, Yuabami-sensei. Don't mention it, she said, waving his thanks off. One of the snakes in her hair waved it off too. I'm only doing my job. Oh, Izuku said, and he started drumming again, just to keep himself from saying anything stupid like I'm not used to teachers that actually want to do their job and teach, is all. Yuabami smiled encouragingly and said, usually in one of my first lectures, I talk about the importance of cultivating a hero persona. These personas shouldn't be all too different from your natural personality, but heroes spend a good portion of their time in front of a camera or reassuring people that have been seriously hurt. Of course, this means that certain nuances of anyone's personality or feelings usually need to be swept under the rug. Izuku nodded, knowing what she was getting at. He couldn't go around stammering his way through sentences when he was trying to help someone injured out of a pile of rubble or when a camera was shoved in his face after a fight. Besides, knowing Yagi meant that Izuku knew well and good what it meant to have a hero persona. All Might was kind, strong, reassuring, and witty. Yagi was all of those things too, but he presented them in a much different way, calm and wry versus All Might's boisterous enthusiasm. If you'd like, Yuabami continued, I can help you start crafting this persona today. It might help you with your concerns with class representative. It wasn't a bad idea. It would be a lot less nerve-wracking to be able to stand in front of his class as someone other than Midoriya Izuku, who was a nervous mess that had never had a real conversation with someone his age up until a few months ago, and it showed. And it would be good practice for when he did go pro, anyway. Thank you, Yuabami-sensei, he said, nodding as he did. I think that would be helpful. Alright, let's get to work then. First, tell me about yourself. Like what? Interests, hobbies, skills. Anything you want. Though, start with what kind of hero you want to be right now. Oh, Izuku said, pausing to collect his thoughts. I want to be the sort of hero that saves people. Not just on an individual basis, but on a wider basis too. Like you with the women's shelters, Yuabami-sensei. Yuabami folded her hands under her chin, smiling languidly at him. Most people don't know that I donate a portion of all my profits to women's shelters. Izuku felt a flush rising on his cheeks. It's on all your merchandise. She raised a delicate eyebrow. At the bottom, in fine print. That's a hobby of mine. I love heroes. All heroes. Very well, she said, though she sounded pleased. Who's your favorite? Don't worry, I won't be offended if it's not me. Izuku laughed nervously, resisting the urge to draw his knees to his chest. It's, All Might actually. Do you want to be a hero like All Might? Izuku stopped himself. That had been such an easy question to answer a few months ago. I used to want to be exactly like All Might, he said instead. I used to practice impersonations of him in the mirror every morning and everything. He's strong, funny, and kind. He never fails to save someone, no matter what. You both have strength enhancement quirks of some kind, too, Yuabami mused. Izuku paled, and fought down the waves of panic threatening to crush him at that moment. Alright, he said. He's a huge inspiration for me. I don't want to be a hero just like him, though. Yuabami frowned, slightly, as one of her snakes flicked out its tongue. You're afraid, she observed. Izuku cursed himself. How had he forgotten that her snakes could pick up on emotions? Coming here was a terrible idea. Talking to Yuabami one-on-one was a terrible idea for him, in general. He couldn't very well just stand up and leave, though, so, think, Izuku. I don't like comparisons like that, Izuku said, drumming his fingers harder as he thought his way through these words. They scare me because they make me feel trapped on a specific path. All Might he's amazing. Maybe one day I'll be like him, but I want to spend today just helping people. There's a lot of people that don't have heroes to watch out for them on a day-to-day business, and I want to help them. Iwabumi's smile returned, just as genuine as it had been before. Izuku breathed an inward sigh of relief. That's very noble of you, Midoriya-san, she said. It makes sense too. You have a base agility level comparable to the average underground hero. Underground? Izuku spluttered. I couldn't. Iwabumi-sensei, underground heroes are insanely skilled. They're like modern shinobi. Iwabumi laughed, covering her mouth with one hand as she did. Oh, most people don't even know what an underground hero is, you know. How could they not? Izuku said, all nervousness forgotten in favor of fanboying instead. As per the usual with Izuku, underground heroes are practically the foundation of all heroics. They work long, unforgiving hours. They do nearly all the intel gathering that makes larger operations possible for Limelight heroes. They have some of the most clever Quirk applications I've ever seen. I'm used to students being worried they don't have what it takes to be in the top 50 of the Billboard charts one day, not students being worried they don't have what it takes to be nearly invisible to the spotlight entirely, Iwabumi mused faintly. All of Izuku's thoughts came to a screeching halt. It was true, he realized. As convinced as he usually was that he wasn't enough, he didn't doubt that he could break through the top 50 of the billboards one day. It was a foregone conclusion in his mind. He had All Might's quirk, after all, and anyone that had All Might's quirk was automatically going to be strong, even if it was him. That's what it was, wasn't it? He wasn't worried that he'd never make it as a hero, not anymore. He was worried that he'd never make it as a hero on his own strength. Well, he said instead, around the lump in his mouth that was his tongue. Underground heroes have higher case resolution rates than their Limelight counterparts, but they also have much higher death rates. It's not the sort of career in heroics that most heroes in training would be comfortable with entering. Iwabumi hummed. I suppose that's true. Do you have any other interests besides heroes? Izuku stared at his hands. Underground heroics? Huh? There was no way he could do it, right? Midoriya-san. Sorry, Izuku said, jolting himself out of his thoughts at the sound of his name. He looked up to find Iwabumi's gaze on him. She looked concerned. Under her desk, Izuku closed his hand into a fist. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. What did you say? Iwabumi still looked a little wary, but not like she was about to give Izuku a detention for zoning out. He'd gotten those a lot, through the years. That's all right, Midoriya-san. I was just asking you about any other interests you have outside of heroes. Oh, Izuku said, shaking off the remnants of his thoughts. I don't have many other interests, besides academics and athletic stuff. What sort of athletic stuff? I got into weightlifting to get into shiketsu, Izuku said, lips twitching at the memory of hauling All Might on top of a fridge across a beach. Weightlifting indeed. And running. And dancing. Dancing? Iwabumi echoed. Izuku nodded. It's good for working on full-body coordination and movement fluidity. Iwabumi hummed in agreement. That's a very helpful hobby for hero work. Izuku spared a small smile. I thought so too. I'm still kind of bad at it, though. Iwabumi laughed. That's all right, Midoriya-san. I'm impressed that you do it at all. I'll give you some pointers, sometime, if you'd like. Izuku tried not to have a slide at the words. Iwabumi, offering to give him dance lessons? Not possible. You dance. I do, she said, resting her chin on her hands again. One of her snakes flicked out its tongue. I have some ideas for this hero persona of yours as well. Oh, Izuku said, straightening in his seat a bit. What are they? Those smiles you give are very charming, Iwabumi said. I would lean on them if I were you. Beyond that, your blushes are fairly adorable, and you have a smooth, gentle sort of voice. I think, if you focused on these, you could sell yourself as humble and reassuring. Of course, you just have to focus on not stuttering and keeping that panic tone out of your voice. Composure is key, after all. Also, she turned away to fish something out of her desk, then handed it over to him. Feel free to try this out. It'll give you something to do with your hands when you're nervous. Izuku turned it over. It was a cube with little knobs and dials all over it. He twisted one experimentally. What's this? That is a fidget cube. I keep them in my office. I used to get nervous in front of the media too, believe it or not. Izuku immediately tried to hand it back. I can't take this, Iwabami-sensei. It's yours, you should keep it if. Don't worry, she said, fishing 3 more out of the desk and showing them to him. They break fairly often, so I keep several backups on hand. I like to give them to people that need them, too. Fielding the attention that you get as a hero can be rather difficult, and I would like to see as many students succeed at it as possible. Thank you, Izuku whispered, looking at the strange object in his hand with a newfound reverence. A gift from a pro. He could probably sell this on the internet for 10,000 yen. He wouldn't, of course, but he could. If he wanted to. I'm happy to help, Iwabami said, smiling as she waved him out the door. Hey, Class Republic. Izuku paused, stealing his nerves. Hey, he responded, and the boy he just approached eyed him. He wasn't exactly wary, but he was definitely curious. What's up? He eventually asked. I'm going around asking everyone their names and quirks, Izuku said. And anything else you want to tell me too. If I'm going to lead a class, I should know them, right? He tried for one of those smiles that Iwabami had told him to go for. The smile apparently worked, because the student in question grinned back at him. Oh yeah, totally. You're really devoted to this whole thing, aren't you? You mean being class rep? Nah, I mean the whole hero thing, he said instead, shaking his head slightly. You've just got that look in your eye that says you're going places or whatever. You know what I mean. I think everyone in here is going places, Izuku said, inclining his head respectfully in his classmates' direction. They wouldn't have gotten into Shiketsu otherwise. His grin broadened. Yeah, I agree. Oh, I'm Arkawaturu, by the way. My quirk is poison ivy. Do you make poison ivy? Izuku asked. It would be cool if he did not to mention relatively useful for hero work. He could use it to bind people, but it would also give them rashes if he wasn't careful. Oh no. I named it after this villain from some pre-Quirk comics, he said. Izuku allowed his lips to twitch in amusement. A hero hopeful, who had named his quirk after one of the most iconic villains in DC Comics history. You control plants in general, he guessed, since that was more or less what Poison Ivy's quirk was. Or superpower. Nuances. I do. Arakawa agreed. I can also secrete pheromones like a plant, though they have an effect on the human psyche. So, I could make people feel afraid or horny, or whatever if they got in the cloud. If that's the case, then you could be sort of like Midnight, Izuku observed. Fighting style-wise, I mean. My hero, Arakawa said, clutching one hand over his heart dramatically. In all seriousness though, dude, I totally look up to Midnight. When I was a kid, I wanted to be one of her sidekicks. You know, one of the young hot dudes in a suit that follows her around? It would be an actual dream. Izuku blinked. Different strokes, different folks, he supposed. He could respect that, even if it was a little interesting. He had certainly never dreamed of being someone's sidekick. Well, I'm sure you can make it happen, Arthun. Thanks, dude. Of course, Izuku said, sliding past his seat to talk to the student behind him. He committed everything he'd just learned to memory as he did. Arakawa Turu. Quirk, Poison Ivy. In the hero course because he wants to be a young hot dude in a suit, following pro-hero Midnight around. He arrived at the next desk, opening his mouth to start his introduction, but the girl there caught his eye with a shy smile. I heard, she said, tucking a strand of long purple hair behind her ear as she did. Her eyes were a brilliant red, like Kaken's, but a lot softer. My name is Watanabe Mura. My quirk is called Ultraviolet. I can control the intensity of light waves. That sounds like an amazing quirk, Izuku said, unable to help a little bit of his excitement. Can you control the intensity of all light on the electromagnetic spectrum, or just violet light? Do you have to manipulate the light in a room itself, or do you generate light? Does that mean you would be at a disadvantage in a dark room? She giggled, interrupting his stream of questions. Yes, to the first question. Everything from infrared to ultraviolet is at my disposal. To the second question, your first guess was correct. I manipulate existing light, instead of generating light where before there was none. That means that, yes, I am at a disadvantage in a dark room, though I am not completely useless. We don't usually think about it this way because we think about light in terms of what is seen rather than what is not, but some quantity of light exists even in the dark. That's really amazing, Izuku breathed, leaning his hip against her desk. Do you fight by increasing the intensity of light waves and directing them towards your opponent? Or do you think you would rely more on maybe blinding them? But then would that style of fighting be less useful against an opponent that is either already blind or has a hearing enhancement quirk? You ask a lot of these questions, Watanabe said, steepling her fingers in front of her. Are you interested in quirk analysis as well as acrobatics? Izuku felt a blush creeping up his face. He'd somehow managed to forget how weird and creepy his interest in quirks was. Oh, yes. Fascinating, Watanabe said, averting her gaze as pink began to dust her cheeks. I am very interested in quirk analysis as well. I actually wanted to ask you about yours, but I figured you would not be receptive to the questions. Izuku was immediately and completely taken aback. Another person interested in quirks? Unheard of. Also, why would she think he wouldn't be okay with her asking him about his quirk? Probably the same reason you thought she wouldn't be okay with you asking about hers, dipshit, a very helpful voice in the back of his head supplied. That made sense. You can ask, Izuku said, offering her an encouraging smile. I don't mind. I'll answer any question I can. Really? She asked, looking at him with eyes blown wide. You don't worry about divulging information like that to the competition? She made a good point, he supposed. Knowing the ins and outs of other people's quirks would certainly help with strategies in the long run and give her a hand up in future combat practice, but also, everyone in this class is an ally first and foremost, he said, shrugging as he did. We're all going to be pros together one day, and when that day comes, it's much better to know what each other's quirks are and what our limits are. So I don't mind answering, even if it means that I might end up giving you information you can use to beat me in a match later on. She blinked owlishly at him. You are positive? Like a whole number. She stared at him for a long moment, until Arakawa, who had been politely eavesdropping from the seat in front of them, burst out laughing. Oh my god, nerd humor, he said. Izuku cracked a smile, and finally a little giggle trilled out of Watanabe. All right, she conceded, though she still looked a little nervous, cutting her eyes to Izuku and away again. Well, first, I was wondering about the mechanics of your quirk. It seems to be a strength and speed enhancer, but I also noticed that you emit some sort of light around you that appears to be lightning. Additionally, when I stood too close to you once while you had your quirk activated, I noticed a considerable drop in the air pressure. So, is your quirk a physical enhancer, or some sort of weather emitter? Izuku nodded along through her lead-up, then paused on the question. He noticed that several of the students all around him were gazing expectantly at him. Apparently, the details on his quirk were a hot topic. Not that he could blame them, really. If Izuku had been anyone else and he'd seen someone walk in with a quirk like his, he'd probably jump on a chance to ask them 1,000 questions about it too. My quirk is called Inner Storm, he explained, projecting his voice slightly for the benefit of the people that were a few seats away but still trying to listen in. It works by converting my emotions or energy into manifestations of strength. So, to answer your question, it's actually both a physical enhancement and a weather emitter, though other than the air pressure, the weather emission that occurs the lightning is largely cosmetic. I've been told it tingles a bit, though, if you get caught in the crossfire of it. Oh, another one of the students nearby said, leaning an elbow on his desk. That's interesting because I thought for sure that with a quirk like that, you'd be the type to just go around punching things into oblivion. Except, when you told us about the villain at the entrance exam, it sounded like you're more of a stealthy, acrobatic type. A specific type of quirk doesn't necessarily always guarantee you a specific type of fighting style, Izuku said, shrugging. Quirk prejudice, apparently, reached everywhere. It's the way you apply the quirk you've been given that molds the hero you become, not the other way around. The whole class was looking at him, now, seemingly lost in thought. Izuku didn't want to disturb them, so he just stayed silent, shifting awkwardly under their gazes. He took a deep breath and looked up towards the ceiling, sliding his hands into his pockets so that he could roll his thumb over the fidget cube Iwabumi had given him, out of sight from the others. Well, Nakamura said, and Izuku looked over at her. He was a little worried that he'd already come to fear that look on her face after only knowing her for a day. Look at him. All I'm saying is, if you have thighs like that, it would be a shame not to use them to crush the enemy. And then, collectively, they glanced down, not so subtly, to his thighs, appraising them. A few nodded, like they found his thighs met whatever criteria they'd been judging them with. Somewhere along the way, Izuku had turned bright red. Certain death by social anxiety. Midoriya Izuku, 0. The door opened, and Kinetic wheeled himself in on his desk chair, kicking his legs out and shooting himself backwards to the blackboard like a kid that was having too much fun with the simple things in life. All right, he announced. Seats please. We have an exciting pop quiz on the nuances of collateral damage today. The class groaned collectively. Izuku cricked his neck as he walked back to his dorm room, hungry, and more than a little bit sore. He'd had one for all activated for essentially 2 hours straight, the longest he'd ever held it for, and his muscles creaked in protest at every minuscule movement. Moreover, he'd also been almost exclusively practicing handsprings for that entire time, except for half an hour, where he'd been sparring with Nakamura, practicing moves on opponents of varying sizes. To put it simply, he hadn't hurt this bad since the day All Might sat on a fridge in his muscle form and told Izuku to haul it across a beach. The only difference between then and now, though, was that Izuku was slogging through quirk exhaustion on top of regular body exhaustion. He should look into some sort of endurance training. Swimming maybe? Running? Running uphill, specifically? No, actually, judging by his surprising success with the handsprings over the last few hours, he should probably look into gymnastics as his endurance training. Or parkour. Jumping around on buildings had to be good for. Izuku paused. He took a few steps backwards, body audibly creaking as he did. He turned his head to the side almost imperceptibly slow. He supposed it really was wishful thinking to hope years of taking Kaken's explosions directly to his face hadn't resulted in a few screws getting knocked loose in his brain. At least, that's what he thought as he stood by the alley in one of the mock cities, alone, staring at 8 shades with glowing eyes, who all stared back at him. Like it was a switch being flipped, Izuku's brain started to work again. Right. This was probably some sort of practical joke being played on him by somebody at Shiketsu. Gods, he was too tired for this. What was he even supposed to do? Laugh? Find the person responsible and practice his refined thigh-jutsu on them? Talk to the shadow people? He decided on talking to the shadow people first, and potentially exercising thigh-jutsu later. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish with all this. He hoped whoever was puppeteering the shadow people would get the message. Izuku was tired. He was hungry. He had English homework to do. He did not have time to humor practical jokes. Kid thinks we're a joke, one of the shades said. Except, Izuku heard it not with his ears but with his brain, the words zinging uncomfortably through his head like someone had sliced his skull open and tickled his gray matter. Props to whoever this quirk belonged to. It was pretty terrifying, and their application of it seemed pretty stellar. He wondered how much concentration it took for them to tickle his brain with their quirk like that while also producing the shadow people. Maybe it was 2 quirks at work. Now he thinks we're a quirk, a different voice said. It tickled a different part of Izuku's brain too. Okay, yeah, that was a really unpleasant feeling. Someone was getting thigh-jutsued. He didn't know who, but he was finding them, and he was thigh-crush, smash, ing them into next week. What the hell is thigh-jutsu? Yet another voice said, and Izuku slapped both hands over either side of his head in a futile attempt to chase the voices and the brain tickling away. Enough of this. We came to warn him. Stop talking, all of you. Izuku shouted. And stop reading my mind or whatever while you're at it. Gods, that's so aggravating. What even is this? Izuku knew things were dire when he couldn't come up with theories about a quirk. There was a ripple of silence, like the ghosts were surprised. They were surprised, actually. Izuku wasn't sure how, but he knew that with the utmost confidence. One said, I think he can hear us. I never heard the vestiges. I didn't even know they talked until I became one. Maybe this means… Stop! Izuku shouted. Thankfully they stopped. With the heavy pressure of their voices lifted from his brain, he was finally able to think clearly. All right. Think this through, Izuku. He was fairly confident in ruling out elaborate prank as a cause. If it was a prank, that person probably would have just left it at creepy shadow ghosts and a voice in his head, not gone on to invent all this dialogue between the different voices. There was a chance that it was a villain's quirk and they'd infiltrated campus somehow, but then again, why bother with the dialogue? There was a chance that this was some latent quirk of Izuku's, maybe? Latent quirks were rare but possible, usually activated later in life based on some sort of condition. Actually, his entire concept for Inner Storm was that it was a latent quirk, conditional on near-death experiences. Alright, some weird latent quirk of his, or not? He reached for one for all within himself, and found only one for all. He would rule latent quirks of his own out for now. Which meant he was back to theory number 1. Izuku had lost his marbles. All of that, just to conclude he's crazy, a voice mused, and the voice tingle-tickled along Izuku's brain. Izuku groaned, massaging at his head in hopes of alleviating that feeling somewhat. Well, if he can hear us, it makes our job easier, right? A different voice said. You're right. Hey 9. Tashanori's in trouble, okay? We know you can't go running after him or whatever, but you need to know. Tashanori? Izuku repeated, the name ringing familiarly in the back of his mind. Yagi-sensei? That's the one of the voices murmured. Izuku blinked, opening his mouth to ask more questions. Who were they? What did they mean? How did they know All Might's civilian name? Why did they call him 9? But before he could voice a single one of those, they all faded away like they'd never been there in the first place. Imaginary shadow people had talked to him. He talked back. If he didn't think he was crazy before, he was definitely sure of it now. But it couldn't hurt to call Yagi anyway, right? The shadow people had said he was in trouble after all. It wasn't like it was weird of Izuku to call his mentor just to check in, right? Izuku pulled his phone out of his pocket with one hand while he clutched at his chest with the other, walking slowly back towards the dorms while he tried to slow the hammering beats of his heart. He dialed Yagi's number almost numbly, then waited to see if Yagi answered the phone. He didn't. It was totally fine. Normal even. Yagi was a teacher and a pro hero. He was busy sometimes. Izuku would just check the news for mentions of All Might doing hero work. That always drew a camera or two, so All Might wouldn't be able to stay out of the media if he was working. It wasn't like Izuku was doing it specifically because the Shade people told him to. He always checked hero news. He especially always checked hero news for mentions of All Might. It was just another routine, right? The press had nothing on All Might, except for a few events early this morning. All Might had seemed fine in all of those, grinning and laughing, which meant he was probably fine now too. The Shade people were probably just feeding off of Izuku's own anxieties, or something, considering they were a figment of his imagination. He'd just wait for Yagi to call him back. Even if he was busy, he usually got back to Izuku in a few hours. When Izuku went to bed later that night, he still hadn't heard back from Yagi. The next morning, Izuku woke up to no calls from Yagi, and no text messages either. He scanned hero news for mentions of All Might again, trying to see if a big fight had made the news. His mind was filled with the warning from the Shades and half-baked images of the man that put that scar on Yagi's side. Yagi had said it was very unlikely that he was still alive, but he had been worried anyway, and if he was worried, that meant there was a chance it was true. Had All for One crawled out of the shadows? Had he killed Yagi? If he had, it would be on the news, right? Izuku almost scrolled past the article on Yue. There was always a lot that came up when he searched for news on All Might. Him teaching there was a big deal, and reporters were hungry for a statement from All Might in regards to why he had decided to take a teaching position. Unfortunately, That meant that the media was flooding their networks with every little tabloid-like tidbit they got about All Might from a student walking to class or whomever. This article looked vaguely different though. More professional. Less geared towards gossip. It wouldn't hurt to at least skim it. The more Izuku read, though, the more his panic and anxiety spiked. A large-scale villain attack on a training facility associated with UA occurred yesterday. The villains were stated to have been there with the objective to kill All Might. A first-year heroics class had been involved, though no students were injured. 2 pro heroes were hospitalized with severe injuries. All Might had been there, and apparently had been responsible for defeating a villain with an exposed brain, and multiple quirks. Multiple quirks. What had Yagi said on the beach that day? That All for One used to take people's quirks and combine them and give them to other people? Izuku covered his mouth with a hand. He closed out of the article and opened up his phone app, dialing Yagi. The line rang and rang and rang. It went to voicemail. "Is this what you were trying to tell me?" Izuku said into the air. Really, he was talking to the shades, but they weren't there, at least not as far as he knew. Did Yagi die there? The shades didn't respond, but Izuku hadn't really expected them to. He got ready for class in a daze, one eye on his phone at all times in case Yagi called back. He worked through the mystery of the shades in his head. What were they? Who were they? 9. Izuku's hands stilled on the buttons of his dress shirt. How many people had held One for All before him? Had Yagi ever said? No, but Yagi had mentioned the original wielder of One for All had lived in the dawn of quirks. That was what? 200 years ago now? How long had Yagi carried One for All before he passed it on to Izuku? It was hard to say exactly, but he felt like it had probably been around 30 years, considering he had to have it when he'd been in high school himself. Judging by the look on Yagi's face in the few instances he described his battle with All for One and the death of his master distant, somber, grim, Izuku was willing to bet that he'd probably held it for a comparatively long time. It was more than likely that All for One usually killed the wielders not long after they obtained One for All. If he assumed every other wielder had held it for about half Yagi's time at least, then it would take around 8 to 10 wielders running roughly at 15 years apiece to get back that many years. 8 to 10. And there had distinctly been 8 shades in that alleyway. 8 shades, who referred to him as 9. Izuku lifted up the lid of his toilet seat and promptly threw up into the bowl. He finished with that a few minutes later, then brushed his teeth, rinsed his mouth out, and headed off to class in a distracted daze. He got through the lecture somehow, but took one of Watanabe's light beams to the arm for his troubles during combat training. On the bright side, he was able to give her some input about her different intensity levels, even if he did have to get carted off to the nurse's office for his burns. Watanabe was very apologetic about those. By the time Izuku was trudging back to his room, he was ready to hop on the next train and go to Muzutafu himself to shake some answers out of Yagi. That was unreasonable, not to mention impractical, but the radio silence was not good for his anxiety. So, instead, he waited and hoped and waited some more. He would do some homework, maybe. Quadratic functions were good for distracting oneself from the imagery of dead heroes and maniacally laughing, faceless evil overlords, right? Izuku did not end up working on any quadratic functions. Instead, he sat in front of his laptop with his knees pulled up to his chest, watching whatever footage he could find of the aftermath of the USJ attack on a loop. He was trying not to listen to the voice in his head that whispered that it was all his fault, for insisting on living in the shadows, for leaving his mentor to struggle against the darkness all on his own. When his phone rang, it jarred Izuku so much that he fell out of his desk chair trying to answer it. Flat on his back on the floor, he tried again, squinting briefly at the caller ID. Suddenly extremely alert, Izuku fumbled the green answer button and immediately snapped the phone up to his ear. "Yagi-sensei?" "My boy," Yagi greeted him, coughing into his fist as he did. "Are you holding up all right at Shiketsu High, young Midoriya?" Izuku almost screeched out of pure frustration. "Am I holding up all right? Am I?" "Yagi-sensei, you were involved in a villain attack yesterday. The news said that 2 pro heroes were injured so badly they had to be taken to the hospital. And you're asking me if I'm holding up all right?" He became dimly aware of the sound Yagi was making on the other end of the phone, and he almost screeched again, but in indignation this time. Are you laughing at me, Yagi-sensei? I'm sorry, my boy, I didn't mean to, Yagi said, as another laughing fit dissolved into a coughing one. It's just, I wasn't expecting a lecture from you when I called you today. It was nice to hear, that's all. Izuku huffed, folding his arms across his chest. Yeah, well, are you alright though? You weren't one of the pros injured, were you? There was a beat of silence. No, Yagi finally said. I was injured, actually, but my wounds were minor enough that Recovery Girl was able to take care of them for me. Izuku sighed, but it wasn't overly relieved. The other heroes, are they? They'll live, don't worry, Yagi said. I can't disclose details about their condition, but both of them are going to be okay. And none of the students were hurt either, thankfully. That is good, Izuku said. My mom actually messaged me earlier to tell me she was glad that I'm at Shiketsu. She said she didn't know if she would have been able to take it if I had been at UA yesterday. The words settled uncomfortably in the air of his room, and then, unexpectedly, Yagi said, I'm glad you weren't there either, my boy. I think. He trailed off in a way that could only mean bad news, and Izuku sat up. He could make a good enough guess at where that sentence had probably been going before Yagi had cut it off. He had seen the pictures of the E-creature that had been apprehended at the USJ. He had read about its quirks. He'd also seen the shadow people, and he was growing less and less convinced he had imagined them with each passing moment. All for one, he whispered. I am afraid it might be so, yes. There was a villain there with multiple quirks. Supposedly he had been specifically manufactured, their word, not mine, to take me down. The villain in charge had apparently noticed that I had gotten slower and weaker. The only person that would be able to pick up on that, and pass it along to this villain, is him. I don't like the sound of that, Yagi-sensei, Izuku whispered into the phone. Maybe you should stop teaching at UA. It doesn't seem like it's safe for you there, and I know that you don't have your quirk. My boy, if I just up and quit now, I would be giving the villains a win. I can't let them have that. Students' lives were in danger. I know. But still, I don't want to be crass, Yagi-sensei, but you're not what you used to be. If All for One is targeting you, maybe I need to. No, young Midoriya. I'm stopping you right there. Don't you remember why you went to Shiketsu? You need to grow strong. You need some time to get acquainted with One for All before you have to face him. I know that, but Yagi-sensei, I don't want to argue this point, young Midoriya. The plan you devised, it's working. You're safe at Shiketsu. You're safe from him. You need to stay safe for longer. But, Yagi-sensei, what if Izuku stops the sentence, takes a deep breath, and proceeds? What if while I'm hiding away at Shiketsu, he decides that one of the students at UA is who you've chosen as your successor, and he kills them for it? While I just sit here. That's not going to happen, young Midoriya. The students here are surrounded by pros. Just look at what happened today, for example. Every student safe. Every single one. That's not exactly reassuring, Yagi-sensei, Izuku said, gritting his teeth. 2 pros are in the hospital. How many will it be next time? What happened today was entirely my fault, not yours. I should have been there sooner than I was. Besides, it's me they want, not you. They likely won't attack the school again. That's not exactly reassuring either, Yagi-sensei, Izuku said, closing his eyes. Yagi didn't say anything for a long moment before he sighed. I wanted to ask you about your progress with One for All. Izuku fidgeted with the hem of his shirt. It was a blatant topic change, he knew that, but he eventually gave in anyway and sighed. He did need to ask Yagi about the shades. Somehow. I'm at 8% now. Really? You're already up 3 percentages. They're having us do really extensive quirk training before we start combat training in full, Izuku said. And really extensive physical training, on top of that. I'm going to have to buy new shirts soon, probably. Yagi laughed. Too tight or too short? Izuku grimaced. Maybe a bit of both? You should see what they did to my hero costume though. Is it tight too? Yeah, Izuku said. I tried twice to get the designer to change it. The first time he just told me no, and the second time he told me that I needed to invest in my assets, and then I stopped asking. Yagi laughed again. Shiketsu hasn't changed much, I see. I didn't realize you were familiar with their curriculum? No. But I have been in the hero industry for a long time, my boy. I've met plenty of the heroes that come out of Shiketsu. It is a talent powerhouse of a school, but nearly all of them change their costumes as soon as they're free. Izuku laughed. Shiketsu wants to encourage unification, hence the strict color scheme and personal designers. It's a pride point for the administration, I think. The administration has plenty to be proud about, Yagi said, voice light and teasing. After all, they did stuck you into going there. Izuku said, ever eloquent. Yagi laughed, and then silence fell and stretched. You seem to be growing into yourself, though, my boy. It's a shame that I can't be around to see it myself. It was a shame, but Izuku had chosen this. He'd been the one to decide on practicality, even if it meant he wouldn't get to see his mentor as much. Even if it meant he only knew something was wrong because a bunch of shadowy ghosts potentially attached to One for All told him. Now was as good a time as any to risk getting himself committed to a mental institution. Yagi-sensei. What is it, my boy? Yesterday, Izuku trailed off, then reached into his pocket. He fished Uwabami's fidget cube out of it and started playing with it. I think I might have seen the previous users of One for All, or something. Was a long pause, and then Yagi said, the vestiges. Izuku perked up. So you know what they are? I'm not going crazy. Yagi laughed. No, you're not crazy, my boy. They're normal for us. I saw them once too. It's a sign that you're coming into One for All. Did they talk to you too? There was another pause. Then, they talked to you? Izuku sighed. Yeah, they seemed surprised about that too. They were warning me about you. They called me 9. They've never talked to anyone before. At least, not to me or my master. I could probably only hear them because I was so tired or something, Izuku speculated weakly. I did just finish practicing handsprings with One for All activated for 2 hours beforehand. You had it activated, non-stop, for 2 whole hours? Pretty much, Izuku said, chuckling slightly at his reaction. I mean, I turned it off here and there to drink water or whatever, but other than that, 2 hours straight. Color me impressed, my boy. That's difficult to do, you know. I don't get any free time here, Izuku said, too embarrassed to properly acknowledge the compliment. But if I do, I might take a day trip back to Mizudafu to visit you and Mom. I'd like to show you my progress in person sometime, maybe. I'd like that too, Yagi said quietly. I have to go now, young Midoriya. Keep up with your studies, for me? He would. He did. A few weekends after that, Izuku was doing rather extensive research on underground heroes for one of his heroics essays when Yurashi bust into his room with a wicked grin on his face. Yurashi-kun, we've talked about this, Izuku said, blinking up at his friend. He had his laptop cradled in one arm. You've got to learn to knock. Otherwise, you might just bust in here when I'm naked or something and I will not be held responsible for what you see then. It's the UA Sports Festival today, he said, effectively glossing over everything Izuku just said to him. But that was fine because he was right. What he had to say was a lot more important. Izuku stared at Yurashi, then blinked a few times, then turned to his watch, tapping a few times to get it to wake up so that he could see the date and time. Sheet it is. I completely forgot about it. Yurashi-kun, how did I forget about the UA Sports Festival? Why didn't you remind me before now? Yurashi only laughed, plopped his laptop down on Izuku's desk, and then left. A minute later, he returned with his own desk chair in tow, which he crammed into the very limited space left between Izuku's desk and the chair. He dropped into it, crowding Izuku into a corner of his own desk, not because he was mean, just because he was gigantic. Yurashi opened his laptop and then found the broadcast channel for the UA Sports Festival in time for them to see the first-year stage. You know, these guys are the same graduating year as us, Yurashi said as they started lining up to begin the obstacle race. We might actually end up working with them one day. This is going to be a great opportunity to assess their abilities. I agree, Izuku said. It's also a great opportunity to assess their weaknesses, since we might also have to fight them at some point. When would we fight UA students? Izuku ran a thumb along his bottom lip, thinking. Provisional licensing exam, he said. We take it when we're second years. I found it on one of my forays into the internet when I was searching for information about underground heroes. The exact format of the exam changes every year, but it's always loosely a battle royale. We might end up against UA in that. Huh, Yurashi said. Oh, we might also do joint battle training with UA at some point. I don't know if that happens, but it would be super cool if it did. On the screen in front of them, ice shot out from the entrance to the obstacle race, freezing several of the UA students in place. A single student broke away from the crowd's oddly distinct red and white hair flashing in the cameras. That's him, Yurashi said, lips pursed. Endeavor's son. Izuku looked back at the screen as Present Mike screamed out the name of the student in the lead Todoroki Shudo, as Yurashi had said, Endeavor's son, and paused for a moment. To be completely honest, Todoroki Shudo didn't look very much like Endeavor, other than the half of his hair that was the same, deep red. Endeavor's son has an ice quirk? Izuku asked, looking between the screen and Yurashi. Yeah, Yurashi said. D-men good one too. When we took the entrance exam for recommended students together, he nearly beat me. What did you say your exam was, again? It was a race. Izuku looked between the screen and Yurashi and cracked a smile. Ironic. I bet you'd already be across the finish line at this event, if you went to UA. Speed is one of your strong suits, yeah. Yurashi laughed. In straight I'd win this thing. You'd lose though. There's no opportunity to crush people between your thighs when you're running non-stop. Izuku glowered and pulled his knees up to his chest, swinging his feet back and forth as he did. You're never gonna let it go, are you, Yurashi-kun? Nope. Izuku leaned forward, lowering his knees slightly as something caught his eye. Looks like both of them have derivatives of a hardening quirk, he pointed out. There were two students on the screen, both standing in piles of robot rubble, one with rock-like skin and bright red hair and the other with steel skin. Seems that way, Yurashi said, nodding. I bet it'd be funny to see them match up in the tournaments, since they're probably evenly matched in defensive and offensive capabilities. Whoa, look at that hot-bloodedness. Izuku looked at where Yurashi was pointing, not at all surprised to find it was Kaken, using his quirk to soar over the tops of the giant robots, snarling the whole way. That's Kaken for you. Oh, you know him? Oh yeah, actually. We were friends when we were 4. Was he like that when he was 4 too? Izuku laughed quietly into his knees. As in, talented enough to use his quirk to propel himself over giant robots? Or deranged? He does look a bit deranged now that you point it out, Yurashi said. But so passionate. He's incredibly passionate, Izuku agreed. I don't know if his heart's always in the right place, but he's extremely determined. And the answer is yes, by the way. To both the talented thing and the deranged thing. I don't know if I want to imagine that expression on a 4-year-old, Yurashi said. That was fair enough. Izuku didn't want to imagine 4-year-old Kaken with that look on his face either. Yurashi-kun, Izuku said, noticing something on the screen now. Are those cannons? They were cannons. They were cannons, and another one was appearing out of a girl's stomach. Okay, Izuku said, pointing at the girl. That has got to be the singular coolest quirk I have ever seen in my life. I'm not even going to try and argue with that, Yurashi said, nodding along. Cannons. Out of her stomach. I wonder if she can only make cannons or if she can make other things too? I think I remember a poll, earlier, so I'd be willing to bet that she can make anything. Izuku frowned. There's got to be some crazy catch to that quirk that we're missing. Like, you know the rules about matter where it can't be created, only transferred? Does she have to convert some sort of matter to create that? Body fat maybe? Yurashi made an agreeable noise. Fat is our body's source of energy, so that would make sense. Izuku looked between Yurashi and the screen, a grin spreading across his face. Think she could out-eat you, Yurashi-kun? Nobody can out-eat me. Yurashi said, vaguely offended. Enter in an eating competition with Fat Gum, then. Nobody can out-eat me except Fat Gum. That's what I thought, Izuku said, grinning good-naturedly. On screen, Todoroki and Kaken were arriving to the second obstacle, and it sure was an obstacle. Izuku wasn't sure he'd have the courage to walk across one of those tightropes, and he wasn't even afraid of heights. It didn't pose much of a problem for either of the frontrunners, though. Todoroki skated across the cables on ice, and Kaken launched himself over them with blasts from his hands. It did give a few of the others pause, though. "Oh, look," Izuku said, catching someone launching themselves across the chasms with an absolute plethora of support items. "I'd be willing to bet she's from the support course." "What makes you say that?" "UA has a rule about support items in the sports festival," Izuku said. "The students aren't allowed to use them unless they're pre-approved or made by them in the case of the support course. And I don't see UA approving all of those for a heroic student. Neither do I see a general studies student or a business student putting in the time to make all of them." "That makes sense," Yurashi said. "I'm glad to see other courses giving it their all in this. Very hot-blooded, right?" Izuku guessed, grinning wryly. "Extremely," Yurashi agreed, with an enormous laugh. Izuku started to respond, before he noticed something else interesting happening over the chasm. He pointed the person in question out, a tall and broad type, like Yurashi, with positively gigantic calves with exhaust pipes stretching out of them. "Oh, look, that guy has Ingenium's quirk. But in his legs." "That guy looks ridiculous," Yurashi observed, and Izuku had to agree, unfortunately. He did indeed look very ridiculous. But he's owning it, and he's obviously got passion too, so I like him. Izuku had to agree with that too. "Hey, Yurashi-kun," Izuku said as Todoroki and Kaken were nearing the final obstacle. Do you ever wish you went to UA instead?" "I mean," Izuku trailed off. "I know what you mean," Yurashi said, at a normal volume. That was as good as whispering for Yurashi. Shiketsu and UA are regarded as being on par with each other, but UA is the best, and moments like these, it's pretty clear to see why. Plus, All Might is teaching there now, so it feels like a major loss to go somewhere else. He laughed good-naturedly, but there was something real behind it, a tinge of sadness or regret. "In truth, though, Midoriya-kun, I'm more than happy with Shiketsu High. I think it's been good for me to be here, where everyone is so accepting and kind." "Have you had trouble with that in the past?" Izuku asked, eyeing his friend curiously. "With people being accepting and kind to you?" "Yeah," Yurashi said, and this time it was a whisper. "I like a lot of things that not a lot of people care about, and they tended to call me weird because of it." He took a deep breath. "But that's all in the past. So I'd rather not dwell on what could have been." "Yeah," Izuku agreed, looking back at the screen. He'd wondered about Yurashi's past, for a while, if he was honest with himself. Izuku was pretty good at reading people. He had to be able to recognize threats, to know who to watch out for in the halls or on the way home, so he knew he hadn't mistaken that look that Yurashi had given him at the entrance exam. That moment, where he'd been seemingly convinced that Izuku would say no, "I don't want to be friends, who would want to be friends with you?" He was glad his friend was happy now, though. Izuku was happy too. Shiketsu High had been everything he could ever hope for out of school. The part of Izuku that wanted to be running in the race taking place on screen too, the part that had watched UA as long as he'd known what heroes were, the part that had wanted, more than anything, to go there, the pinnacle of hero education, that part of him would probably never die. But at least for now, it was quiet. "Todoroki-san won," Yurashi said, jolting Izuku out of his thoughts with his loudness. Then he laughed. "Your friend looks rather cross about it." On the screen, Kaken was shaking Todoroki by the shoulders, shouting something in his face, while the latter just blinked vapidly at him, either utterly bored or utterly unimpressed or both. Izuku burst out laughing too. "I've never seen anyone just ignore Kaken like that before," he wheezed, grasping at his stomach. "That's got to be the funniest thing I've ever seen." Yurashi laughed at that too, in spite of his bad blood with Todoroki. "It is pretty hilarious. They seem like such complete opposites, you know?" "Seems like it," Izuku agreed, scanning the influx of students as they poured into the stadium. "Oh look, the girl with the cannons made it. Oh, There was a small boy with purple ball on his head attached to the back of the girl, smirking, while she was clearly out of breath. "Oh, that isn't right," Izuku said. "They should not let him place if he just got there by making someone else do all the work for him." Yurashi looked at the screen with the same amount of alarm Izuku felt. There was no way something like that would fly at Shiketsu. Discipline and effort were the staples of their school, and taking advantage of someone else's strength, that just felt wrong, even just witnessing it. They're not doing anything about it. Oh, come on. Honestly, that's so unfair. And she made those cannons too, which she used to take out the robots even if it meant helping the other students. That is not the payment she deserves. I can't believe they're just letting him. Oh, look. Both of the hardening ones got through. Maybe we will get to see them face off against each other after all, Izuku said, distracted from his previous grievances by the prospect of seeing the two quirks pitted against each other. They were similar, but there had to be differences in there somewhere. I wish I could ask them how their quirks work and catalog all the variations. They're so fascinating. I mean, everyone has fascinating quirks at UA. I can see so many of them going so far. It's so like you to nerd out over that sort of thing, Yurashi mused, before pointing at the screen again. Look, they're doing a cavalry battle. Oh, that'll be interesting, Izuku said, tuning in again as Midnight read out the rules. Yurashi-kun, I sense a plot twist at the end of these rules. They've made too much sense so far. I also, except the person who placed first in the obstacle race, who is worth 10 million points. Midnight announced. There's the plot twist, Izuku said. Yep. Quite the plot twist. Todoroki-san's going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to keep a hold of that headband, Izuku said. Then another thought struck him. It's like rescuing the civilian. What? In our entrance exam here, they tell you up front that rescuing the civilian would get you automatic acceptance, but that it's hard. The best way to get into Shiketsu is by finding the civilian, but because it's so risky and the exam's been going on for so long, people primarily just get in by grabbing the points they can from the combat element. But I bet when the exam first started, everyone tried to find the civilian, Yurashi said, nodding. The 10 million point headband is the civilian rescue. If you get it, you'll have guaranteed victory, pretty much. But if you get too focused on it and spend the whole time trying to grab it, you're probably going to lose anyway because the people that do decide to collect smaller headbands, or fight the villains, are going to get more points than you. Shiketsu should sue them for this blatant idea plagiarism, honestly, Izuku said, and Yurashi laughed so hard he nearly knocked his own chair over. Says the guy that rescued the civilian, Yurashi said when he was mostly done laughing. Hey now, I at least had the sense to try crushing a villain or two between my thighs on my way to the civilian, Izuku said. All of UA seems to just be rushing Todoroki-san's team, though. I can't believe you just, Yurashi wheezed. And earlier, you told me to let the thigh-crushing thing go. Yeah, you need to let the thigh-crushing thing go, Izuku said, raising his eyebrow at Yurashi. I'm the one that crushed the guy with my thighs, so if I want to talk about it, I should be more than welcome to. Yurashi laughed until he was hoarse, and Izuku discreetly leaned over, fished a water bottle out of his mini-fridge, and nudged it Yurashi's way. He accepted it graciously as they watched the rest of the cavalry battle. I wonder how many points Kaken just lost so he could snag the 10 million. Izuku mused as he watched Kaken leap into the air to snag the 10 million from around Todoroki's head, just for Todoroki to snag a handful of bands from around Kaken's neck in turn. I wonder why Todoroki-san didn't encase him in ice as soon as he moved. I was thinking about that too, Izuku said. Did you notice Kaken was only attacking him from the right side? Well, our right side watching it. I think that's Todoroki-san's left, though. Actually, come to think of it, I think Todoroki-san was leading with his right the whole time. Wait. What? What if the ice only works from one half of his body? What if that's why Kaken was only attacking him from the left? He was exploiting it. That must have been why Todoroki-san couldn't defend with ice walls anymore. He would have hit his teammate. Yurashi pulled a face. Well, at least he's considerate of his teammate. It's sort of bizarre to have a quirk only activate on one half of your body though, don't you think? It is weird, Izuku said, pinching his bottom lip to keep himself from muttering his thoughts out loud. That's why I'd be willing to bet the ice is only one half of his quirk. Yarashi shrugged noncommittally. Left side looks like Endeavor? Maybe it has the same quirk as him too. Not a bad thought, Izuku said. It would explain why he wouldn't use it in the cavalry battle either, then, since he might burn a teammate, but why not in the obstacle race? Does he not use it at all, maybe? Maybe it's really weak compared to the ice or something. Or, fire quirks can be pretty dangerous to the people that use them, sometimes. It could be that it burns him. That would explain the mark around his eye, I guess. I'm thinking it could be a major liability in battle, though. It's already been a liability in battle, Yarashi said, voice sharp. He cost his teammates the win because he can apparently only fight with half his body. Izuku agreed. If that's a permanent issue, it might make me a little cautious. If I have to team up with him for something when we all go pro, that is. Then again, though, I know a thing or two about handling quirks with nasty backlash. I think it can get better if you work on it, so if that's why he only uses half right now, I can understand. Winning a sports festival isn't worth injuring yourself or your teammates over. And what if he's just not using it because he thinks he's better than everyone else even without it? I'm not going to assume anything like that about someone I don't know, Yarashi-kun, Izuku said, shaking his head. I mean, he's clearly trying to win, so it's probably not anything like that, anyway. Normally people pull out all the stops they can for things like this. Take Kaken, for example. They settled in to watch the final tournaments. First up was a match between two boys who had been on the same team in the cavalry battle, though neither had made a particularly impressive showing in any event prior. First up is Takahashi Juhachi from the Heroics course, Class 1A. Present, Mike announced. On the other side of the ring is Shinso Hitoshi, from General Studies, Class 1C. Oh, a General Studies. Student made it to the finals, Yarashi said. Good for him. I agree, Izuku said, watching as they called match start. To his surprise, Takahashi surged forward immediately, looking angrier than anyone had reason to look, going up against someone they'd been on a team with a moment ago. To Izuku's further surprise, he yelled loud enough for the microphones to pick up at least a portion of what he was saying. And it was not very sportsmanlike, let alone heroic. Oh wow, Yarashi said. I don't think you should call people villainous scum, Izuku finished for him. Especially not. To their further horror, Takahashi had apparently foregone use of his quirk in favor of beating Shinso with his fists instead. According to Present Mike, he could apparently end things quickly with his quirk, one of the thousands of water-based quirks held by the general populace that worked by changing the state of matter of the air and could apparently be used to make waves that would knock Shinso out of bounds easily, but he had opted for a beatdown with his fists anyway. What's Shinso-san's quirk? Izuku asked. Have they said? No, not yet, Yarashi said, enraptured by the violent display occurring on screen. Shinso was fighting back. He was doing his DMN best to fight back, actually, and landing several hits of his own, but he wasn't using his quirk either. Maybe he didn't have a quirk at all? Or a non-physical one at least. It would make sense for a quirkless person to end up in a general studies program. It would make sense for them to use the sports festival to try to transfer into the hero course. That had been Izuku's plan before he accepted one for all, anyway. And then, suddenly, Takahashi went slack. He stopped attacking, stopped doing anything, and then turned and slowly began walking to the border of the ring. Shinso sat up, wiping blood dribbling from his nose, eyes burning with determination. Shinso Hitoshi, the unknown and extremely tired second commenter, drawled into the microphone. Quirk, brainwashing. I took the liberty of looking into it. Takahashi walked out of bounds, and Midnight declared Shinso the winner. There was silence in the room for all of one moment. Good, Izuku said softly, then louder. Good. I don't know the whole situation, but I'm glad he won. It's rare to see non-combative quirks doing so well in the UA Sports Festival. A year ago, it would have been the kind of thing he would look up to someone for. Yeah, Yarashi agreed. It is good. The next match started. This one was between Legingenium and the support course girl from the obstacle race. At the 5-minute mark for the battle turned infomercial, Izuku figured it was probably safe to use the bathroom. Considering the support corps student was running an advertisement for another item when he got back, that was probably a safe assumption. This poor fellow, Yurashi quietly remarked. A minute later, and he stood up and went to the bathroom too. It was honestly a relief when the support corps student finally decided to end the match. Todoroki was up next. Against someone that had been on Kaken's team in the cavalry battle, he shot tape out of his elbows if Izuku was remembering right, which was pretty unique, and the match had barely been called to a start when it was over. That's unnecessary force, Yurashi said, but he seemed taken aback by the amount of power on display. Izuku was too, peering at the size of the ice attack Todoroki had just unleashed. It covered half the stadium, and when they switched to a view from a helicopter hovering over the arena, he saw the tallest of the spikes even reached over the tops of the stands. The camera angle switched back to Todoroki as he stepped forward and placed his left hand over the other student's chest. It's a heating quirk, Izuku murmured, because it was the answer they'd been looking for while watching. It's a really powerful heating quirk, Yurashi corrected. He was right, it was really powerful, easily melting Zero Hanta. Present Mike had just called out his name out of the ice he was trapped in and then some. It might only manifest heat and not flames, Izuku said, but they sounded like flimsy excuses even to him. This was Endeavor's son, after all. It might not have offensive potential. I bet it does, Yurashi said, simply. Izuku didn't play devil's advocate this time. There was no reason to, when the answer was as plain as day in front of them. Todoroki had a heat quirk activatable through his left side, and had impeccable control over it. This could only mean one thing. He just doesn't use it, Izuku said. Anger was stirring in his veins, just like it had been when the ball-hair guy had been hanging off of the girl with the object creation quirk, or Takahashi had chosen to mercilessly beat Shinso instead of ending the fight honorably. Everyone else out there on that field is doing everything they can to win, and he's doing it with only half of his potential. Not because he can't use the rest of it. Because he won't. It's not right, Yurashi murmured. No, it's not, Izuku agreed. He shook himself, shook the anger out of him. There was no sense in being angry at a stranger. One of them is going to beat him, I think. It took the entire tournament before it got to that point. They watched the two students with hardening quirks duke it out, and come to a draw. They watched a girl named Uraraka Ochako try to drop a stadium on Kaken's head. It was impressive, and more than a little terrifying, even though she ultimately lost. Shinso lost to Ida Tenya Legingenium, probably related to actual Ingenium, if the last name was any indicator before Ida, in turn, lost to Todoroki. It took until the final round, when Todoroki stepped out on the field across from Kaken. Kaken, who was terrifyingly observant and more skilled in combat than Izuku could have truly imagined even after years of being on the receiving end of Kaken's violent streak, exploited the same exact weakness he had in the cavalry battle. And Todoroki let it happen. At the end of everything, he stood quiet and thoughtful on the second-place podium while Kaken triumphantly accepted his gold medal. He looks indifferent to his loss, Yurashi said, his voice ringing with disdain. Izuku didn't comment. He didn't see indifference in the set of Todoroki's shoulders when he looked. No, what he saw was resignation of some kind. The feeling that set in when a long-standing dream had been thoroughly crushed. Izuku knew that look. He'd worn it before to, "Let's get lunch before they start the second-year stage," Izuku said instead. Shudo took the internship offer at Endeavor's agency. He had Bakugo to thank for that in a roundabout way. That being said, Bakugo would very much like to never be thanked for anything, especially not for knocking some much-needed sense into Shudo in their final match in the sports festival. Not that Bakugo had intended to knock sense into Shudo either, he'd only intended to beat his butt, and succeeded spectacularly, but it had proved a rather dismal point to Shudo all the same. If a 15-year-old with no prior training before waltzing into UA could beat Shudo's ice with the strength of his quirk and his spirit alone, somebody else probably could too. Which meant, as much as Shudo hated it, he needed both. Both quirks. His mother's and his. Though Shudo would be demed if he just rolled over and accepted Endeavor's preaching, like the BSTRD seemed to think was happening. No, Shudo might use the fire, but only because he had to. When he had to, he was only here to learn whatever Endeavor would or would not teach him about controlling the flames, and at the end of the week, they would once again be two people tied together by the loose threads of old hatred and new spite. Besides, the offer to intern at Endeavor's agency, despite the thousands he got, was the only offer that Shudo knew, with the utmost certainty, had nothing to do with recruiting him for the purpose of buying favor with his father. So, he went to Endeavor's agency. He stayed focused for the entire night that Endeavor sculpted Shudo's flames. Endeavor stood by his side, demonstrating moves, instructing Shudo mechanically on things like temperature control and aiming. It was almost funny how easy these training sessions were now that Endeavor wasn't beating him down for wasting his gift or whatever. No, this was a completely different side of Endeavor. This was Endeavor the hero, raising his protege, not Enji the man, training his son. Shudo was nothing if not agreeable while they trained. He put on his new hero suit when instructed to do so. He made flames when he was told to make them. He made them hotter or cooler. He used them in conjecture with his ice, and he neither overheated nor gave himself borderline frostbite. It was certainly the easier way to do things, even if Shudo still hated the flames that burst out of him. It was practical. It was enough. It would get him the top spot at the next year's sports festival. "We're going to Hosu," Endeavor announced when Shudo met him in the office in the morning of the third day. "We're going to apprehend the hero killer there." Big talk. Heroes had been trying to apprehend the hero killer for a while, now, and most of them had ended up as just another number on an ever-growing list of hero casualties. What Shudo said, though, was, fine. They went to Hosu. The morning was spent scouting the area. For Shudo, it was spent running drills with Burnin, while Endeavor patrolled. Shudo, for whatever reason, was being left out of these city scouting missions, though they'd more than likely be helpful to him as well. Albeit far from his place to question the mighty Endeavor, though. "Not bad, kid," Bunthel said, her grin as sharp as ever. "You'll be uprooting me in no time after graduating anyway." She stretched as she said the last part, her shoulders popping as she pulled them behind her. Shudo held his fire in his hand idly as he awaited her further instruction, but she seemed a little more interested in chatting now that Endeavor was gone. Most of the Flamin's sidekickers were more interested in chatting once Endeavor was gone. "How's UA treating you? Still brutally and without any mercy?" "I suppose," Shudo said, shrugging. He didn't pay that much attention at UA, honestly. He came, he passed the exercises given to him, he left. It wasn't any harder than what he'd done with Endeavor since he was 5. "I have so many horror stories from my time at UA," she said, continuing like Shudo hadn't just attempted to dismiss the conversation with 2 well-placed words. "I've heard worse about Shiketsu though." Shudo sighed. Apparently, this was one of those times where idle conversation was required if he wanted to actually get anywhere today. "Is that so?" "Hey kid, come on," Burn said, jabbing at his shoulder unnecessarily. "You heard some of the things Kinetic used to say when he was around here." Right, Kinetic. He that had been fired, literally, for daring to have a brain. Actually, in Shudo's opinion, Kinetic's sacking had more to do with him stealing the spotlight from Endeavor, but still. "I bet Kinetic misses the fame." "Nah, not really," Burnin said, sniffling slightly. Shudo raised an eyebrow slightly at the surety in her tone, and she cast him another sharp grin. "We keep in touch. He's doing the teaching thing. He says that as much as he complained about it, he's doing the same thing to his kids that his old teachers used to do to him." "Is that so?" Shudo said, hoping to convey just how disinterested in this conversation he was. "He's got a standout though, this year," Burnin said. She winked at Shudo. "Consider this a warning on what to look out for, kid. The brats in class with you aren't the only heroes you'll have to wrestle for a spot on the rankings with when you go pro. According to Kinetic, he's got a showstopper in his class. He's teaching first years right now, by the way. What do you say, Shudo? You'll finally take a little break from this fire stuff if we justify it as scouting the competition." Shudo sighed again and let the fire drop from his hand. He turned fully to Burnin now, folding his arms across his chest. In all honesty, an opportunity to scout the competition was an advantage he was loath to pass on. Alright. I'm listening. Burning left. Ever the studious one there, kid. Alright. Well, this showstopper has a storm quirk, apparently. As in, he summons storms? As in, he summons the power of storms, Burnin corrected, raising an eyebrow. He's fast and strong, apparently. His storm quirk is actually a physical enhancement quirk. Ever heard of anything like that? Shudo ran through the list of quirks. He had heard of the ones that his classmates past and present had, along with the ones that he knew pro heroes had, and came up with nothing. Well, nothing except for one pro, and he wouldn't even have come up with that name if he hadn't stood next to the man at the USJ as winds from his punches buffeted over them. That sounds somewhat like All Might's quirk. Bingo, Burnin said, drawing out the latter half of the word. See, I knew you'd be interested. I mean, this kid makes lightning and shiz apparently too, so it is a storm quirk, but as soon as Kinetic told me I thought to myself, yep. That sounds like the next All Might, or whatever. The analogy would be perfect if only he went to UA, Shudo mused. Right on, Burnin agreed. And also if the kid didn't have an apparent hard-on for the underground. Really, Shudo deadpanned. A quirk that sounds like All Might's, and this person wants to be an underground hero. And sorry, did you say he makes lightning? I know, right? Burn said, laughing along with her words. It sounds like the flashiest quirk in existence. And to boot, the kid got the highest score on the Shiketsu entrance exam in like a decade. Kinetic is duly impressed. He's spreading the word of this was kid in the pro world where he can. Does said was kid have a name? That'd be Midoriya, I think, she said, shrugging. Anyway, keep your eyes peeled here in a few years. If he changes his mind about that underground thing, it sounds like he'll be trouble. Shudo made a carefully non-committal noise. Flashy quirks aren't everything. You're right, obviously. It's all about the personality. Look at your dear old dad, if you don't believe me. Burninglift. If you're asking about the Storm Kid's personality, though, it's supposedly a good one. Stretch your back. Trust me. You're going to get cramps. Shudo inwardly rolled his eyes but followed her advice, stretching his arms up and over his head as she continued talking. Kinetic called the kid charming of all things. Could you imagine being charming? I couldn't. Shudo could argue that Burnin was probably charming in her own right in one way or another, but he figured she meant a more traditional kind of charm, like All Might's charm or Ingenium's charm. Speaking of Ingenium, should I expect to ever patrol, or am I meant to spend the entire week in a training room? Burnin barked a laugh. Word on the street is that the boss is taking you out tonight. Hero killer hunting season and all that. Great. So he wants my first patrol to involve apprehending the hero killer. Naturally. Look where you are, kid, Burnin said, gesturing at the hotel gym they were standing in. Shudo raised an eyebrow. We're at Endeavor's agency, she said, ignoring both her slip-up and his skeptical gaze. Trial by fire here. Let's work on your hand-to-hand. We'll just say no quirks for the moment. Shudo nodded, settling into a stance, and they began. True to the word on the street Burnin had supposedly heard, Endeavor did indeed decide to take Shudo on patrol with him when night fell. Naturally, because it was his first patrol that week, everything had to go to shit. Shudo couldn't pinpoint exactly what moment everything started going wrong. Was it as soon as the patrol started, and Endeavor had seen fit to regale Shudo with repetitions of the same old mantras that he had spouted since the beginning of time? This is what heroes do. We patrol for the safety and comfort of the civilians and also to discourage crime. Pay attention to your surroundings. Shudo, don't waste your time responding to the fans that wave at you. Be the best at everything you do. Was it when the first Numa dropped from the sky and tried to carry off a sidekick before Endeavor roasted it? Was it when the second Numa touched down, right in between Endeavor and Shudo, forcing Shudo to dodge into a dark alley to avoid being scourged from the earth by his own father's flames? Was it when that very same Numu had then turned and given chase to Shudo instead, forcing him away from his father and the rest of his sidekicks? Or had the night gone to shit before it even started, because Endeavor had decided Shudo apparently didn't need to know anything about the city they were in since he was working under the assumption that Shudo would have been glued to his side the entire night? That was perhaps a little unfair. Endeavor couldn't account for 3 Numas waging war on Hosu, after all. So, it would be dim and nice if Shudo knew where the F he was, now that his Numu friend had chased him far, far away from everyone else. It would also be dim and nice if Shudo knew where the F said Numu was, if only because if it wasn't chasing him, that most likely meant it was off murdering civilians. What a goddamn shitshow. Shudo stepped off the ice ramp he'd been shooting aimlessly across the city on and into what appeared to be a dingy district, no civilians. Exactly the sort of place Shudo had been trying to lead the Numu to, comprised entirely of dark, skinny alleys and sloping multi-story buildings and heaps of trash left out on the streets. Ironically, it was exactly the sort of place that the hero killer, their actual target, would be at. Shudo doubted even the hero killer would be bat's hit enough to attempt pro-hero purging in the middle of a Numu crisis, though. Well, hopefully not. Shudo rested his hands on his knees to catch his breath, turning his ear to the city instead. If he just followed the sound of crazed civilians screaming, he could probably find his way back to where the action was. Subsequently, he could find his way back to where Endeavor was, and where that Numu he'd been playing cat and mouse with had disappeared to. Maybe. Hopefully. He did not hear the sounds of civilians screaming. All he heard was the measured rhythm of his own breathing, and the muffled sound of voices not too far from where he was. Shudo was too far away to make out finer tones of voice, but they sounded angry. He huffed and straightened, pushing his bangs out of his eyes as he did. Seriously? People arguing at a time like this? What did they even have to argue about? He had half a mind to leave them to their stupidity and their drag deal gone bad, or whatever the hell was going on, but he had a duty to try and evacuate people at the very least. Even if they were dumbass. Shudo set off towards the alley, footsteps nothing more than a whisper as he approached. Generally speaking, if Shudo didn't have a reason to be loud, he wasn't. That was something he learned at a young age, growing up in the Todoroki household. The voices got clearer as he walked, and Shudo paused as a note of familiarity rang in the back of his mind. He didn't know how, exactly, not yet. But he knew that voice. "I will avenge my brother's injuries," the slightly familiar voice shouted, and a sick feeling twisted in Shudo's stomach. "I am Ingenium and I will bring you down." It couldn't be. There was no way that was Ida. Ida was loud, yes, but never angry. Never. "What about him?" the second voice hissed, and there was a tone to it that set Shudo's body on edge and brought his blood to a boil. "Shouldn't you save people first, false hero?" Apparently, Shudo thought, as he peeked around the corner and saw his classmate with one of the hero killer's knives pressed to the throat, Stain is bat's hit enough to attempt pro-hero purging in the middle of a Numu crisis. What a goddamn shitshow. Shudo snapped back around the corner as fast as he had peeked around it, and weighed his options. On the one hand, both Stain and Ida were apparently in a monologuing mood tonight, so he had a minute to think through his, very few, ideas. However, as much as either party wanted to chat about vengeance and ideals with the other party, neither would keep talking long enough for Shudo to find any sort of help. Which meant that if Shudo didn't do something, Ida was probably going to die. And the other guy in the vaguely offensive hero costume slumped against the wall was going to die. Was Shudo qualified to fight the hero killer? Definitely not. Shudo couldn't even fight and win against a teenager with a bad temper and barely any formal training. But Shudo couldn't stand there and passively observe 2 people's deaths, either, so he supposed that today he died. He guessed there were worse ways to go? Shudo rounded the corner, ice at his fingertips, and no other plan beyond try to survive. He analyzed the situation as best as he could, and well, this wasn't exactly good. Ida was closest to him, on the ground, with Stain looming over him ready to strike. Behind them was the pro-hero Shudo had spotted earlier, presumably, Stain's original target. Which meant an ice wall between Stain and Ida would put the pro on the other side. With Stain it might save Ida, but it would result in the pro's certain death. An ice ramp would have the same problem. He could grab just Ida, or grab all 3 of them in Stain's many pointy objects. Ice spikes were a possibility, but no. It was too dark in this alley to accurately judge where exactly Ida and the pro were, which meant Shudo could impale them by accident. Which really only left one thing. Shudo hadn't expected to come to this impasse so soon. He raised his left hand, flames burning through his veins, desperate to be set free. It's a serial killer, Shudo reminded himself, stubbornly refusing to succumb to the fear. If you're going to shoot flames at people, at least it's a serial killer and not your family. He took a deep breath and launched his attack, flames swirling out and around him, towards Stain. There was a difference between a dummy in a training room and a living, breathing human being, though, and Shudo felt that difference in his bones. Shudo's hand, against his will, jerked at the last moment. The flames burst to the side, ricocheted harmlessly off of the opposite wall to where most of the action was happening, and petered out into nothingness a few moments later. Effectively, all Shudo had just done was bring Stain's attention to himself. Shudo breathed in through his nose and out through his mouth as crazed, beady eyes settled on him. Now that he had colossally effed up, he had a duty to at least try to recover from his mistake. Step away from them. His voice, unsurprisingly, was as calm and level as it always was. He was grateful for very, very few things that Endeavor had taught him, but his poker face was undeniably one of them. Stain, with his sword still poised over Ida, sighed. It's just one after another today, isn't it? Todoroki-kun? Ida's voice was faint, gravely. Rough with fallen tears and harsh anger. It was a voice that Shudo had heard from himself all too often. What are you doing here? Now it was Shudo's turn to sigh. Everyone was so goddamn interested in chatting today. But chatting, at least, was keeping Stain from plunging his sword into Ida's throat while Shudo tried to come up with a game plan. I'm trying to save you or whatever, he said. Then, because he was cranky and irritable from so many things, especially his impending death, he added, what the hell do you think you're doing, anyway, going on homicidal rampages in dark alleys while superpowered monsters with their brains exposed wreak havoc on a city? Do you realize how stupid that is? I am talking to both of you, for the record. There was a tense moment of silence, broken only when Stain barked a single laugh. He kept his sword trained on Ida, but turned his body towards Shudo. It was good, because it meant Stain was a little less focused on murdering his classmate, but it was irritating because it probably meant Shudo was going to have to listen to some idealist bullshit, judging by the conversation he'd overheard between Ida and Stain before he unsuccessfully crashed their party. Damn it if Shudo didn't really wish he had a plan right about now. So, you're Endeavor's son, Stain said, drawing another knife and pointing it at Shudo. Unfortunately. Come to collect on the glory of taking me down yourself, little hero? Mostly I'm here because I'm lost, Shudo said, and because I'm not interested in standing by and watching while you kill two people. Be warned then. I have a duty to kill these false heroes before you. I don't wish to kill children, especially not young heroes that could, perhaps, become good one day. If you interfere, however, my hands will be tied on the matter. Whatever, Shudo said, narrowing his eyes at Stain despite the frightened thumping of his heart in his chest. You can dress your actions up in the guise of morality, but murder is still just murder. A sadistic chuckle bubbled out of Stain's throat, then deepened, rumbling through the darkness of the alley around them. It set every instinct Shudo had on edge, made every muscle in his body beg him to flee. And under that laugh there was Ida, pleading with Shudo, begging him to leave. This is my fight, Ida proclaimed, with the utmost certainty in the world. I'm the one that's supposed to avenge Ingenium. I'm the one that's supposed to bring this murderer to justice. I never asked you to interfere, Todoroki-kun. I can take care of this myself. For one sad, gut-wrenching moment, Shudo realized that he was looking in a mirror. Ida Tenya, who came from a family of heroes like him. Ida, who had probably trained with his Quirk before he went to UA like him. Ida, consumed by rage and anger and bitterness like Shudo had been just a week ago. Is this what Shudo would have become if he'd kept going as he was? Using his ice stubbornly out of spite, even though it might have meant putting people in danger one day? Is this what Shudo would have become if he'd won that fight with Bakugo, if he'd gotten that bitter validation he'd been so desperately looking for? The next moment, Shudo was dodging to the right to avoid the knife that Stain threw at him. Shudo was fast, but the knife was still faster, grazing the already scarred flesh on his left cheek. That was not a good thing. Shudo didn't know any more about Stain's Quirk than what the police knew and passed on to Endeavor for this case, but he knew it was a paralysis quirk of some kind, and bloodletting was a necessary ingredient. Whether it was the act of bleeding in and of itself or some other factor was unknown, but in case it was the first, this could already be bad for him. Shudo flexed his fingers. He was bleeding, but he could still move. So, not just the blood itself. There was another factor, something Stain had to do beyond that to activate his quirk. Stain threw the sword he'd been holding up into the air. Its trajectory was clear. If Shudo didn't move right now, there was an impromptu haircut in his future. He dodged left, back closer to the center of the alley and away from the wall. Inadvertently, he also dodged directly into Stain's waiting grasp. He gripped Shudo's costume with one hand, surging forward, long, wart-ridden tongue flicking out past his teeth, aiming for the drops of blood beading up and dripping down Shudo's cheek. Shudo panicked for one instant, and then burst into flames in the next, forcing Stain away from him. There was a very brief reprieve in the battle. The attempted face-liking had been telling though. Shudo could guess that consumption of blood was necessary for Stain's quirk. Gross, obviously, but he supposed serial killers probably weren't worried about hepatitis. "I grow tired of these games, little hero," Stain said, from further down the alley. "How about a choice for the hero to be?" Shudo grit his teeth, not liking where this was probably going. Sure enough, Stain leapt back over Ida, between him and the other pro, and pulled out two knives. He sent one flying towards either of them to a chorus of spewed insults from Ida. Shudo leapt forward, ice springing into walls around the alley. One knife buried itself blade first into the wall of ice in front of the pro hero, but the other knife landed somewhere in Ida's arm, sliding past his ice wall with only seconds to spare. Ida cried out as the blade connected with flesh. "Not very smart, obscuring your sight like that," Stain said, leaping over the ice wall that Shudo had acted, slicing off the top of it with an easy swing of his sword. He lunged for Shudo immediately, forcing him into dodging to the left with a sword thrown slightly to the right. The two throwing knives Shudo had just dodged into buried themselves into his arm. He grunted in pain, right hand instinctively flying to the wounds, already slick with blood. It slid down his bicep and dripped off his elbow, landing drop by drop in a sad little puddle by his left foot. This was bad for a number of reasons. Mainly, Shudo couldn't rely on his flames as much now, and he was also leaving usable material for his quirk all over this alley for Stain. Stain surged forward again, and Shudo let spikes of ice burst forth, careful to stop them before they got anywhere near Ida. He was careful of giving Stain material to hide behind this time, too. Not that it mattered, since Stain sprang off of the spikes meant to impale him or at the very least cut him slightly, bursting forward with all the ferocity of a cornered animal, blades held out and crossed into a lethal X. Shudo leapt backwards, barely acting a barrier of ice in between himself and the swords in time. They bounced off of it with a clinking sound. Shudo hurtled around his barrier, hand already raised to create more spikes, more something, to keep fighting. His muscles stiffened in spite of himself, locking up, sending him hurtling to the ground. His chin took the hit since he couldn't brace himself, and it connected with the concrete with a thud and a burst of pain that reverberated through his whole mouth. He raised his eyes and found Stain crouched in front of him, liking up the side of his blood-stained finger. Blood-stained, from the small pool of it that Shudo had left behind when he'd leapt back. Stain had dipped his finger in it. He'd lost. "Todoroki-kun, why?" Ida shouted, but the words felt fuzzy in the back of Shudo's mind. "Why did you try to save me? The minute I told you to run. I told you this is my fight." Stain reached out to Shudo, long fingers curling into the collar of his hero costume as Stain used it to haul Shudo's limp body closer to him. Shudo's heart was beating too loudly. His ears were ringing. In short, he was terrified. He would not go out cowed and broken though. He met Stain's eyes, not flinching away from the old scarring that peppered his cheeks or his pinched, damaged nose. He looked into the eyes of death, his eyes and mouth the only parts of his body that he could move, and death looked back. "I like you, little hero," Stain whispered, like it was a secret. It took everything Shudo had to not flinch at the breath ghosting across his cheek. "I'd like to see what you become. I'll even let you save one of these false heroes after this." Shudo didn't say anything, just stared, defiant. He might be defeated, but he would not be broken. Stain sat him down, disgusting in how gentle it was, and turned Shudo so he could look towards Ida and the other pro. A spike of alarm shot through Shudo's body. No, he wasn't, he couldn't be. You'll want to watch this, Stain advised as he crossed to Ida. Ida looked up at him, finally silent, then back to Shudo. Realization was dawning in his eyes. No, Shudo said, finally speaking. His body felt heavy, dull. He tried to raise a limb, and he failed. He tried again. He would not just lay here, damn it. He would not just lay here and watch while some madman with knives stabbed people. He would not. No. Stain did not raise the knife like in the movies, but lowered it, seemingly picking out a specific point on Ida's. Stop it, Shudo said, aware that he was slipping dangerously close to the territory of begging. Stop it, no. Ida, for his part, just stared up at Stain, defiantly, the same way that Shudo had before. Stain plunged the knife into Ida's throat, retracting it just as quickly. It made a sickening sound, slurping and gurgling, and blood bubbled out of Ida's mouth as he tried to cry out in pain or talk or something. Shudo wanted to reach out to him. He wanted to impale Stain on a pillar of ice. He wanted to stand up. Move, damn it, he commanded his limbs. Get up and fight. Get up. Ida's life spilled out of his throat, pouring and pouring. Occasionally, there was a spurt of blood, bursting out of his wound and speckling his face in red as the puddle beneath his head grew larger and larger, darker with each passing moment. There was a lot of blood that could come out of a person's neck. And for you, Stain said, crossing to the pro still slumped against the wall. He positioned the knife somewhere over his chest, and even from here Shudo could hear him sharply gasp. He screamed as he was stabbed, though, the noise echoing in the alley. It would echo in Shudo's mind afterwards, too. A word of advice for you, Todoroki Shudo, Stain said. He didn't look at Shudo, though, just wiped the blood off of his blade on the shoulder of the hero's costume as he breathed, sharp and laboriously. I would choose which one you're going to save before you can move again. If you try to save them both, then both will die. Stain straightened, sheathing his weapon at his side, and turned away. Shigaraki Tamura has his eyes on you, little hero. You and the blonde one with the red eyes. I'd watch yourself were I you. Another chill ran its course down Shudo's spine. Was it true? He couldn't just trust Stain at his word, obviously, but if Shigaraki was watching him, there were Numu in Hosu. Was it a targeted attack? On him? For what? Shudo looked up, maybe to ask Stain for more details, maybe to do something else, and found that Stain was already gone. All that was left in the alley was ice and two half-dead people and Shudo. Roki, all right? Shudo's gaze snapped toward the voice. It was the pro-hero, his entire NDE-colored costume practically stained red. He must still be paralyzed, since he didn't even have a hand pressed against the wound in his stomach. It was dark in the alley, but there was still enough light from the street for Shudo to see how his flesh puckered around the wound, could hear the way he gasped with every breath. Save, kid, the pro continued. Ma pro. Knew I was gonna die. No, Shudo said. No, Sakai. You've done? Enough, Kay? If your friend. Shudo couldn't remember the last time he cried, but he felt dangerously close to tears now. He squeezed his eyes shut and willed the moisture away. No. Lives aren't. Even near me. I'll push it away, the pro managed between gasps of breath. Ya hear? Don't do it. Save him. Still a kid. No, Shudo whispered. He would shake his head, if he could, stubborn in his refusal. Barely, just barely, his fingers twitched. Please, the pro said, sounding broken. He'd already given up. He was probably saying this because he knew what Shudo was going to decide, as soon as Stain finished speaking. He was trying to make it easier for Shudo to throw his life away, like that was a good thing for a hero to do, like one life could equal the worth of another. God damn it, Shudo hissed as he surged forward all at once. He scrambled in his pocket. His phone, of course, was not there. It had probably taken a tumble at some point while he was running about the city. He didn't have any gauze or bandages either. Shudo eyed the two knives still embedded in his arm. He eyed his sleeve. He supposed he might as well add the possibility of himself bleeding out in this alley to the long, long list of worries he had to think about. Shudo wrapped his fingers around the hilt of one of the knives, buried his teeth in the collar of his costume, and pulled it out. He was immensely glad he gagged himself before he did, since he did yell out in pain as the knife left the wound. He made quick work of the left sleeve of his costume, cutting it off at the shoulder. He began to delicately wrap it around Ida's throat. Shudo did not meet his eyes as he did. "You're doing great," the pro murmured from where he was slumped against the wall. "Keep pressure. There." Shudo gritted his teeth and put a little more pressure on Ida's throat wound. Blood dripped down his arm, mingling with the pool of Ida's blood that Shudo was practically kneeling in. With his other hand, he rooted around in Ida's pockets and found his phone, somehow, miraculously, undamaged. Thank if Ida didn't lock the device, either. Shudo did not call the police. They were probably bogged down with calls for Hosu and likely wouldn't be inclined to respond to one more in the sea. Instead, he dialed a number from memory, hating that he even had it memorized all the while. Endeavor, predictably, did not answer the first time. Or the second. He didn't answer until the sixth call, and when he did, it was in a fit of rage. "I don't know who you think you are, but it's Shudo. I dropped my phone somewhere." "Shudo? Where are you? What happened?" Shudo didn't respond, just cast around for a street sign. Anything noticeable, anything at all. "Dispatch an ambulance to 5th Street, across from a hardware store. Maybe dispatch 2 ambulances." He eyed the pro-hero dubiously. Stain had said that only one of them would survive, but Shudo could hope. He had to hope. "I'm injured too, by the way," he added, because Endeavor might not throw his weight around for random civilians until seeing them himself in the middle of a crisis. "Shudo." Shudo hung up and cast the phone to the side. He could apologize to Ida for that later. For now, he needed to keep him from bleeding to death. Shudo might need to cut off his other sleeve too. "Doing great," the pro murmured from against the wall. "You gonna be great hero." Shudo closed his eyes. He inhaled for 4. He exhaled for 4. And then he looked at the man that he was killing. He committed his face to memory, his hair color, ever minuscule detail about his hero costume. He even committed to memory the blood stains, the sound of his ragged breathing, the way he slumped against the wall. "What's your name?" he asked, voice soft. "I'm sorry I didn't recognize you, native." A wet, sickening sounding chuckle. "Sakikit." Shudo didn't know what to say to that, other than the only thing he was thinking. "I'm sorry," he whispered like it was a pledge. "I'm sorry. Don't be. Moki. I'm sorry. You're doing great. Going to be great. I'm sorry." "Sakai," native said. "A peace." "I'm sorry," Shudo whispered, like it was a vow. Native didn't say anything else. Ida made a strangled noise, and Shudo snapped back onto him. "Shut up," he hissed. Tears, unbidden, had come to Shudo's eyes. "Whatever you're about to say, just don't." Maybe that was a little harsh. Maybe it wasn't. At any rate, when Endeavor finally came what could only be a few minutes later, though it felt like an eternity, Shudo was quiet. 9. Izuku stirred and rolled over, a memory of fingers ghosting through his curls that he didn't recognize. He groaned, but otherwise did nothing to get up. "Oh 9. The burden placed on this one's shoulders is easily the heaviest of them all." Izuku wrapped himself in his all-might comforter. He didn't have enough money to buy a different one right now. Besides, it was cozy and sank further into sleep. "I wish you knew how smart you are." Fingers ghosted through his hair again, the touch soft and caring. It reminded Izuku of his mother's touch, of the way she slid her own fingers through his hair. "I wish you knew how brave you are." 7. I know. Wake up, 9. Hosu is burning. He's looking for you, 9. He'll chase down every lead until he finds you. Just remember Hosu, okay? You're so smart, 9. You'll know what it means. The fingers that weren't there ghosted through curls one last time, and Midoriya Izuku opened his eyes. Izuku woke quietly, with one for all humming softly in his veins. It was warm and pleasant, almost like a hug, and Izuku sighed. His dreams felt hazier and more distant than usual, and when he grasped for the tiniest detail, everything fled. He sat up in his bed, eyes falling on the clock on his nightstand that read 4:10 a.m. Earlier than any sane person would want to get up, but still too late for Izuku to succeed in falling back asleep. He yawned as he squirmed from beneath his blankets, making for the bathroom attached to his dorm room, where he idly brushed his teeth. He scrolled through his phone as he did, just for something to do, until he eventually settled on the news. The toothbrush stilled in his mouth. There was a full-scale attack on Hosu last night. Hosu? Had he been dreaming of Hosu? Izuku finished brushing his teeth, spat, and rinsed in record time. He wandered out of the bathroom, phone in hand, as he collapsed on his bed and clicked on article after article, anything he could find. 3 Numis, all apprehended by Endeavor. Izuku was glad the flame hero had been there. He didn't like him much, or his property damage statistics, or the way he treated his fans, but it was an undeniable truth that the Numis were always going to be too much for the average pro hero. In terms of pure power, he doubted few others besides Endeavor, and All Might could stand toe-to-toe with a Numu and come out looking no worse the wear. Shigaraki Tamura, presumed leader of the League of Villains and All for One's puppet, spotted on the top of a water tower with Kurojairi, another member of the League of Villains with a warping quirk. The hero killer, Stain, who murdered a pro-hero named Native. He had also taken it upon himself to seriously wound 2 UA students. The 2 chosen seemed intentional. 2 Ida Tenya, younger brother of Hero Ingenium, who fell under Stain's blades about a week ago. Todoroki Shuto, youngest son of Hero Endeavor. One of the more speculative, gossipy articles about the incident that Izuku found pointed out that it seemed Stain had allowed Todoroki to live, since his injuries were the least severe. The implications of the theory were wide and equally revolting in every single one of them, and Izuku forced himself to read every theory, even the baseless, insensitive ones that implied Todoroki might be working with the League of Villains, before he closed out of that particular article. Todoroki and Ida might come from hero families, but they were kids. They were Izuku's age. They were in the same year as him. They were going to a prestigious hero school, like him. What right did these reporters have implying that they had been anything but victims in yet another tragic crime the League of Villains committed against UA? Izuku's brain screeched to a sudden halt. The League of Villains, a group definitively connected to All for One, attacking UA again. UA where Yagi worked. UA, where Izuku couldn't go because they display their students' quirks on live television. Ida Tenya, who won 3rd place at the UA Sports Festival's first-year stage. Todoroki Shuto, who won 2nd place at the UA Sports Festival's first-year stage. Ida Tenya and Todoroki Shuto, who both had extremely powerful quirks, who both dominated the sports festival with displays of their power and their control of that power, and who were taught by All Might. Izuku covered his mouth with his hand as he closed out of the news entirely, opened his contacts, and called a familiar number. Yagi picked up on the 3rd ring, even though it was barely past 4:30 in the morning, sounding groggy and disoriented. Young Midoriya? What time is it? It's 4:39 a.m., Izuku said, reading dutifully from his alarm clock. Have you seen the news on Hosu? There was silence on the other end of the line, then shuffling, like Yagi was getting up. Izuku winced, but still didn't apologize for waking his mentor up this early. He could apologize after he asked his question. Yagi yawned, then suddenly gasped. It must have been the moment he checked the news himself. Numu, Izuku agreed, and Shigaraki Tamura and Kurojairi on a water tower, and Stain running amok seriously injuring UA students. What? Yagi said, with a forcefulness that usually belonged to his muscular form. There was silence after his what that stretched for several long minutes, presumably as he read, but Izuku didn't interrupt. Young Todoroki and young Ida, how? Yagi-sensei, I have a question for you and you have to promise me you'll answer it even though it's seemingly out of the blue, Izuku said, since he knew enough about the situation that Izuku could ask it now. What is it, my boy? He sounded shaken. Izuku sounded shaken too, when he took in a deep breath and voiced his thoughts. What happens when one for all is passed on to someone that already has a quirk? What? Where's this coming from? Please, Yagi-sensei, Izuku said, resting his forehead against his knuckles. Please just humor me. Yagi was silent for a long moment. Whether he was thinking about an answer or trying to parse through Izuku's thought process, it was hard to tell. Finally, Yagi spoke. One for all is an enhancement quirk. It enhances physical strength, and when given to quirkless people like you and I, that's all that it does. When given to someone with a pre-existing quirk, however, it would also enhance that. Izuku breathed out a long sigh as dread settled into his bones. Do you remember what we said? When you told me you took a teaching position at UA, and I asked you why, and you told me to think through reasons. I do, Yagi said, sounding confused. There's disguising my time limit, or course, and the dissipation of my quirk, and the possibility of you theoretically choosing a successor from amongst UA's students, Izuku finished. Somebody with a strong, powerful quirk. Probably from the classes you teach the most often. Izuku's voice was starting to shake, so he fished the fidget cube Uwabami gave him out of his desk drawer and clicked one of the buttons on it. A student whose quirk might have, presumably, just received a power-up. I watched UA's sports festival this year, you know. The way Ida-san's engines burned white-hot made him seem even faster than Ingenium. Todoroki-san freezing half the stadium was quite the power move too. I could honestly say that Todoroki-san maybe has more raw power than even Endeavor does. Young Midoriya, Yagi said, sounding faint. Where are you going with this? They're looking for me, Izuku said, as tears silently collected in his eyes and spilled down his cheeks. They're going to go through your most powerful students until they find me. It's true, isn't it, Yagi-sensei? My plan worked perfectly. All for One is convinced your successor is at UA, and he's using Shigaraki to try to find them. And he's not going to stop until he does. Young Midoriya, you don't know that, Yagi said, trying to be soothing. You don't know that he was targeting young Ida or young Todoroki. Even if he was, it's not your fault. If anything, it would be my fault, my boy, not yours. It was my idea, wasn't it? Izuku asked. I'm the one that wanted to hide. Young Midoriya. Izuku sniffled impressively and wiped the tears out of his eyes, pulling himself together in one motion. You're right, he said. I don't know for sure that All for One is using the League of Villains to target UA students to try to find me. And there's not any sense in worrying about what-ifs. But if I'm right, Izuku trailed off, and only continued in a much quieter voice. If I'm right, I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive myself. My boy, Yagi said, but he seemed at a loss for what to say. It's not your fault. Either way, it's not your fault. You can't blame yourself for this. I know, Izuku said, standing to set the fidget cube on his desk. He took one long breath in, held it, then let it out. I just wanted to talk about Hosu. I have classes in a few hours, and you probably want to try and get some more sleep, so I'll let you go. Yagi was silent for a long time before he finally said, Okay, my boy. Call me back when you get done with classes today, if you get the chance. Okay, Yagi-sensei, Izuku said. I'll try. I'll look forward to it, my boy. Izuku breathed out a long sigh. I'll talk to you later, Yagi-sensei. Goodbye, young Midoriya. Izuku did not call him later. Catchphrases, Uwabami drawled as she slid elegantly across the front of the room, are very important to hero work. They can define you as a hero just as much as an ultimate move can, if you are a combat-oriented sort of hero. Take, for example, All Might. Say, does anyone in this room know what his catchphrase is? Several students laughed, Izuku included. The better question would probably be who didn't know that. Exactly, Uwabami said, pausing behind her podium and folding her hands beneath her chin. If you were a citizen in need of rescue, and you heard a booming voice declare I am here, you would most likely feel some measure of preemptive safety, would you not? Catchphrases vary from hero to hero. Some, like Crimson Riot, may not have so much as a declaration when they arrive on fights as a repeated phrase they use often in interviews or the like. Does anyone know that one? A few people raised their hands this time, Izuku included. Uwabami smiled and nodded. Hojo-san. You're thinking of chivalrous spirit, right? She asked, tilting her head to the side curiously. Her tail swished through the air as she did. Izuku dodged it deftly. That is correct, Iwabami said, nodding towards her. Today, I want you to brainstorm a few catchphrases for yourself. Excluding Midoriya-sen, you all have hero names picked out. You have ideas for what avenues of heroics you want to go into. I suggest bouncing ideas off of one another with the time I give you today. By tomorrow, I want a list of at least 5 potential catchphrases prepared. They set to work, pulling desks towards friends to chat with one another. Izuku didn't join in any of the groups, though, just sat by himself, silently tapping his marker against his board. He was running into the same problem with catchphrases that he'd run into with hero names. Whenever he'd thought of either thing in the past, it was only in terms of the best way to rip off All Might. And that he obviously couldn't do that anymore. Hey, class rep, Nakamura chirped, and Izuku lifted his board off his desk just in time for her to push herself up on it. I've got an idea for a catchphrase for you. Do tell, Izuku said. Normally, he wouldn't give her an opening to make whatever sort of joke she was about to make, but, frankly, he was a little desperate right now. Thick thighs save lives, Nakamura declared smugly. Izuku groaned, put his arms on what little of his desk had been left to him, and buried his face in them. Leave me alone. Get some sleep, Nakamura countered, whacking him on the back of his head with her own board. Don't think I didn't notice the eye bags. What are you doing in the training gyms for hours after school anyway? Training? Every single night? That's how you get better, isn't it? That's how you work yourself into an early grave, more like, Nakamura decided. I must agree with Hanako-chan on this one, Watanabe added. There was a horrific scraping noise that most likely meant she was dragging her desk over. You look like you have seen better days, Midoriya-kun. Yeah, but I've mastered backflips off of 3-story tall buildings. Though, he knew better than to try denying he looked a little worse for wear because of it. I don't know if I'd call that worth it, man, Nakamura said. When Izuku deigned not to respond, she cleared her throat. Anyway, since we're all gathered here today for this glorious meeting, how cheesy would it be to say something like, no problem is too big or small for the size hero, shrink and grow? Extremely cheesy, Izuku answered. Perfect for you, though. He got whacked on the back of the head again. Anyway, that's one for me, that's one for Midoriya-kun. I am not writing thick thighs save lives down for my assignment, Nakamura-san. So what about you, Mura-chan? Watanabe sighed. If I wish to go the cheesy route as well, I was thinking that I could say, nothing is too dark as long as I am around. I don't think it's a bad start, Nakamura said. I think you should focus on your serene demeanor, Watanabe-sen, Izuku said, finally emerging from his arms to stare dejectedly at his blank board. You could even say something like, where there is darkness, there is also light. That's sort of what you said to me when you described your quirk, anyway. He is so wise when it comes to others, Watanabe said, prodding him lightly, yet so terrible at defining himself. He defines himself by his thighs, Nakamura said. Stop or I'll leave. This is your desk, Class Republic. Then I'll make you leave. What are you gonna do, crush me between your thighs? Izuku let out a noise that was half frustrated and half strangled. Why are you so obsessed with that anyway? Why aren't you? Hanako-chan has a point, though you hate to see it, Watanabe said. Izuku shot her a glare, and she raised her hands placatingly. Choosing catchphrases that play off of your physical appearance or skills may be a good option for you, seeing as you have yet to choose a hero name. The problem with Midoriya-kun here, Arakawa said, boosting himself up onto Watanabe's desk as he entered the conversation, which was unnecessary, since his desk was right in front of hers anyway, is that he spends too much time helping everyone else figure themselves out and not enough time helping himself figure anything out. He paused, then added, with the exception of his latest move to kick our buttes into next week, of course. He puts plenty of effort into that. Izuku sighed. I don't think being too helpful is necessarily a bad problem to have, though. I'm so glad you feel that way, Arakawa said, because I actually need help with picking out a catchphrase or two. Izuku perked up immediately. Try to figure something like this out for himself when he had to keep everything about his quirk secret? No thanks. Help someone else? Much better. Well, Izuku said, drumming his fingers to organize his thoughts so they didn't come spilling out of his head unprompted instead. You want to be a sec appeal hero, you have a plant control quirk, and you can create pheromones that can cause people that breathe them in to act certain ways. I'd probably go the pun route? Something along the lines of growing on people? Ooh, I'm stealing that, Nakamura said. Arakawa, do your thing and make it some weird EC joke instead. Arakawa cast a hand over his heart, putting on his best melodramatic expression. You wound me by assuming I was not already making it a sec joke. Also, my jokes are great, not weird. Watanabe watched them for a moment, amused, before looking back to Izuku. What of your quirk? She suggested. You could make catchphrases that utilize a storm motif. That wasn't necessarily a bad idea. It could get him through this assignment, at least. But where to start? You could do something about being the calm before the storm, or whatever, Nakamura suggested. Or go with an eye of the storm thing? You could say, I'm bringing the storm, or something dramatic like that, Arakawa suggested with a flourish of his hand. Watanabe frowned. Midoriya-kun himself is a very calm and reassuring individual. Perhaps steering away from phrases that will paint him as intense would be best. Mura-chan, your naivety, it's charming. Really? Nakamura jabbed her marker at her. But you've also never been on the receiving end of that guy's thighs. He's terrifying. Izuku opened his mouth to protest the thigh thing, yet again, but he got interrupted before he even started. Do both, Arakawa suggested, looking at Izuku. Both intense catchphrases and calming ones. The intense ones can be for the villains trapped between your thighs, and the reassuring ones can be for the civilians swooning on the sidelines. Izuku opened his mouth to protest both the thigh comment and the swooning comment, but he was interrupted, again. How are those catchphrases coming along over here? Iwabami asked, gliding over to their little makeshift group and resting a hip against Hojo's vacated desk. We're mostly doing good, Nakamura said. Midoriya-kun is struggling though. Iwabami smiled, twirling her finger through the air. Understand that these things are harder for him, as an aspiring underground hero, than they are for you. Really, Midoriya-kun? Watanabe asked, tilting her head to the side. You wish to enter the underground instead of standing in the light? Well, sort of, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't really know that I'd have what it takes. I would like to though. Also, Watanabe-san, you should use that as a catchphrase. For villains. It could be sort of intimidating, you know? Watanabe paused for a moment, then said, why choose to walk in the shadows, when instead you could stand in the light? Oh, I love that, Iwabami cooed. Let's hear more. Let me grow on you, Arakawa said, striking a dramatic pose and then casting a wink in Iwabami's direction. Wonderful, she said, clapping her hands. That plays to the hero persona you're cultivating quite well, Arawa-san. Thanks, sensei, he muttered, his green cheeks tinted slightly pink. There's no problem too big or too small. Nakamura said, growing slightly as she did and throwing both arms in the air. Well done, Iwabami said, nodding. I can see that working with children, especially. Thank you, Iwabami-sensei. Nakamura chirped, shrinking back down to her original size. Of course. And you, Midoriya-san? Does anything come to mind? Did anything come to mind? A new dawn, a new day, a fresh start. In these moments, right as the sun is first peeking over the horizon, the day is malleable. It could become anything you wanted it to be. Izuku clutched a hand over his heart, fingertips digging into his shirt. That was what Yagi had said back on the beach that day. A new dawn. A new day. A fresh start. But what would Izuku make of it? He tightened his hand into a fist, twisting the fabric of his shirt with it. Hope, he murmured, is always on the horizon. For a moment, the other four were completely silent. It lasted long enough for Izuku's old nerves to set in again. He'd said something weird, hadn't he? It was a stupid idea. It didn't even make sense. It had nothing to do with his quirk or his non-existent hero name or himself, Even, just a variation of something Yagi once said to him and nothing more. Nakamura groaned. You can't just go from being totally lost to being insanely profound, Midoriya-kun. That's so unfair to the rest of us. I agree that it is a lovely idea, Uwabami added. It is also very well branded for your image, quiet and confident. It's a phrase that would do well at both instilling villains with fear and citizens with, well, hope. They actually liked it, apparently. He hadn't been expecting that. Thank you, Uwabami-sensei, he said. Thank you all. Always so polite, Watanabe teased. We are happy to help, of course, Uwabami said, lifting off of the desk. Well, you four are in good shape, so I'll be off to check on the others. By the way, Midoriya, her eyes glittered dangerously in the light of the classroom as she looked over her shoulder at him. Your request got approved. As such, you'll be joining the second years at their intensive training camp this summer. What? Izuku asked. The other three were staring at him now, but he kept his gaze on Uwabami. A training camp? Here at Shiketsu High, we take pride in the work we do, she said, bowing dramatically. As such, we want as many students passing that pesky provisional licensing exam as possible, yes? With that, she retreated, and Nakamura, Arakawa, and Watanabe erupted into questions around him. You come up with some of the craziest Quirk training ideas, Yurashi declared as soon as Izuku finished explaining their presence in the gym tonight. Yurashi didn't seem upset by Izuku's proposition though. If anything, he seemed excited. Right? Izuku said. I mean, just think about it. Having control over my trajectory when released from any point in the air is going to hone my body in ways that just doing ground exercises isn't. And you get to work on control over whirlwind. It's a win-win situation. Trust me, I'm not complaining, Yurashi said, grinning. I feel like you're going to hurt yourself though. Just, Izuku eyed the distance from the ground to the top of the gym. Don't drop me from higher than 2.5 meters. And help me lay out these mats over the floor. Sir, yes sir, Yurashi said, saluting him. He raised both his arms, the wind rising with them, and then Yurashi swiped a hand through the air, taking a row of sparring mats along with it. Izuku grinned. Yurashi's control really was impeccable. Being able to take the mats but leave the targets next to them? Amazing. Izuku wasn't going to let him be the only one showing off, though. One for all thrummed to life beneath his skin, and Izuku sped forward, a stream of green sparks trailing him. He leapt into the air to snag one of Yurashi's mats and flung it to the ground. Izuku stuck the landing, two sneakers squeaking against the floor of the gym as he skidded backwards. Yurashi laughed and laid out a mat of his own with a well-controlled wind current, and Izuku grabbed another, throwing it down. At the end, they were both panting, hands on their knees, standing on the now sparring mat-padded gym floor. I got 21, Izuku panted. Try hard, Yurashi accused, casting him a sharp grin. I only got 19. You kept taking mine. I sure did, Izuku said, pleased with himself. He took one last gasp of air and straightened. Onto what we're actually doing then. Right on, Yurashi huffed, straightening as well. He raised his arms again, and the winds started picking up around them. This time Yurashi lifted with them, and then, a moment later, Izuku lifted too. Izuku braced himself. He'd been on the receiving end of whirlwinds several times, now but still, flying was something he didn't immediately get used to. Ready to move? Yurashi called. Izuku gave a nod, and a gesture from Yurashi later, and Izuku was caught on a wind current, being carried clockwise around the room. Izuku swallowed his nausea and tried to focus, keep his body oriented, keep one for all coursing through him at 8%, stick the landing whenever it came. Canceling in 3, 2, now. Izuku was tilted slightly backwards, and try as he did to control his momentum through the fall, he still landed awkwardly, his butt taking the brunt of the impact rather than his legs. Yurashi laughed as he crossed to Izuku, offering him a hand up. I told you that you were going to get hurt, he said. Not hurt, Izuku grumbled, though he accepted the hand up. My butt tingles a bit, but I'm not hurt. Yurashi laughed again, loud and booming. Well, that's about what I'd expect from a first attempt. Again. We're doing this until I stick every landing or you get tired of helping me, Yurashi-kun, Izuku said. Yurashi ruffled his hair in response. You better start landing then. They flew again. This time, Izuku landed face first. Izuku pushed himself up before Yurashi could offer, and they went again. This time, Izuku was able to adjust himself as he fell, though he lost his balance shortly after landing. 3 more repetitions after that, and Izuku started sticking the landings perfectly. 10 repetitions after that, and he stuck them no matter what angle Yurashi dropped him from, even if Yurashi had flipped him completely upside down first. 15 repetitions later, and Izuku jumped up to give Yurashi a high five with each hand. Then, he grinned wickedly up at his friend. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Yurashi agreed, slapping Izuku heartily on the back. That was a good training session. Oh, we're not done training, Izuku said, checking his watch. It's only 7 p.m. after all. Yurashi eyed him, suspicious and a little bit fearful. Izuku laughed. It was a look he was used to from his classmates. What else do you have in mind? I'm so glad you asked, Yurashi-kun, Izuku said, already falling into a defensive stance. Now we apply it. Yurashi laughed. No way, Midoriya-kun. I'm not sparring with you hand to hand. Izuku only held his stance and continued grinning at his friend. Didn't you tell me yesterday that your hand-to-hand needs a little work, Yurashi-kun? Not against you, he laughed. It sounded like a nervous laugh. Izuku shifted, holding one arm out in front of him now. Then he wiggled his fingers in a silent bring-it gesture. Yurashi sighed in defeat. Don't you even think about using your quirk? He said, pointing at Izuku threateningly with his water bottle still clutched in his hand. Izuku lifted his shoulders in an innocent shrug, watching carefully as Yurashi ran a hand over his head and sat his water bottle down, settling into a stance of his own. Yurashi made the first move, as he usually did, lunging towards Izuku with his right arm stretched out. Izuku dodged the hit, catching Yurashi's arm with both hands. He dodged again as Yurashi brought a knee up to kick him in the gut. Now, time to test what he'd learned about controlled falling. He pulled himself up using Yurashi's arm. He felt the other boy tensing underneath him, expecting what was coming to him. And who was Izuku to not deliver? Still keeping a tight hold on his arm, Izuku swung his legs up and over Yurashi's shoulders, careful to exude what he hoped was the perfect amount of momentum as they both twisted, Yurashi toppling with the added weight on his shoulders. Izuku twisted the arm around his back as they went down, holding it there. Yurashi groaned. That didn't even take you a full minute. You swing extremely wide, Izuku advised, not for the first time. You'll fare well against opponents that are the same size as you, but us agile types can get inside your defenses easily. Keep your limbs closer to your body as you attack. Otherwise, though, how was that fall? Did it hurt any more or less than usual? Yurashi considered. It hurt less, I think. Cool, Izuku said, releasing him now. He wasn't able to keep the stupid grin off his face, though. That means all our hard work paid off. We could probably call it a night if you really wanted. Nope, Yurashi said, climbing to his feet and dusting off his hands. We're staying here until I beat you in at least one spar or you get tired of helping me, Midoriya-kun. Izuku grinned. It took Yurashi about 15 attempts, but he finally laid Izuku out, throwing him over his shoulder with enough force to force the air in his lungs out of them once he landed. When Yurashi asked if he was okay, Izuku only managed a weak thumbs up. Yurashi laughed. They finally called it quits after that. Midoriya-kun. That was definitely Yurashi. Izuku peeked around his classmates, wondering what Yurashi was doing here and why. He spotted not just Yurashi, but the entire other class of hero students at Shiketsu High, led by their homeroom teacher. Izuku raised his hand in greeting for his friend, who responded with an enthusiastic wave of his own. Friend of yours? Nakamura asked, eyeing Yurashi. Isn't he that loud guy from the entrance exam? Izuku smiled privately to himself. He wondered how Yurashi would feel about being known as that. Probably good, knowing him. He was proud of his loudness. Yeah, he said. That's Yurashi Inasa. He got the second highest score on the practical exam. He seems to be a very bright individual, Watanabe said, her expression lifting into a smile as she observed him. Izuku made a noise of agreement. I wonder if we're taking the practical portion of our final exam with Class 2. Arakawa wrinkled his nose slightly. Not out of disgust, but confusion. Why? We're used to teaming up with each other, silly, Nakamura said, looping one of her arms through one of his and the other through one of Watanabe's. If we team up with members of 1 to 2, it'll be more challenging. Watanabe looped her free arm through Izuku's and hummed thoughtfully. If this is the case, I wonder how we may be paired up? Our scores on the entrance exam are a possibility, Izuku offered, accepting his fate as an arm attachment surprisingly easily. He was too used to them doing this by now. Watanabe made a strange expression. What about those of us that were accepted through review, like Hanako-chan? Way to call a girl out, Mura-chan, Nakamura said, unimpressed. I merely used you as an example, Watanabe said, blinking owlishly. Of course, Arako-kun was also accepted via review. I could have just as easily said his name instead of yours. Hey! Arakawa protested, from Nakamura's other side. It's not my fault I was in a cityscape. There aren't as many plants there. It looks like you may be delegated to a similar fate this time around too, Arawa-kun, Izuku observed, eyeing the city Kinetic was leading them towards. The oddly familiar city. Most likely, they'd taken the entrance exam here. Kinetic was being suspiciously quiet too, which was rarely a good sign. It was that moment Yurashi caught up to them, slapping Izuku heartily on the back, as per usual. Izuku was making progress, though, since he barely even stumbled. Midoriya-kun. And friends. Midoriya-kun's friends. Hello. Hello, Watanabe replied, ever calm and serene even in the face of Yurashi's enthusiasm. Heya, Nakamura said, much less on the serene side and much more on the sharp one. You're extremely tall, so I don't know about the logistics of this, but you can join the arm linking thing too, Izuku said, offering his elbow to Yurashi. Yo, Arakawa said. I've got this. Nakamura-sen, trade me and then grow, and then Yurashi-kun can link arms with you. Yurashi gave Izuku a look. Izuku gave him a shrug in response. All right then. Yurashi said instead, ever the enthusiast. Arakawa and Nakamura shuffled, and Yurashi was tacked onto the end. What is this, by the way? Why do we do it? This is to keep Midoriya-kun over there from running off, Nakamura said. Hey now, Izuku said, but they had a good point. He did his best to not be particularly sociable, which meant the more he could escape social interactions, the better. It was dangerous to get too comfortable with others. Yurashi boomed out a laugh. Does he run off often? He is a runner, Watanabe said. Midoriya-kun informed us of your identity, by the way. I am Watanabe Mura. I see you're tasked with keeping Midoriya-kun grounded today. I am usually tasked with keeping Midoriya-kun grounded, Watanabe said, gravely, like she took her job. Very seriously. Knowing her, she did. He is easily distracted by quirks. He's easily distracted by heroes, too, Yurashi helpfully supplied. Traitor, Izuku commented. Akoa and Nakamura, so often of the same mind, both laughed boisterously. Oh my, Nakamura said. I like you, tall guy. I'm Nakamura Hanako, by the way. It's very nice to meet you. Arakawa Toru is my name. Arakawa made a face. Hey, are those the villains from the entrance exam? They are. Kinetic said, apparently choosing that moment to latch onto the conversation his students were having. And you'll be fighting them today. The villains, which were actually a highly trained group of adrenaline junkies and martial arts specialists, shifted with barely contained nervous excitement at this. Like before, all of them were wearing Quirk-suppressing cuffs. Are we to repeat the entrance exam, then, to see if we may best our personal scores? Watanabe asked, the arm linked with Izuku's still half-raised in question. Incorrect. Kinetic said, pointing at her enthusiastically all the same. No, today, you're teaming up in pairs of 2 that have already been decided. Seeing as we wanted to make skill levels as fair as possible, you will be paired with your closest score partner from the practical portion of the entrance exam. Meaning first and second will be a pair, third and fourth will be a pair, and so on and so forth. Izuku felt a jolt run down his spine. No way. First and second? That would mean. Izuku looked over Watanabe's, Arakawa's, and Nakamura's heads to meet Yorashi's devilish grin. Oh, this was going to be fun. Your objective, Kinetic said, still dishing out the rules, is to rescue a hostage from a group of villain terrorists, played by these fine ladies and gentlemen in front of you. This is a test of your skill in situations where you are severely outnumbered, your strength in stealth operations, your ability to strategize, as well as your ability to work with someone you may have never worked with before. It is not going to be easy. Kinetic went on to explain the rules. The hostage would be stationed somewhere in the middle of the city, surrounded by all of the villains, and they had to both fight off the villains to get the hostage, and then rescue said hostage, carrying the doll through a gate at the end of the arena. In other words, it was basically a Herculean task set before them. Izuku had no doubt that their teachers probably expected them to fail. Izuku was not interested in failing. All right, first pair, Kinetic said, checking his clipboard. That'd be Midoriya Izuku and Yorashi Inasa. Next is Hojo Anri and Suga Kohei. As Kinetic continued to read off names, Izuku quietly disentangled himself from Watanabe and crossed to Yorashi's side. Yorashi grinned at him and offered him a fist, which Izuku bumped his own gloved knuckles against with a satisfying talk. Remember how we were training in the gym the other day? Izuku murmured. They weren't the only group that had united to start quietly discussing strategy while Kinetic continued to read off names. The quirkless sparring or the part where I repeatedly dropped you from the skies? Yorashi whispered back, in one of the rare moments he was capable of whispering. The latter, Izuku said. Want to make it a combo move? I would freaking love to make that a combo move, Yorashi said. We're calling it Green Bullet. Izuku raised his eyebrows at the speed with which he decided that. All right, Green Bullet it is. So, my fighting style is already suited to hit and run tactics, so I'm thinking. Start at the edges and work our way in, Yorashi said, nodding. I'm not great with subtlety, so I could be the distraction. I can hold my own against larger groups. And when we start getting closer to the hostage, Green Bullet. Izuku said, spreading his hands. Into the thickest cloud of villains surrounding the hostage. I'll take them out fast. With your thigh flip. Yeah, with my thigh flip. I don't even is that what it's even called? Is that what we're calling it? I think that's as close to the terminology as we're going to get, Midoriya-kun, Yorashi said, his lips twitching as if he was holding back laughter. Alright, so the thigh flip, I guess. Anyway, I can take people out pretty fast with that. Hopefully we'll have taken out enough of them by then that openings happen more often, so I'll grab the hostage and run, while you distract them. I'll catch up to you as soon as I can get away. And we'll trade off who has the hostage. 10 minutes of planning time starts now. Kinetic called as he finished reading off the names. Why are we trading off who has the hostage? Because now, I'm the decoy, not you, Izuku said. I mean, if you were the decoy the entire time, they're probably going to keep assuming that's the case, right? So I take the hostage to the gate, you distract them, and we win? Bam, Izuku said, bumping knuckles with Yorashi again. Bam, he agreed. Of course, plans rarely work though. Obviously, Izuku said. Improvisation is key, right? So your solution is just to wing it? Yorashi asked. Izuku shrugged. Basically, what are we gonna do otherwise? Sit here and try to think of every statistical anomaly that could possibly occur. Fair enough, Yorashi said, laughing jubilantly. 5 minutes. Kinetic called. So, what do you want to do for the next 5 minutes? Izuku asked. Try to account for some of the statistical anomalies? Actually, I'd like to know how you're doing, Yorashi said. No offense, Midoriya-kun, but you look like you haven't slept in a week. Izuku made a non-committal noise. Everyone was so concerned about his sleeping schedule lately. I'm okay. Midoriya-kun, come on, Yorashi said. We have 5 minutes. Just say it. Izuku dragged a hand over his face, mindful of the brim of his hat. It's fine, he said, though he didn't dare try for a smile. Really, I'm fine. Yorashi seemed to consider this, clearly questioning him. Thinking of Yurashi as being smart wasn't usually the first impression that people got from him, but it was still true. Izuku knew that. "You're worked up over that thing that happened in Hosu," Yurashi guessed. He wasn't wrong, not entirely. Izuku was worried about Hosu, yes, but mostly he was worried about the dreams. Nights spent hovering over destroyed cities with a bird's-eye view, of looking down and seeing unfamiliar hands stained with blood, of the feeling of rage usually so delicately contained inside of him, tucked away. Behind his smiles with all the rest bursting out of his body. The feeling of sludge sliding between his fingers, a pair of glazed-over red eyes, a name echoing in his memory that lived and died on his tongue when he opened his eyes. "Midoriya-kun?" Yurashi asked, gripping Izuku's shoulder suddenly. When Izuku smiled at him, it was bright and friendly and entirely genuine, and Yurashi visibly relaxed. "Sorry, I got lost in my thoughts a little there," Izuku said. "I am worked up about Hosu, obviously. I don't know anyone who isn't, in one way or another. But I'm doing something about it. That's all that matters." "Doing something about it?" Yurashi prompted. "Oh yeah," Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck. "I forgot to mention it. I actually petitioned the school board to let me take the provisional licensing exam a year early. You know, so that I can start working as a hero. It would be under the supervision of another hero, of course, but action is action." "Oh," Yurashi said, suddenly inexplicably bashful for some reason. "Ironically, I made the same appeal." Izuku felt his jaw drop. "Did you really?" "I did. It got approved." "So did mine. Wait, does that mean you're going to the training camp too? With the second years?" "That's the one." "I am." Izuku frowned, then laughed so hard he hunched over, clutching his stomach. "I don't know how we didn't know we both had the same idea before now." "I suppose we didn't want to upset the other?" Yurashi suggested, though he laughed too. "I didn't want to upset you, anyway, in case you thought I was looking down on you by it, or something along those lines." "How ridiculous," Izuku commented, wiping laughter tears out of his eyes. "Yurashi-kun, you're always looking down on me." "I'm not. I swear, Yurashi stopped, squinting at Izuku suspiciously. "Did you just make a short joke? About yourself?" "Technically I'm not short," Izuku said, holding up a finger in protest but still barely containing his laughter. "You're just tall. But yes, I did make a short joke about myself. How the mighty fall for the sake of comedy, I suppose." "1 minute." Kinetic called. "Yurashi-san, Midoriya-san, get ready to head into the arena." Izuku saluted him, crossing to the entrance with Yurashi as he pulled his goggles down from where they perched on the rim of his hat and over his eyes. "Anyway, it's nice to know I'm not doing it alone. A friendly face is always welcome, right, Yurashi-kun?" He nudged him as he said the last part, and Yurashi laughed. "You have no idea how much I agree with you," he said. "Honestly, I was very nervous." "For now," Izuku said, allowing his grin to swallow his face at the prospect of this upcoming fight, "let's destroy this thing." "Hell yeah," Yurashi said, bracing himself the same way Izuku was now. The buzzer sounded to signal the start of their exam, and they set off, nodding to each other as they parted ways, though they remained close enough that they could be at the other's side in a flash, should they need the assist. Izuku and Yurashi were both heroes that marketed themselves on their speed, after all. Izuku slunk into the shadows of the back alleys in this city at the same time that Yurashi took to the skies, flanking and cornering. Izuku's movements were precise and meticulous. He checked around every corner for hidden enemies, and only moved on when they were clear. Judging by constant wind threatening to blow his hat off his head, Yurashi was already at work at some other part of the city. Izuku made his rounds around the perimeter quickly. One villain spotted him as he rounded a corner and opened her mouth to shout, but a burst of one for all allowed Izuku to get to her before she could shout to any others nearby. She threw a punch in his direction and he grabbed her arm and pulled, using her momentum from the attack to push her to the ground. He twisted the same arm behind her back. "I yield," she said, and that was all Izuku needed to climb off of her and continue his spiraling patrol. If the villains in these exercises yielded, That meant they were effectively unconscious or unsuspectingly hogtied somewhere in real-world terms. Not permitted to interfere in any way following their takedown, and Izuku didn't have time to exchange niceties. His next victim had his back turned when Izuku rounded the corner of the alley he was stationed in, and was taken down equally as fast as the woman had been. Izuku's third victim spotted him on their patrol and put up a little more of a fight, calling for backup. Only 2 others rushed over to help them though, which was fine. Izuku could handle a 3-on-1. Izuku kicked at the first one and, predictably, they dodged. Izuku grinned whether they knew it or not. They'd just given him the perfect opportunity. He hooked his leg around their neck instead, and then his other, both of them spinning to the ground with his added weight. Izuku kept pressure tight around the victim's throat, not tight enough that they were at risk of dying from oxygen deprivation, but certainly enough that they weren't going anywhere. Izuku grabbed the second man's leg with both arms and pulled, launching the fully grown man with musculature to rival All Might himself to the ground with just a fraction of one for all. Yield. The villain between Izuku's legs gasped, and that was all Izuku needed to move again. He used the leg of the other guy, which he was still holding, as a support to pull himself up, kicking one leg over another until Izuku was back on his feet again, and then he flung the All Might-sized man into the nearest building. Judging by the sound of the crash, the dent he left in the wall, and the groans coming from where he had landed on the ground, he was not getting up anytime soon. The last of the 3 villains stood, watching him warily from several meters away. Izuku hummed thoughtfully to himself. A long-ranged attack would be useful for moments like this, when an opponent was wary of getting in close quarters with him. All Might had rarely used long-ranged attacks with One for All before, though. Izuku wondered if it was even possible at his percentage level, or if he needed to be at 100% to perform an attack like that. Izuku approached the woman instead, one step at a time, calculating her shifting defensive stances. She would have to face him eventually. Honestly, he was sort of hoping she would call for more reinforcements first, though. If they came to him, it would make his job a lot easier after all. The woman did not disappoint. As soon as she shouted, Izuku sprang on her, blocking the kick she threw at him before landing one of his own, right in between her ribs. She staggered back as Izuku came forward, landing a carefully placed and carefully controlled punch to her throat. Her hand flew to her throat at the same time her other hand came up, already making the yield sign. "I'm sorry about the bruises," Izuku told her. "Will you give my apologies to the guy I threw at a building too?" She gave him a thumbs up, and Izuku moved on to the next 3 villains that had stumbled into his court. They went down in similar ways, and Izuku was off. 4 villains later, and Izuku had secured the first layer of the perimeter, just as planned. He took a fire escape up to a roof of a building and crouched, surveying the remaining 30 villains surrounding the hostage while he waited for his partner in crime. Yurashi landed on the roof beside him in a few minutes, also in a crouch. It was about as close to subtle as Yurashi got. "How are we on time?" Yurashi asked. Izuku peeled down his glove slightly to check the time on the watch underneath it. 10 minutes in. "How many did you get?" "Around 20. You?" Izuku hummed. 20 was an impressive number. 12 for me. Everything's going to plan. Yurashi grinned. "Green bullet." "Green bullet," Izuku agreed, grinning back. All semblance of stealth was completely foregone after that. They both straightened on their rooftop, fearsome in countenance, kings of this battlefield they were about to create. Their quirks flared into existence at the same time. The villains, first, felt the stirring of Yurashi's wind currents, and then looked up, drawn by the flicker of Izuku's lightning. Izuku stepped to the edge of the building and, without even sparing a second glance at Yurashi, jumped. He had the utmost faith in Yurashi's control of his quirk, and even if he didn't, One for All could absorb most of the impact from a fall at this height. Yurashi caught him, though, and Izuku started to spin through the air, careful to keep his body both vertical and poised for the fall. Even Izuku didn't know where he was going to land, not really, it depended entirely on where Yurashi decided to drop him and how Izuku decided to anchor himself. He kept his eyes on the hostage, though, the eye of the storm, the one spot untouched by Yurashi's wind. Izuku plummeted, his eyes falling on the same target he thought Yurashi had chosen for him, a man standing below them, watching Izuku with wide eyes. Izuku careened into him, all careful control and precise movements. He wrapped both legs around his shoulders, throwing his own weight forwards, enough to drag this man down with him, twisting as he did. Izuku was in complete control of their momentum, just like he'd practiced. "Of course it's you first," the man wheezed. Izuku blinked at him. Come to think of it, he looked vaguely familiar. "Oh hey," Izuku said with a nervous chuckle. Good to see you again?" "I yield, obviously," the guy said. "Again. It was even the same way as before." "Sorry about that," Izuku said, releasing him. Of course he would reunite with the guy he'd performed Thaijutsu on at the entrance exam by performing Thaijutsu on him again. Of course. Not that it would do to dwell on such things. Conversation with the foe villain forgotten, Izuku moved on to his preferred group fighting tactics: run like hell, and land some kicks and punches while he did. This was the long game in a group fight, not taking down one opponent at a time, but taking a lot of opponents down one hit at a time. Urashi was doing the heavy lifting at the moment, repeatedly picking up and then dropping targets at random, covering Izuku's blind spots for him from on high. Izuku had an end goal in mind: to break through that iron security that came from a superior numbers advantage and snag the hostage. Izuku got the opening he was looking for and he abandoned the fight he was in altogether, ducking under elbows and scooping the doll that was serving as the hostage up in his arms. As soon as he had the doll secured Princess Carrie style, he crouched down low and then leapt into the air, as high as his quirk could carry him. Urashi picked him up with a gust of wind and pushed him further. Izuku landed with the treads of his boots skidding horribly against the pavement, but he did not falter. Instead, he ran, hostage in his arms, faster than he'd probably ever run in his life. He immediately heard a whole slew of villains chasing after him. So the wild goose chase plan begins, Izuku thought as he zipped around a corner. It wasn't necessarily in a direction opposite to the gate, but no one in their right mind would call it a direct path either. The villains behind him made an aborted noise, and Izuku heard skidding as they changed direction again. Izuku gritted his teeth and darted down another alley, a questionable choice, for anyone that wasn't him or Urashi. The villains would probably just assume Izuku was lost. That was part of their plan. Izuku ducked down another alley, then sprinted down a main street, before sliding down yet another alley. The footsteps that had been behind him were growing distant, and Izuku skidded to a stop right as Urashi appeared in front of him. Here, Izuku breathed, transferring the hostage into his waiting arms as gently as possible. "You good to carry through the final part of the plan?" Urashi asked. He was incredibly out of breath himself. He'd been using his quirk a lot, and it showed. "Hell yeah, I'm good," Izuku gasped, giving Urashi's shoulder a shove. "Get out of here." Urashi was gone, then, lifting into the air with practiced ease, even with his arms occupied. Izuku immediately turned, his break time over, and backtracked to where the villains had paused, fanned out slightly, looking for either him or Urashi or both. "Looking for me?" Izuku asked them, and several startled gazes turned on him. A few of them, with their honed reflexes, started towards him to attack. Well, just because Izuku preferred stealth and ambush, it didn't mean it was the only trick he had up his sleeve. He yelled as he slammed his fist into the ground, at 15% of his power, slightly more than Izuku could really handle, and if the pain in his arm was anything to go by, he was definitely going to have some bruises from this stunt when all was said and done. 15% was by no means a lot, but 15% of one for all was apparently still enough to rip the street in two and send debris flying. Suddenly, the villains were a little too busy dodging chunks of concrete to come after Izuku, staggering as the ground shuddered beneath them. There was a moment, just a breath, one PR'd silence, and then a buzzer sounded. Kinetic's voice came over the speakers stationed throughout the city. He sounded half proud and half impressed and a lot surprised. Midoriya-san and Urashi-san passed the final exam. Izuku grinned from ear to ear. Izuku sat at his desk, knees pulled up to his chest, as he rewound the video playing on his laptop, paused it, and then played it again. Rewind. Play again. The hero killer stood on the screen, one foot on the prone back of Hero Endeavor held under the power of Stain's quirk. A crowd of Endeavor's sidekicks stood around the scene, not doing much of anything other than standing there for fear of costing their boss his life. It was a scene eerily similar to one from Izuku's own life but twisted the sludge villain, holding Kaken captive. Heroes standing by and doing nothing, leaving Kaken to fend for himself. There were a few main differences, though. There'd been a camera at the sludge villain incident that got pictures of Kaken's struggle with the villain before Izuku arrived, but there had been no video. And the sludge villain had plenty to say about wearing Kaken as a skin suit to get out of town and not much else. Stain, on the other hand, had plenty to say about plenty of things. And say them he did. "You are all false heroes," Stain hissed, still audible despite the terrible audio of the camera that had picked up this footage. "You deserve to be called this one most of all. The title of hero should fall upon the successor." Izuku paused it. He rewound it. He played it again. "The title of hero should fall upon the successor." Izuku paused. He rewound. He played it again. "The title of hero should fall upon the successor." Izuku was hearing it right. No matter how many times he rewound the footage, no matter how closely he listened, those words were the same. The title of hero should fall upon the successor. He is worthy. Izuku let the old recording of the news play a little longer, already frowning at the words that came next. "Him and All Might, the one true hero. You, Endeavor, are nothing more than a fraud, drawn to heroism for the sake of popularity, the sake of wealth. You are the worst of them all, in this corrupt hero-driven society." Endeavor, in the footage, burst into flames right on cue, after Stain's quirk, apparently, wore off. It was an interesting quirk to blood consumption-based paralysis it seemed. Izuku wondered if it had some other conditionals involved with blood, like varying potency based on blood type, or varied time limits based on blood type, or variable potency or time limits based on amount of blood consumed. The rest of the fight is over quickly from there. Endeavor may have been gravely injured from the stab wound in his side, but he was still the number 2 hero for a reason. The only way Stain would have won a fight against him was if Stain had maintained the element of surprise he had from jumping the man the entire time, which ceased to be a possibility as soon as he gave it up to preach instead. Izuku almost wondered if Stain had decided to give up his upper hand for a reason bigger than spreading ideology. The title of hero should fall upon the successor. Izuku did not like that phrasing. Stain was talking about Todoroki Shudo. Anybody with half a brain could tell that he was talking about Todoroki Shudo. Somebody, because the media always had to be the biggest in the room, had leaked parts of Todoroki's police statement following his encounter with Stain in Hosu a month prior. Thanks to that, the world had confirmation from Todoroki himself that Stain had intentionally avoided harming him that time around out of some sense of approval of Todoroki. Even if the media hadn't seen fit to leak that little bit of information, that much probably would have been clear anyway. Stain is talking about Endeavor in that clip. Endeavor's successor is his son. If Todoroki's presence in the top hero course in the country hadn't already been statement enough of that fact, Endeavor had also confirmed it in interviews previously. Which was all well and good, so to speak. If that was the only thing Stain said in this video, Izuku would have probably watched it a few times, winced in sympathy for Todoroki even though he didn't know him and probably wouldn't for a long time, at least not for a long time, and been about his merry way. Except Stain had chosen the word successor and then said All Might a sentence or two later, and as All Might's successor. Izuku was more than a little uncomfortable, not to mention guilty, because in a certain context, and Izuku was obviously reading this scenario with that context, considering he was one of the very few people in the world that knew All Might had a successor, it seemed like Stain was implying Todoroki was All Might's successor, not Endeavor's. And thanks to Stain's escapade in Hosu, everyone knew he was working with the League of Villains. And thanks to the events of the USJ attack, a select few people, Izuku included, knew that the League of Villains was working for All for One. All for One, who was the third part in the uncomfortable tripod of individuals that knew All Might was due for a successor. The other two individuals on that tripod were All Might and Izuku, said successor, so bad news, all around. Especially if All for One had passed the task of successor hunting on to his subordinates, which seemed likely at the very least. Izuku wanted to scream. Or cry. or run laps using 12% of one for all until he couldn't feel his body anymore. A part of him, the part that everyone has, that never really grows up, sort of wanted to call his mom. Not for any particular reason, just because moms make everything better when you're a kid. Though, Izuku had stopped going to his mom for comfort on the things that really and truly distressed him a long time ago. He did none of those things, though. He just sat in his room, rewound the clip, and played it over and over, his brain apparently determined to use every bit of the 2 hours left before Izuku needed to head down to the bus waiting to take him to a training camp with Shiketsu's second-year Hero Corps students. And wasn't that nerve-wracking, burning the sound of Stain's words into his mind? There was a pinprick of pain in Izuku's head, accompanied by his door crashing open. He immediately flipped over the back of his chair on instinct and fell into a fighting stance. One for all thrumming around him without him even realizing he'd called on it until he noticed green lightning was flickering around his body. A moment later he realized why his door had crashed open, and all of his apprehension drained out of him. "Yurashi-kun," Izuku said, breathing a sigh of relief. "Your reflexes are insanely fast," Yurashi said, blinking at him in surprise. "Too fast," Izuku noted with a small frown. "I was already moving before you even got to the door." "Did you hear my footsteps, maybe?" "No, Izuku trailed off, noticing his friend's face. "Yurashi-kun, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he said, shifting to rub the back of his neck. Everything about him seemed strangely subdued, though uncharacteristically subdued. He seemed incredibly anxious, actually. "You're not," Izuku said, with the utmost certainty he was right. Yurashi sighed. "It's just the Stain video, you know? Why would they air something like that?" Izuku finally relaxed himself and picked up his chair from where it had fallen on the floor. Seeing as the Stain video was still playing through Endeavor's fight sequence on his laptop screen, he could understand having anxiety because of it. He could understand it all too well. "I get that." Both of their gazes fell on the video playing on Izuku's laptop, and after a moment, Izuku reached out and stopped it. It's sort of like the world's best advertisement for villainy, playing on live television. On every station. "It's better for people to be aware of what's going on in the world," Yurashi said. "But it goes a little too far." Izuku grunted in agreement, and after considering Yurashi's face for a moment, he closed the laptop altogether. "Did you need something, Yurashi-kun?" "It's just..." Yurashi sat, heavily, on Izuku's bed, contemplating the back of his hands as he did. "Do you think we're doing enough?" "It's not like you to be so unsure of yourself," Izuku observed, leaning on his dresser across from Yurashi, arms folded across his chest. Yurashi let out an enormous groan and flopped backwards, throwing one arm over his eyes. "I know, right? I'm supposed to be more optimistic about everything, aren't I? Normally, wouldn't I be? I don't know what's wrong." Izuku didn't respond immediately, considering the sky through his window for a moment instead. A bird flew past while he watched, unconcerned with the state of the world and the conversation happening inside of his room. "The problem with optimism," he said, slowly, contemplating his own words as he said them, "is that it sits at the high end of a spectrum balanced by pessimism. Focusing too much on one or the other would leave you blinded and trapped in a prison of your own making." "Deku," a voice whispered in the back of Izuku's mind. "You'll never be anything. You can't be a hero without a quirk. Useless." Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "If you cling to the bad, you'll never see the good. If you cling to the good, you'll never see the bad. If you parse through both, you may come close to seeing the full picture. A positive outlook is just another tool in a hero's arsenal. Reality is another. The most important thing we can do, though, at any given moment, is taking action." He looked over at Yurashi, sprawled out on his bed as he was. "Right now, we're not ready to take to the streets and battle the likes of the hero killer. So are we doing enough? We're getting stronger. We're making progress, however small it is, and we're doing it together, along with everyone else training at a hero school right now." Izuku unfolded his arms and leaned forward slightly, bumping Yurashi's knee with his knuckles. "Don't be so hard on yourself, Yurashi-kun. Just keep your eyes on the horizon, and you'll be there in no time." Yurashi was quiet for a suspiciously long time, and Izuku reverted back into his anxious mode. Had he said something stupid? Had he offended Yurashi? Oh gods, what if he offended Yurashi? Yurashi sniffed. Do you know your inspirational speeches are famous around the school? They are not, Izuku protested, kindly ignoring Yurashi's sniffle. They are, Yurashi said with a laugh. It wasn't quite the laugh it usually was, but it was getting there. Your classmates tell everyone about them. Oh great, Izuku deadpanned. It's like the thigh thing all over again. You say that like the thigh thing ever stopped, Yurashi said. And that's checkmate, Izuku said. You win. You got me. It never did stop, did it? Oh gods, what if the second years know? I bet my left foot they know. Where did that even come from? Your left foot? Is your left foot secretly inferior to your right foot? Are you trying to get rid of it? Stop trying to make me laugh, Yurashi said, synthesized indignance in his voice. Izuku smiled. Check and mate, yet again. Seriously though, Yurashi said, finally sitting up, any traces of the tears he might have shed gone. Your speeches are legendary for a reason. I'm glad to finally be on the receiving end of one. It's no problem, Izuku said. I'm always happy to talk. For hours. On end. Mostly about heroes. You know that. Yurashi's gaze flicked around the room, as if noticing it for the first time since he came in. You have a new poster, he remarked. Oh yeah, Izuku said, jumping onto his bed next to Yurashi. He held an arm to either side of it, showing it off. Yurashi looked amused, which was good, because it was also the whole reason Izuku was doing this. What do you think? He looks cool, Yurashi said. I have no idea who he is. Eraserhead, Izuku answered, folding his arms over his chest as he stood on his bed, regarding the poster fondly. Underground hero. I had to scour the internet for images of him, and then when I saw this one, I sent it off to get a commission of it as soon as possible. He nodded to himself as he said it. The artist had done an excellent job recreating the photo, one of Eraserhead hanging upside down, his arm wrapped in one end of a long gray scarf that Izuku knew was a capture weapon from the very few videos he'd seen of the hero. Eraserhead had his face turned slightly away, though most of the yellow goggles were still in full view. That explains it, Yurashi said, nodding. That must have cost a fortune to get made, though. How much did you pay for it? I didn't pay for it at all, Izuku said, fishing his wallet from his pocket. He opened it and fished the credit card out of it, before dropping it into Yurashi's hands. Midoriya Hisashi bought it. Your dad. He goes through phases sometimes, Izuku said, shrugging. I don't know. It's weird. But sometimes I guess the fact that he abandoned us gets to him, so he sends me one of these for a few months before he cancels it. I always take full advantage of it when I have it, though. He can't buy my love, but he can buy me a surplus of hero merch if he's that pressed about it. Izuku dropped down onto the bed next to Yurashi, the mattress bouncing as he did, and accepted the card back while he folded his legs under him. Your dad seems sort of shady, if I'm completely honest, Yurashi said. I think he just wasn't as ready for parenthood as he thought he was, Izuku said, tucking his wallet away again. Izuku didn't mention that his father's near-permanent move to America coincided suspiciously well with Izuku's quirkless diagnosis. And it was no secret that most of the children that ended up in foster care nowadays landed there because parents willingly gave them up after realizing they had a problematic quirk, or no quirk at all. There are lots of people like that in the world. Too many, Yurashi agreed. Hey, Midoriya-kun? Izuku hummed in acknowledgement, sensing a shift in tone from Yurashi. I actually don't think I've ever asked, but why do you want to be a hero? Izuku considered Yurashi for a long moment, then listed sideways until he laid on his bed, before rolling over and staring up at the ceiling. I just want to help people, he said, folding his hands over his stomach as he contemplated the ceiling. There was a scorch mark just over his head, left there by whoever had lived in this room before him, shaped like a thumbprint. All the people in the world that are trapped in their situations, whatever they are, whoever they are, I want to reach out to them, to grab onto their hand or their heart or whatever I can, and say, you're not alone, and this isn't hopeless. Izuku raised one arm as he spoke, and closed his fist around open air as he finished. He closed his eyes, losing himself for just a moment in the pleased thrum of one for all under his skin. For a moment, it felt like Izuku had reached for the stars and grasped them, instead of his hands simply closing around air. And then he let his arm fall and his eyes open, and the spell was broken. I never really noticed before, Urashi said slowly, like he was testing the waters, but you don't talk about your past very often. You're my best friend, but somehow, I barely know anything about you. Izuku sighed and he hated himself, but this was something he had to do. This was something he had to get used to doing, even to his best friend. When he smiled at Urashi, it was bright and friendly. It bore no hidden troubles in its light, just camaraderie and kindness genuine, because it was genuine. Urashi, whether he realized it or not, visibly relaxed a bit at the smile Izuku cast his way. There's not much to say about my past, really, Izuku said. I was just a fanboy with an absentee father and not very many friends that wanted to be a hero one day. He nudged Urashi playfully with his knee. I'm still just a fanboy with an absentee father and not very many friends that wants to be a hero one day. You're definitely not missing out on much about my life, past or present. Urashi snorted. I suppose that's fair, he said, voice once again reaching booming levels. Oh, that reminds me. I did actually have a reason for coming here, before all the feelings started happening. Izuku grinned privately to himself in victory. Do tell, he said, sitting up again as he felt Urashi shifting around. I think I have everything packed, Urashi said, producing a slightly crumpled up paper from his pocket. I feel like I'm missing something though, but I don't know what. I have my toothbrush, my toothpaste, soap, underwear. Izuku listened quietly as Urashi continued to read off the contents of his list, helpfully chipping in when he noticed something essential was missing, and Urashi laughed and shouted and generally made a lot of noise. For just that moment, they were just two teenagers, best friends, going over a packing list for a trip they were about to leave on soon, excited and enjoying one another's company. For just that moment, everything was fine. Izuku felt his old friend, social anxiety, greet him and stiffen up his limbs as a crowd of second years appeared in front of him. They looked like second years too. They were older, taller, buffer, which was to say, they looked intimidating. Izuku glanced up at Urashi, his grinning and jubilant friend, not even slightly deterred or intimidated by their presence. One of the teachers standing by them, who had no defining features to say which hero he was, exactly nodded as he saw Urashi and Izuku approach. Ah, you two must be the first years I was told about. Welcome. You'll both be riding on my bus. You're both famous, you know. No. Urashi said, and Izuku eyed his hands warily. That volume level usually preceded he continued, slapping the backs of his thighs, so excited to meet all of you. And Urashi's head slammed into the pavement with a thud. He straightened immediately, not even seeming to notice the blood streaming out from under his hat. I'm Urashi Inesa, first-year student here. My hero name is Gale Force. I'm pumped to do this. You're bleeding again, Urashi-kun, Izuku softly reminded him. So I am. He agreed happily. I'm also excited. A summer training camp, where we get to work on our quirks the entire time. Izuku cast a wary look to the second years watching on, hoping and praying that they weren't about to do anything mean just because Urashi was loud. Izuku knew other people had a tendency to snap over the smallest things, and Urashi had already said before that people tended to pick on him for his over-the-top personality in the past. Izuku was willing to defend him tooth and nail if he had to, but, thankfully, the second years were just looking on, faintly bemused expressions on their face. You're, like, totally energetic, one girl said, ping her head to the side. Tawny brown hair spilled over her shoulder as she looked at Urashi. It's sick. Thank you. Urashi shouted. I try to be energetic in everything I do. Energy is important for being a likable, cool hero. The girl went to respond again, and Izuku decided the second years were probably safe enough. He turned to their tired-looking teacher, sizing him up too, before offering him a polite, much more understated bow. Midoriya Izuku, he said, much quieter than Yurashi had. I know, the teacher said, motioning for Izuku to straighten up with a nervous smile. Kinetic won't stop talking about you and his other students. It's all I hear about in the staff lounge. Izuku smiled slightly. I'm not really surprised. Kinetic-sensei seems like the sort of person that would take his job seriously, no matter what the job may be. Oh, he definitely is, the man agreed. I'm Nagasaki Rin, by the way. You can probably pass that along to your friend for me, right? Sure, Nagasaki-sensei, Izuku said, nodding. He considered the man again, the BOO tie, brown hair, plain features. You're the underground hero, Sharpshot, right? Nagasaki blinked in surprise, which was a good indicator that Izuku had guessed right. Wow. I don't think I've ever been recognized by a civilian before. I want to be an underground hero, Izuku said, feeling a strange thrill go through him at finally declaring it out loud instead of just dodging the question like he usually did. He smiled politely at Nagasaki. It's good to know the terrain, isn't it? Nagasaki studied him for a moment longer, and then gave him a nervous smile back. Alright then, he said. Yeah. Well, I see why Kinetic talks about you so much. Come on, grab your things. Let's get you loaded up on the bus. Izuku smiled as he followed the teacher back towards the bus, falling in step with Yurashi in the crowd of second years following behind Nagasaki as he instructed them to load their luggage into the bins on the bottom of the bus. Izuku was nervous, particularly when one of the second year's curious gazes landed on him for a little longer than usual, but none of them seemed to be harboring hostile feelings towards either him or Yurashi. They also didn't complain when Izuku beelined for a seat in the very back, either, and then further sequestered himself by the window, Yurashi taking the seat on his left. The teacher's name is Nagasaki-sensei, Izuku murmured to Yurashi once they were on the bus. Thanks, Yurashi said, but then he did a double take on Izuku. You're acting really weird, you know? And sweating. A lot. Are you all right? Scared out of my mind, Izuku answered honestly, his voice a low murmur. 20 second years, Yurashi. 20 of them. And we're supposed to interact with them for a week. How are we supposed to do that? The last part trailed off into a whisper. Stop that, Yurashi declared, at his usual volume, slapping Izuku on the back heartily. Izuku, caught off guard, slumped forward a little bit with that one. You're Midoriya freaking Izuku. You're stopped by nothing. Theoretically speaking, I'm stopped by lots of things, like, you're stopped by nothing. Yurashi insisted. You're Midoriya freaking Izuku. You strangle people with your thighs. Izuku was immediately alarmed at the volume with which this was being announced to the entire bus. Yurashi-kun, you fall from the sky. You have this awesome-looking green lightning all around you. You say deep poetic stuff all the time. Izuku, with more intensity, repeated, Yurashi-kun. You use your dad's credit card to buy custom-made underground hero merchandise. You can destroy the ground in a city with just one punch. You're Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya freaking Izuku. You can do anything, even talk to 20 second years for a week. Izuku gave up on getting Yurashi to stop and just settled for burying his extremely red face in his hands instead. I'm ready to die, he mumbled into his hands. Sorry, I didn't hear you, Midoriya freaking Izuku. Say it louder. No. Yurashi grabbed Izuku by the wrists, clearly intending to drag them away from his face. Izuku was not letting that happen, not now, so he tensed his whole body up. When Yurashi succeeded in tugging his hands a centimeter from his face, Izuku tensed and used one for all. There was no moving his hands after that, not even with Yurashi's freakish natural body strength. Yurashi took it with a good-natured laugh, though, like he hadn't just caused Izuku some of the worst embarrassment he'd ever experienced. All right, a voice said in front of him, and Izuku buried his face further in his hands, far too scared to even attempt emerging. Hey babe, you, really need to work on your pep talk skills. Hey other babe? The cute one that's hiding right now. Good thing Izuku was already red from the tips of his ears to the collar of his shirt, because he definitely would have blushed at the word cute. As it was, he probably blushed worse anyway. No, he said, absolutely miserably. Please. Let me live it down. Actually, I wanted to chat about the thigh-crushing comment. Can you really do that? No, Izuku groaned. He can. Urashi proudly declared for him. I've seen it myself. Oh, so can you teach me? Izuku parted his fingers so he could peek out at the girl speaking, somewhat surprised to find that it was the same girl that had been talking to Urashi earlier, turned around in her seat to look at him. She had tawny hair that fell just past her shoulders and wide, brown eyes. In other words, she was very pretty, which was enough to make Izuku hide behind his hands again. "Identai," he said into his palms, like it was one word. He'd never said no to helping someone with something before, after all, so he didn't really see why he should start now. "A lit," the girl said. "You're totes the nicest person I've ever met, babe." Izuku made a squeaking noise, somewhat against his will. "Why are you calling me that?" "Kami-san calls everyone babe," another person said. Izuku looked up just in time to see another head pop over the top of the seats, with purple hair and dark, narrowed eyes. He seemed like a naturally intense person, but still. The daggers he was glaring at Izuku caused him to shrivel up, just a little bit. "You can tell her to stop, if the term of endearment makes you uncomfortable." Kami waved her hand through the air, disregarding her seat companion's words. "Don't mind Seiji, babe. He's too serious for his own good." "At least I'm not an airhead fool," he snapped, fixing Kami with the same extremely tense expression. "Ouch," Kami said, feigning hurt with an overly dramatic hand over the heart. "That, totally hurt my feelings." Seiji rolled his eyes before looking back at Izuku and Urashi. Kami-san grew up in America, Seiji supplied, and Izuku withered. Slightly when he looked at him again. Apparently he just looked at everyone like that. Like they just killed his grandmother in a hit and run and he happened to be the best lawyer in the country. Forgive her for her informalities. "Oh, that's freaking cool," Urashi said, grinning at Kami. "What was it like? What are American heroes like? Are they hot-blooded? Filled with passion? Exciting?" Kami's eyes lit up with the sort of light that only belonged to the deepest of hero fans. Izuku would know, being one himself, and the knowledge that he might be in fellow geek company may or may not have caused him to perk up slightly. "Totally, they're so." "Kami-san. Shishikura-kun. Kindly sit fully in your seats, please," another second year, further up the bus called. Izuku raised up slightly to peer over the seats curiously, his mind reeling as he caught sight of the person that had just spoken. He'd seen him earlier, of course they were sort of hard to miss, but now he was filled with renewed curiosity. What was his quirk? Did it have to do with all that hair? It obviously had to do with all that hair somehow, but what could he do with the hair? Grow it at will? Or was it a secondary mutation, maybe only coming on as a side effect of a different quirk that gave him the characteristics of something? "Morikuin's quirk is called extendo hair," Seiji, Shishikura, said, though now he was peering around his seat instead of over it. "He can grow it out and control it at will, but it can get horribly tangled." He narrowed his eyes even further at Izuku, causing him to swallow a very embarrassing sound that had been threatening to escape. "You are very analytically minded. Did you say your name was Midoriya?" Izuku did his best to unshrivel himself and answer him. "Alright. I'm Midoriya Izuku." He studied Izuku for a moment longer before his face relaxed into a less critical, but still slightly scary, expression. "Ah," he said, nodding. "You received first place at the entrance exam this year, did you not? You rescued the civilian?" Yes, I rescued the civilian. Yeah." Kami made a delighted high-pitched sound in the seat in front of them, and then reappeared over it. "Oh my gosh, everyone is talking about you. You're totally cool." "Oh," Izuku said, ducking his head under their attention. "How did you do it?" Kami blurted, her fingertips digging into the headrest on her seat. "I bet it was totes amazing." I might have, He strangled a guy with his thighs and then ripped open an air vent, Urashi supplied. Izuku shot Urashi a look. "So that may be an oversimplification of events," Urashi continued, intercepting the look expertly and apparently deciding damage control was an appropriate course of action. "But Midoriya-kun does not tell people this story himself, So it's all on me. I'm Yorashi Inasa, by the way. Shishikura Seiji. Kami Utsushimi. Utsushimi Kami, Shishikura corrected. This isn't English we're speaking. You can call me Kami though. Just Kami. Oh nice. You could call me Inasa if you wanted. For real? Yeah sure. I don't mind. Lit, Kami said, turning bright eyes on Izuku. What about you, babe? Are you totes in for the first name thing or what? You are a dreadful influence on these young minds, Shishikura drawled. You're the one that sat with me, Seiji. That is because you cannot be trusted on your own, with good reason. Izuku said, very hesitantly. I would prefer it if not? If you didn't call me by my first name, that is. Oh, sorry. That's totally not a problem at all. Kami-san. Mora called from the front of the bus again. Please sit in your seat normally. Kami disappeared over the top of her seat again, before peeking an eye through the crack between the seats. Some people are, like, completely more okay with that than others. I get it. Boundaries are lit. Oh, Izuku said, staring blankly at her. Nobody has ever actually respected that particular request before, even if it was a different name. Thank you? Kami smiled and nodded. Izuku scrutinized her the whole way, trying to check for any sort of anything. Malicious intent. Sneering. Changing her mind. Nothing was there. Don't worry about it, babe. You said that you lived in America though? Where they use given names. So is it like a comfort thing? Oh sure, a little bit, Kami said, shrugging. I'm like, totally used to the last name thing though. I spent my summers here with my dad even before I went to high school, so I get it. Oh, Izuku said, taking a deep breath. I want you to be comfortable too, so, if you wanted, I guess it would be alright. Calling me Izuku. Izuku, he reminded himself. Not Deku. They're different. A moment of silence passed. You are too kind for your own good, Midoriya-kun, Shishikura said, shaking his head slightly. She is going to attach to you know. I'm not, Seiji. She's attaching. There was a sound not unlike a leg being slapped, and Shishikura made a face. Excuse me for a moment. And then both second years disappeared, and scuffling sounds could be heard in front of them. Izuku turned his gaze to Yorashi. Thanks for throwing me under the bus right out the gates. It was justified, Yorashi said, nodding sagely. By the way, you told the second year you just met that she could call you by your first name but not me? It's sacrilege. Izuku blinked at him. Do you want to call me by my first name, Yorashi-kun? Obviously. I've been waiting to call you Izuku-kun forever now. Izuku blinked, then blinked again, then chuckled softly. It was certainly the nicer of the nicknames he'd been given in his live, but still, something just. I see what you did there, Ina-san. Yorashi clutched his chest, feigning some sort of grievous wound. Defeated at my own game. The audacity of this one. Izuku said, fishing his earbuds out of his bag and hooking them up to his phone. You're real upset by it, I know. So upset. I get the worse honorific. Take it up with your parents, not me, Izuku said, putting one earbud in. I want to take it up with your parents for giving you the better name, actually. Izuku smiled. It's not better. Wake me up when we get there, okay? You got it, Yorashi said, nudging Izuku's shoulder with his own. Izuku smiled gratefully, laid his head back, contemplating the passing scenery for a moment. It wasn't that he hated his given name, necessarily. It was just that it was hard. Harder than it should be, because he hadn't heard it from anyone other than his mom in so long. It didn't feel like it should be said by anyone in a friendly way, because it never had before. Izuku grit his teeth. It was all in his head. He just needed to get rid of it. Let it go, like he'd let everything else go. Izuku closed his eyes. Inasa woke Midoriya, Izuku? He had never actually said if first names were okay or not. Come to think of it, up when they reached the top of the mountains they were supposedly staying at. Midoriya thanked him politely as he always did. Inasa chatted with the second years they had met the two that had been sitting in front of them. Shishikura and Kami keeping one eye on Midoriya throughout the interaction. Because, to put it frankly, Midoriya had been scaring the shit out of Inasa for a little while now. Not in a terrifying way. Inasa wasn't scared of Midoriya. It was more like he was scared of what Midoriya was becoming. The best way to describe it was brittle, but no. That didn't really make sense either. This is what made sense. Midoriya Izuku was the pinnacle of kindness. Inasa wasn't stupid or oblivious, like many people had thought he was for the entirety of his life. He had seen the way that Midoriya had jumped and flinched when they'd met at the entrance exam all those months ago. He'd seen the way Midoriya looked like he was barely hanging on to the conversation. Back then, Inasa had assumed that it was because Midoriya didn't like him much, but was being polite. Which was fine. That was what Inasa expected from people, really. He was aware of how over the top he was. He was aware that most people couldn't handle it, so to speak. Which was why he wasn't going to bug Midoriya after they left the entrance exam, as much as the extrovert in him wanted to. Midoriya had surprised him, though, with a quiet request to exchange contact information. Inasa wasn't shunned by his peers before. His contacts list had always been full of names, but those people had always mostly been acquaintances and not really friends. Inasa, of course, had thought Midoriya was probably going for acquaintance too. It was smart to have connections, after all, and Inasa knew that both he and Midoriya were practically guaranteed positions in Shiketsu's hero course considering their scores on the practical exam. So he agreed happily. Acquaintances were always nice, even if they weren't really friends. And then, because Midoriya was skittish and obviously not very interested in friendship, Inasa had put off texting him until he had a reason to. But life rarely went the way Inasa expected it to, and that was evident in this aspect of his life too. Inasa followed as Mora Nagamasa, their temporary class representative, led them to the rooms the boys would be sharing in the lodge, and he kept an eye on Midoriya. This was what made sense. Midoriya Izuku, as Inasa had quickly realized, was an absolute sheet texter. He read everything but didn't always respond, which, that stung a little at first. But then Inasa realized that he would reference things that Inasa had said via text days or even weeks ago in later conversations, which meant he was actually reading every single thing Inasa sent. And Inasa talked a lot. He knew he talked a lot. So that was rare. It took him about a month of texting Midoriya before he realized what the problem was. Midoriya was just pretty terrible at texting, but somehow, miraculously, actually interested in being friends with Inasa. They were friends by the time they arrived at Shiketsu, friends before they were ever given rooms next to each other to board in. They both, apparently, lived near UA. It was almost ironic that they'd ended up at Shiketsu instead, against all logic of locationality and testing scores. And at Shiketsu, they remained friends. They were in different classes and had different lunch PRDs, so their paths didn't cross all that often, but Inasa had lots of acquaintances that might even be friends too, so he was plugged into the rumor mill at the school, and he heard about Midoriya a lot. And it was all good things he heard too. Things that filled him with a burst of pride because that was his friend. The first real friend he'd had in a long time, who had quickly become his best friend. Midoriya Izuku was humble. Inasa would hear that he devoted an entire afternoon just to helping his classmate refine an element of their quirk, and he would admit it was true with a shy smile and a faint flush on his cheeks, while helping Inasa with quadratic functions. People parted for him when he walked down the hallways and he didn't even notice, just smiled and nodded whenever someone met his gaze. Inasa heard every rumor, if they could even be called rumors, while being true, and though Midoriya never denied them, he never brought them up himself either, or boasted about them, or acknowledged them as special in any way either. When Inasa asked him if it was true that he'd gotten full marks on a pop quiz half his class failed, he just shrugged and admitted he'd always had a particular interest in the topic. When Inasa asked him if it was true that he'd held up a falling building in class so that all of his classmates, on the enemy team of the exercise no less, could get out safely, he just smiled shyly and admitted he'd been trying to handle more of his power lately, which apparently, what he was using now, according to him, was only 1/10 of what he was capable of. Inasa would never admit it out loud, but he feared the force of the inadequacy he would feel the day Midoriya could use all of it. He was already strong as it was, after all. Midoriya was first in their year. He'd been first in their year since the entrance exam, and he'd held it unapproachable in nearly every field. Sometimes Inesa scored higher than him in practical exercises. Sometimes Watanabe Mura, a girl in Midoriya's class, could outscore him in science classes. Sometimes, a boy in his class named Suga Kohei could beat Midoriya's literature scores. Sometimes, Midoriya stood on a pillar. It was impossible to reach that pillar, though Inesa would be dead if he didn't at least try. It was the thing he simultaneously loved most and hated most about being friends with Midoriya. It was that Midoriya was the best, in probably every way, and he was the only one that couldn't see it. It was true that Midoriya inspired Inesa, with both his skills and his personality, and Inesa wouldn't trade that for the world. But it was also true that Midoriya scared him. There had always been something a little terrifying about Midoriya, once Inesa got to know him a little better. There was something always simmering under the surface, something burning under kind smiles and laughter-crinkled eyes. If Inesa had to name it, he would probably call it hot-blooded passion, but really, it was determination. It never used to bother Inesa, if he was honest. It was just another one of those things that made Midoriya cool. Except, now, something was different. Inesa watched as Midoriya unrolled his bedding next to him. They'd arrived a little later in the day today, so training wouldn't start in earnest until tomorrow. Inesa kept up a stream of chatter as he watched. If he didn't know Midoriya better, he would say he was the exact same as always, listening happily, joining in whenever he had something to say, eyes bright with cheer as his cheeks dimpled with award-winning smile after award-winning smile, near blinding in its joviality. But Inesa knew better. This was what didn't make sense. Inesa had known Midoriya for 4 months, roughly. 4 months, and he had no idea where Midoriya had gone to school before he came to Shiketsu. For months, and the first time he'd even paused to consider the fact that Midoriya had never once talked about any sort of father in his life was when he'd handed Inesa the credit card with his name on it earlier that day. 4 months, and Inesa hadn't heard a single thing about Midoriya's old friends, other than the most casual of mentions of one person in the UA Sports Festival that year. For months, and Inesa had never thought to ask Midoriya why he called someone almost every day who it was on the other line, why Midoriya always locked his door when he talked to them. Midoriya griped at Inesa a lot every time he did it, but he also knew the truth of the matter was that Midoriya kept his door unlocked whenever he was in there and available to talk specifically for Inesa to burst in when he actually was changing or sleeping or not there or on the phone with whoever that was. And it wasn't his mother, the door was still unlocked when he was on the phone with his mother. Inesa knew better than anyone that Midoriya's door was definitely locked. 4 months, and Inesa had suddenly realized that he didn't even know basic friend information about Midoriya, like what his favorite color was, though he suspected it was red or maybe yellow, or why he wanted to go into heroics in the first place. Inesa had recounted the horrifically awkward story of how his first kiss had gone and many others, and he was only just now realizing that he'd never received even a remotely similar story in return. 4 months, and Inesa had suddenly realized that being friends with Midoriya was, apparently, like being friends with a ghost. And the worst part was that Inesa was dealing with this revelation that he somehow didn't know Midoriya at all while also dealing with this realization that the determined glint that used to only appear in his eyes in the middle of battle or while talking about his favorite heroes was there all the time. And it scared Inesa. It scared him, because he was realizing for the first time that he was an outsider to the person that was his best friend. It scared Inesa, and it planted the first seeds of a thought that he hated in his mind, but he couldn't shake it. He couldn't shake it while they chatted, and he couldn't shake it when Midoriya called him Yurashi-kun for the first time after the conversation about first names on the bus, and he definitely couldn't shake it when he heard Midoriya get up in the middle of the night and sneak out of the room. The thought really took root when he saw the bruises on Midoriya's knuckles when they met with the second years that morning, and there it stayed. Nothing is enough for Midoriya, the thought that had taken root in Inesa's mind whispered. He might be your best friend, but you're not his. Nobody is. And with that, Inesa had no idea where to go from there. Izuku eyed the 2 strips of silky fabric hanging from the ceiling dubiously. They didn't look complicated in and of themselves, no, but what he was being asked to do with them that was complicated. I'm not sure about this, he announced to the room. Iwabami trilled a laugh. She'd arrived this morning with some of the other teachers, and had, apparently, immediately requested Izuku and Kami for personal training the day. As to why, that was beyond him. Especially since it seemed to involve these strips of fabric and the fact that he'd been ordered to arrive in leggings and the tightest shirt he owned, which, admittedly, was not very tight. You'll be fine. Come on, Izuku, Kami said, appearing next to him and looping her elbow with his. It'll be Fuyuin. And then she listed to the side, forcing Izuku to grab her arm with both hands in order to keep her upright. Kami blinked up at him, unbothered. He sighed. She's right, Iwabami added, crossing her arms over her chest. It is quite fun. Iwabami-sensei. Yes, Midoriya-san? I actually weigh a lot. He coughed. It was certainly the truth. The training regime that Yagi had set for Izuku more than made sure of that. I don't. They'll hold you, Midoriya-san, Iwabami said, her voice lilting in amusement. Right? Izuku said, eyeing them. And I just tie myself up with them. Kami busted out laughing. Iwabami, for her credit, was a little more subdued with her reaction, eyes glittering with amusement. You don't tie yourself up with them, Midoriya-san. You trust them to hold you, which allows you to exercise your body in ways you wouldn't ordinarily get to. Right. Izuku glared at the strips some more. Could I do this some other way maybe? Oh, for goodness' sake, Midoriya-san, Iwabami said, rolling her eyes. Set Utsushimi-san upright and get over here. It's going to help you, I promise. Izuku sighed, then eyed Kami, then sighed again. Any chance you want to just be suspended here by your arm for however long it takes for her to give this up? He asked her. Kami laughed again, and like the traitor she was, saw fit to use that moment to right herself. She patted Izuku's cheek, which he did his best to duck away from so as not to blush furiously. Which was all for naught, apparently, because then she said, Sorry, babe, but Iwabami-sensei wants me improving my flexibility with some yoga. Totally lame if you ask me, but at least I get to watch you go. Izuku's face flamed. Iwabami trilled. Another laugh, covering her mouth with her hand as she did. Oh my. Well, as you know, I'm technically obligated to remind the two of you that dating is strictly prohibited at Shiketsu High. Izuku said, very eloquently. Kami? Was she trying to kill him? Izuku was certainly beginning to think so, draped an arm over his shoulders and laughed too. Oh, Iwabami-sensei, you know better. She poked Izuku's cheek and he attempted to swat her hand away. Look how cute he is with these baby cheeks and freckles. I couldn't possibly date him, he's too innocent. Izuku squeaked, but Kami was already laughing and shoving him towards the embodiment of evil that was the two strips of fabric hanging unassumingly from the ceiling. All right, Midoriya-san, Iwabami said, her smile distinctly serpentine as she pointed out the fabric hanging from the ceiling. Do you know why I requested the two of you today? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but she cut him off with an amused look. No, it's not to torture you, specifically, Midoriya-san. It's because you both utilize agility in your fights, and whether you mean to or not, you both utilize SEC appeal too. SEC what? You heard me. Now, grab onto each of these, please. Izuku, still a little dazed, obeyed. To be honest with you, Midoriya-san, I would rather not have to educate high schoolers on their own SEC appeal, and I would definitely prefer to not instruct them on how to use it. Heroes are meant to fight, save, and give people hope through publicity, so it is rather unfortunate that we so often end up rather like common celebrities as well. However, considering as useful something such as SEC appeal has been to me in the past, for whatever reason it's useful, it seems almost foolish to leave you ignorant on how to use it when it happening is an inevitability. Do you understand why I'm telling you this, Midoriya-san? Why? Izuku stammered out, and when Iwabami remained silent and intent, he realized she wanted him to say more. A lot of heroes, not just female ones, end up getting as-sexualized by either PR teams or the media or the public themselves, and you're saying that when it's likely that it's going to happen, you want to prepare those students for that. But why me? Why not you? Yuabami asked, eyes sparking with some unreadable expression. It could happen to just about anyone, regardless of how prudent the costume they choose is. However, certain things will put you more at risk of the possibility than others. Grip the fabric tight and use it to pull yourself up. I want both feet off of the ground, please. Izuku complied, bending his knees slightly to curl his feet off the ground, suspending himself with just his arms. It wasn't a problem, really. He'd held himself up like this on more than one occasion. How long could you hold like that? Yuabami asked. A while, probably, Izuku answered honestly. Hold it for a while for me, then just so I can get a feel for where you're starting at this with. Yuabami sighed. Utsushimi-san, please begin your warm-up stretches. Yuabami turned back to look at him. What I'm saying, Midoriya-san, is that due to the nature of your fighting style, you have to wear a rather tight hero costume. Additionally, as I'm sure you've noticed, people are likely to get turned on, so to speak, by particular moves that you do. Is that correct? Izuku blushed furiously as he slowly began to spin in place, the fabric twisting above him. He was grateful for it, though, since it meant that his face was being spun away from both Yuabami and Kami. I think so, he answered. Yuabami was silent, so he added in a much quieter voice, I catch my classmates staring at my thighs sometimes, because of the saying thigh-jutsu was absolutely out, but Izuku also hadn't given it any other sort of name. He frowned. Thigh-flipping crushing thing. He winced. Very smooth, Izuku. Very smooth. I would say so then. Yuabami was quiet for another moment, and Izuku almost wished that he could see her expression. I know this probably seems impertinent to you, considering you want to be an underground hero rather than a limelight one, but I believe that it's better to be prepared, myself, she continued. No, I certainly understand the sentiment, Izuku said, still quietly processing. Thank you for helping with it. Yuabami let out a quiet but amused-sounding huff. Well, it is my job, Midoriya-san. Are you tired yet? No. Oh, wonderful. You can let yourself down now. Izuku complied with the command, lowering his legs until his feet were flat on the floor again, releasing the strips of fabric he'd been holding and turning to look back at Yuabami. Now, this exercise works as both a testament to your strength and your flexibility. You will work both, here, as well as controlling your body precisely without the ground working with you to do so. Also, aerialists are often considered CC because of both their fitness and the comfort and coordination they move their bodies with in any context. Now, are you ready to challenge yourself? And who was Izuku, to either resist a challenge or a chance to prepare himself for hero work however possible? Yes, sensei, Izuku murmured, and Yuabami smiled. Good, she said, nodding. This time, when you grab the silks, wrap them around your arms thrice for a better grip, and then focus on not just lifting your legs up, but also over your head. I'm going to help Utsushimi-san for a moment, but I'll be right over here if you need anything. Izuku nodded, and Yuabami turned away with a sharp smile, already giving Kami instructions in her firm but ultimately charming way. Izuku set to work on his task. This one, unsurprisingly, was harder than the previous one, lifting not just his body, but also using his core to lift his legs beyond that, trusting his grip on the silks to keep him from falling on his head while he attempted it, but eventually he got there. And promptly realized why a tight shirt had been on the instruction list, since his kept attempting to fall off of him now that he was inverted. Yuabami-sensei, he said, wincing as a fold of his shirt fell over his face. Kami laughed at him because of course she did. Not that he could see it, since his vision was obscured by his shirt. Not that a lack of vision prevented him from getting his feelings hurt. Oh my, Yuabami said. Well, you got there a lot faster than I thought you would. Now I want you to extend your legs and wrap them around their respective silks a few times each. Izuku agreed, following her instructions as she told him to wrap and unwrap certain limbs, to tie knots, the things he was doing gradually getting more complex until he was falling through the air, fabric winding and unwinding around him. It really was an exercise in trust and strength, in both his own body and the fabric holding him. And Yuabami was right, it was one of the more intense workouts he had in a while. All right, Midoriya-san, You can come down, Uwabami eventually said. Atsushingen, it's your turn to take to the skies. Then, Kami said, rolling her shoulders as she fell out of her stretches. That's a tough act to follow, Uwabami-sensei. Izuku was a natural. Izuku, for his part, was proud he didn't flinch at the sound of his name that time. I really doubt that, he said instead, rubbing at the back of his neck. No, she's right, Uwabami said. Your pre-existing strength led to greater success than most beginners have. Copy this stretch, please. She demonstrated, hands interlocked and reaching up and over her head. Izuku followed her lead. Continue to follow me as I lead through different exercises. Atsushimi-san, when you feel ready, attempt that fall variation we've discussed before. Totally, Kami agreed, a little breathlessly. The rest of the morning passed mostly like that, with Izuku and Kami alternating between stamina training and flexibility training. It was enough to make Izuku want to pass out as soon as he got back to the lumpy futon that he had been allotted to sleep on for the duration of the trip, and he hadn't even used his quirk yet. Quirks were the next day. True enough, the next morning, Izuku sleepily ran through his warm-up stretches with Kami and Uwabami. What are we doing today? He asked, while trying to stifle a yawn. Quirkless sparring, first, Uwabami said. Unsurprisingly, Kami laid him out on his but in the first round. Non-combative quirk or no, she was still a year his senior in one of the top hero schools in the country. It was needless to say that she was more skillful. Try not to go so easy on me next time, babe, she said, with a flip of her hair over her shoulder. Izuku spluttered indignantly. I didn't go easy on you, I promise. Whatever you say, Kami said. She blew him a kiss afterwards, a shimmery pink heart rising from her palm. Uwabami laughed softly, then, not very seriously, reprimanded Kami for using her quirk. Taijutsu it was, then. When Uwabami called start for the next set, Izuku took the offensive from the start. He threw a jab at Kami's ribs which she dodged with a laugh. He dropped immediately, transferring his weight to his palms so he could kick one of his legs out in an attempt to sweep hers. Kami caught herself with her hands, feet flipping over her head to reorient herself. Izuku sprang forward, breaking through the arms she brought up to defend herself before raising his leg, bracing like he was going to bring his heel down on her shoulder. She reacted, dodging in the other direction, where she was caught by Izuku's waiting left hand. He steadied her while she tried to struggle out of his grip, and then swung one leg up and then the other, bringing them both down. Kami gasped. Izuku, I knew you were, totally holding out on me that last match. Izuku grinned, letting her free. Hardly. So that's gotta be the sick thigh strangling move you and Inesa babe. Izuku involuntarily spat out some of the water he'd been drinking. Inesa babe? He questioned, somewhat desperately. Did you just use babe as an honorific? We're talking about, right? Can you teach it to me now? Please? Please? Izuku eyed her dubiously, realized she probably wasn't going to offer any sort of explanation for whatever she just said, and shrugged. Sure. Uwabami-sensei. Go ahead. You have excellent form executing that move, Midoriya-san, so I have no doubt you'll do fine at teaching it. Izuku immediately blushed hard enough, he could probably set things on fire with contact from his skin alone. He said rather eloquently. Kami waved a hand in front of his face. Ah, you've broken him, Uwabami-sensei. Izuku came to enough to slap her hand away when she stuck her finger in his ear. The next few days were spent, largely, with Uwabami and Kami, as they moved through all physical training slotted for them. They moved on to sparring with their quirks on their fourth and final day together, which had been fun trying to figure out which Kami was the real one when face down with a room full of illusion-made Kamis had been more of a challenge than Izuku had thought it would be. Kami's mastery of her quirk was truly impressive, honestly. However, that meant more extensive quirk training would be next, which meant that Izuku was getting shuffled off to kinetic today for ranged attacks, really? Yurashi asked, rubbing sleep out of his right eye the next morning. He'd been assigned to kinetic too, unsurprisingly, considering elemental quirks tended to have similar restrictions and requirements, and Izuku couldn't be more grateful. Despite sharing a room in the lodge with Yurashi, he hadn't honestly seen much of his friends since they came here for summer camp, since Yurashi was usually asleep by the time Izuku got back from the showers. Yeah, Izuku agreed, pulling one leg behind him to stretch out his thigh. If you can have ranged attacks, you should, right? You're already the best in the grade at hand-to-hand combat, though. Izuku hummed. I wouldn't say I'm the best, just that I'm good, maybe. Besides, I can't be in someone's face all the time. Say if I was fighting Shishikura-senpai, for instance. You probably will be fighting me at some point, Shishikura said, stretching on Izuku's other side. We're doing quirked spars at least once with everyone in the group. Right? Well, I'd be at a disadvantage, fighting in close quarters with you, Shishikura-senpai. He hummed. You would. You agreed so readily to that, Yurashi said, blinking at the two of them. Izuku grinned at him. Anyone that fights mostly in close quarters would be at an extreme disadvantage against his quirk, including me. The closer I am to Shishikura-senpai, the easier it'll be for him to detach a finger or two and mold me into a meatball. Yurashi paled. Please don't ever say that again. Also, the farther you stay from me, the worse my control if I do get you, Shishikura added. If I start molding someone at my maximum range, they have a greater chance of breaking out of it, should they be strong-willed enough to fight against me. He narrowed his eyes contemplatively. Though I know very few that are able to obtain such intensity of spirit. Izuku tried not to shudder. Shishikura was a little terrifying sometimes, if he was being honest. And intense. And intimidating. There you have it. I want a ranged attack in case I have to fight against quirks with similar limitations and strengths as Meatball. Besides, I've already got an idea for it. The first time I used my quirk I used it at maximum capacity and ended up breaking my arm but I'm sorry, but you ended up doing what? Shishikura interrupted, going so far as to cease his stretching to look at Izuku in surprise. Or horror. Izuku paused for a moment, running over everything he'd just said again in his head, and then, he probably shouldn't have said that, because now. Useless Deku. Izuku closed his eyes. He inhaled for 4 beats, held for 4, then released, stretching his arms over his head as he did. The first time I used my quirk, he repeated at the end of the breathing exercise, it broke my arm because it was too strong for my body. Now Yurashi paused in his stretching too, staring at Izuku with a look of disbelief that matched Shishikura's. How come you never told me about that? It didn't. How are those warm-up stretches going? Kinetic broke in, now crossing to where the three of them stood in the clearing. Izuku felt himself relax slightly at the interruption. Truthfully, there was no reason why he couldn't just tell Yurashi the story he'd come up with that inner storm required a near-death experience for activation to occur, and that he hadn't been in one until he was 14 but he would rather not lie. Not if he could just evade the question instead. They are going well, Shishikura finally said, when the silence following Kinetic's question extended past the realm of polite and into uncomfortable. I think I am ready to begin training anyway. Alright, let's talk about goals, then. Shishikura-san, take it away. Right? Shishikura said. He eyed Izuku out of the corner of his eye for a moment longer before he looked away. I want to increase my range and the upper level of my time limit as well as my amount limit, if possible. Well, Kinetic said, checking the clipboard he carried with him. I suspect that might always be somewhat limited by the amount of flesh you have to spare to need people. As I understand it, what you expend is not called back to you until after they break free of your hold, yes. Correct. Alright, we'll see what we can do. Midoriya-san, what's up with you? I will admit I was surprised to see your name on my list, considering I mostly work with ranged emitter types and you're a brawler. I actually want to work on range, sensei, Izuku said, taking a deep breath as he did. Kinetic frowned, flipping 2 sheets on his clipboard. Inner Storm, he read. The ability to convert emotional energy into power, which then acts as a muscle augmenter. In other words, you're stronger and faster than the average person, like a raging storm, but contained within yourself. I would think ranged attacks were impossible, given that description. My idea is to use my strength to displace air around me in order to create ranged attacks. Kinetic blinked at him, then at his clipboard. That seems... I've done it before, Izuku said, after considering it for a moment. It might be risky. He mentioned his quirk breaking his arm earlier, Shishikura said, making eye contact with Izuku instead of kinetic. The snitch. You should not proceed with this idea if it will yield similar results this time too. As good as it is to push limits, our bodies have them for a reason. I know my limits, Izuku said, staring Kinetic down to make the message clear. Kinetic met his gaze for a long moment, then nodded, jotting something down on his clipboard. Alright, Yarashi-san, what were you looking to get out of training today? I just want to work on control, I guess. Well, your control is already impeccable. Let's see about expanding the range you can reach, Kinetic said, nodding along as he looked at the final page. He continued nodding as he seemed to think for several long moments. So this is what I'm thinking. Yarashi-san, Shishikura-san, you two spar with each other. Midoriya-san, you work on your air displacement theory. I'll bounce around, see how I can help and where. They split up, Yarashi and Shishikura to face each other down, Izuku to stare at the training dummy several meters in front of him, the air cool and thin around him due to the higher altitude. Now as to where to start. The first time he'd used one for all, he'd used it at 100%, concentrated in just his arm. His arm had been broken, but also he had produced shockwaves when he hit it. And there was the time All Might had saved him and Bakugo from the sludge villain, too, where a punch to the sludge monster's gelatinous mass had resulted in a change of weather due to disruptions in the air pressure. Not that Izuku knew exactly what power percentage All Might had used when punching the sludge villain. Izuku queued up one for all, letting it pool through his entire body, allowing the percentage to grow slowly instead of all at once. 1%, 2%, 4%, 7%, 10%, 14%, 15% that he was approaching his upper limit, he could feel the strain on his body for it. He'd start with 15%, then see what that could do. Maybe he should channel some into his legs at the same time, to keep himself stabilized. Wait, could he use one for all at different percentages with different body parts? Alright. Apparently, that was a yes. He wondered why he hadn't tried that before now. Anyway, so 15% in his arm, 5% in his legs, no, 5% everywhere else, and now all he had to do was just punch the air. Punch the air in the direction of the target dummy. Izuku pulled his fist back, making sure it was lined up with the dummy in question, and then threw the punch. Power ripped through the air immediately, buffeting nearby students and teachers alike with wind gusts as they turned to look at him, many of them with their hands raised to shield their eyes. The dummy careened backwards, slamming into a nearby building at terminal velocity, an arm even detaching and then continued, the head popping off as it was bashed into a rock on the mountainside. Izuku winced. Midoriya-kun, Yarashi said, sounding strangely hesitant. That was a bit much, Izuku. Agreed, studying his hand instead. He could feel a little bit of strain in it, but it was nowhere near being fractured or broken. Too much of a percentage, or too much of a surface area. Really difficult to control, too, which means I would have trouble aiming that while moving around. I'm also more of a kicker than a puncher, thanks to Thaijutsu, so if it is the surface area issue, well, my legs have a greater surface area. If I kicked the disruption instead of punching it, it's possible I might have more control over directionality, but I suspect that. You just tried to figure out a ranged attack. With your close-quarters combat-oriented strength augmentation quirk. And you got it. On the first try. Izuku jolted from his muttering session, blinking up at Yarashi, who had ceased his sparring with Shishikura to draw closer. He registered what Yarashi had said a moment later and chuckled nervously, scratching at the back of his neck. I wouldn't say I got it on the first try. I mean, you saw that blast, it was pretty uncontrolled. I need to, Yarashi raised a finger, most likely with the intent of cutting Izuku off, which was fine, because, fingers. Izuku declared, pointing at his friend. Yarashi-kun, you're a genius. I need to control the blast with my fingers, and then it'll be streamlined, easier to control, easier to pull off while also maneuvering around the battlefield. Kinetic-sensei, I'm resetting the dummy. Izuku was on the edge of sleep when he heard it, vaguely his name. It was trying to cut through his subconscious, but not entirely successful at it. Ryukuen. Midori-ryukuen. Izuku finally swam to enough consciousness to respond, even if it was just with a soft hum. Why don't you ever talk about your past? Yurashi asked. They were alone in this room given their own space, since there was plenty of room at the lodge they were staying at and the teachers had decided they didn't need to cram Izuku and Yurashi in with 2 second years they didn't know. It was that, coupled with the darkness and the warm haze of sleep that led to Izuku answering the question, for once, completely honestly. Don't want to, he murmured into his pillow, eyes still closed. Why not? Izuku breathed out a sigh, trying to muster enough consciousness to properly answer that. Nothing worth talking about in it. Not even the fact that your quirk used to break your bones? Izuku hummed indignantly. That was one time. Didn't use it again, till I figured it out. Yurashi was silent for a long time. Long enough for Izuku was almost asleep again when he finally spoke again. Your new move is very cool, by the way. Izuku quirked his lips up into the smallest of smiles. Thanks. It reminds me of you. Does it? Yeah. We both control wind now. Yours is cooler though, 'cause it spins. Yurashi laughed, and then fell silent. Izuku started slipping back into sleep. What are you going to call it? The new move, I mean. Izuku considered for a single moment, then said the first thing that came to mind, consequences be demanded. Air Force. Like Gale Force? I did just say it reminded me of you. Oh. It was a soft oh and nothing else. Good night, Izuku murmured, when it became apparent that Yurashi wasn't going to say more. Good night, Midori-ryukuen. Shigaraki Tamura has his eyes on you, little hero. You and the blonde one with the red eyes. Shudo had known. Stain had told him in that alley, he'd said it as plain as day. The League of Villains was after him. Him, and Bakugo Katsuki. Yet Shudo had stood right next to him, had been standing right next to him, and he still wasn't able to. Todoroki-kun? Shudo opened his eyes, head tilting towards the familiar voice, lilting over the syllables of his name with surprise. Not that Shudo blamed Kirishima for being surprised to find him here. Shudo was not the type to be concerned about his classmates' well-being after all. Kirishima, he greeted him, voice even, as he looked up at the red head. After taking him in, Shudo mused that he probably wouldn't have recognized him immediately if it weren't for the fact that he'd already spoken. Kirishima's hair was droopy today, perhaps his natural hairstyle. Hints of black showed at the base of it too, mildly intriguing to Shudo. He'd always assumed that Kirishima's hair coloring, like his eyes, had been natural. I didn't expect to, see you here, Kirishima confessed, rubbing the back of his neck in a way that indicated unsurety as he did. Shudo considered him for a moment, and then decided to just say what he was thinking. He'd never been one to mince his words, anyway. I'm useless no matter where I am, but I figured I might as well be slightly useful and come here. A pause as he took in Kirishima's wince. Jairu and Hagakure are still unconscious, by the way. And Yaoyorozu-san? She's awake, Shudo said, standing. He considered Kirishima for another long moment, minding his sprained wrist, still tucked obediently into its sling even though it wouldn't really be necessary, following his impending appointment with a doctor with a healing quirk in an hour. I haven't seen her yet because... Shudo paused, his eyes landing on the man that had just walked by. He recognized him from the USJ, a detective in a tan trench coat and a white dress shirt, hat held in one gloved hand, striding swiftly down the hall that led towards Yaoyorozu's room. Probably to collect her statement, if he had to guess. Todoroki-kun? Kirishima prompted. Because of that, Shudo finished, already moving after the detective. Come on if you're coming. What? Quietly. Kirishima quieted, following behind Shudo as the two of them trailed the detective to Yaoyorozu's door. Shudo pulled Kirishima to a halt next to them as they paused just outside of the cracked door to her hospital room. He peered in through a window, spotting Yaoyorozu on the bed, the detective, and All Might. Good evening, Yaoyorozu, the detective said, voice warm and neutral as he did. I'm glad to see you feeling well. Kirishima tugged frantically on Shudo's sleeve, and Shudo cast him an annoyed look. It's not manly to spy, he whisper-hissed. Shudo rolled his eyes, but otherwise ignored him, returning to his task of peering into the hospital room while the three chatted. "Thank you, Detective," Yaoyorozu said, voice small and polite and a little difficult to make out even with the cracked door. Shudo frowned. If only he were Jairu or Shuji right now and had a hearing enhancement quirk. "Young Yaoyorozu, I was told that you had something important to our investigation that you wanted to tell us about the attack on the summer camp. Is that all might?" Kirishima asked, whisper hissing and tugging on Shudo's arm once again. Shudo did his best not to get annoyed. "It is. What is All Might doing?" Shudo tugged his arm free from Kirishima just so he could slap a palm over his mouth, silencing him as he listened, straining to make out everything Yaoyorozu said. "Away sand from 1B helped. A tracker on the Numu that is. This receiver is connected to it. It might lead you to Bakugo-san." Shudo felt his eyes widen at the same time that Kirishima started making muffled noises of surprise or distress against his hand. "Young Yaoyorozu, Izuku has said in the past that you struggle to take decisive action. I think that this proves today that you are more than capable of doing so. You will make for a fine young hero one day." "Thank you, All Might. We'll get out of your hair now, let you rest," the detective broke in, giving Yaoyorozu a polite bow before turning on his heel. Shudo whipped his head up and down the hallway before spotting a corner a room back from where they were and hauling Kirishima towards it, despite the other boys' grunts of protest. He probably looked suspicious, peering around the corner as he was, but Shudo couldn't bring himself to really care, watching as the detective and All Might both left the room, talking amongst themselves about phone service. As they retreated down the hall, thankfully opposite to the direction Shudo and Kirishima were lurking, Shudo breathed a tiny sigh of relief, then stiffened slightly when he felt a heavy hand descend onto his shoulder. That was less embarrassing than Kirishima's reaction, though, considering he actually shouted when a hand also landed on his shoulder. "Ida," Shudo said instead, because he knew who that hand belonged to and why it was there. Ida, now that he'd gotten their attention, flicked his hands up, hands twisting to form the words he could rarely speak with his real voice now. "You shouldn't spy on your classmates' conversations." Shudo raised his eyebrow. His classmates sure loved lecturing him on spying often, for a bunch of people aiming to be pro-heroes. "How do you know we were spying on Yaoyorozu?" Ida raised an eyebrow. "I never said whom." "What are you doing here then?" "Spying on you. I know that look in your eyes." Ida-kun," Kirishima said, blinking vapidly at Ida's rapidly cycling hands. Ida grimaced in sympathy, but it took Shudo another moment to realize what the problem was. "Ida was scolding us about spying," Shudo said, rolling his shoulders as he did. He'd learned basic sign language as a side effect of hero training with Endeavor. Then he brushed up on it when he realized that Bakugo was hard of hearing and Kuda was selectively mute. When Ida's vocal cords were demolished by Stain, Shudo decided 3 classmates were enough to warrant an extensive online course on JSL. He was already enough out of the loop on ways to interact with people his age that he didn't really need to add language barriers to the mix. Ida tapped Shudo to get his attention, then flipped through a few more words. Shudo rolled his eyes. "Ida was also scolding me about vigilantism." Shudo fixed Ida with a glare at that. "I still wonder why you resigned as vice class representative, since you're so fond of lecturing people when you have no business to." Ida turned bright red, spluttering slightly. He started forming words, then dropped them, then tried again. Shudo quirked an eyebrow. "Vigilantism?" Kirishima asked, sounding hesitantly. "Right?" Shudo said, glancing up at the ceiling in a silent request for help from the gods, then down again, meeting Kirishima's eyes. "Ida's under the impression that I'm going to ask Yaoyorozu for another tracker, then go there myself, in an attempt to rescue Bakugo." Ida's hands fluttered in the corner of Shudo's eyes, and Shudo looked at him fully, reading what he said. "I'm not going to Ida." "Then why lurk outside of her hospital room?" Ida asked, expression stern. "I know what you're feeling. Lost, desperate, angry. I can see it in your eyes." Ida gestured to his still sprained wrist. "You were right beside him when he was taken. I know you're feeling worse than the rest of us, but you can't go." "I'm not going to," Shudo repeated firmly. "I'm not asking Yaoyorozu to make another tracker." Ida stopped gesturing, leveling Shudo with an unimpressed look. Shudo clenched his jaw and looked away, meeting Kirishima's eyes instead. Kirishima, who suddenly looked. I am, Kirishima said, something in his gaze hardening. I'm going to ask her to make another tracker. Bakugakuin is my best friend, and while he was out being targeted in the woods, I was sitting safe and happy in a classroom. So I'm going to ask her to make another tracker, and if she makes it, I'm going to go. Shudo blinked in surprise as Kirishima pushed past him, turning the corner and heading towards Yaoyorozu's room. And then a moment later, Shudo remembered all the reasons why that was a problem. Mainly, even though Shudo himself wanted to help rescue Bakugo, he could not, under any circumstances, make any of his classmates complicit in vigilantism, a technical crime, with him, and asking Yaoyorozu to make a tracker certainly made her complicit. He had not accounted for other classmates wanting to engage in a rescue attempt that bordered on vigilantism. Maybe he should have. Especially since, Ida. Shudo said, starting out of the hallway after Kirishima. Ida caught his arm, pulling him back to look at him, then immediately released him to sign, the motions slightly panicked. What are you doing? I'm going after him, Shudo said, starting again before he was pulled back once more. Do you even remember Hosu? Of course I do, Shudo snapped. That's why I can't let him go alone. Ida's expression did complicated things, dancing between anger, confusion, grief, regret, before finally settling on something steely and determined, but also a mixture of all those others somehow too. His hands flicked up to sign something, then stopped, then slowly lowered. Don't like this, he rasped, voice like sandpaper, difficult and painful for him to use though not impossible. One of the many casualties their class had faced over the last year. Then by all means, Shudo said, already turning away, come along too. Tashanori didn't dwell on the past his past often. Was best, he thought, not to worry about such things. The past was past and it deserved to stay there, so it did. But that was also the coward's way of approaching the problem. The truth was, as much as Tashanori would like to deny it, the past had happened, and that meant it had relevance. And as it turns out, 6 years pass a lot faster than they would normally when you're waiting on their finale to arrive. If you continue like this, you will face off against a villain you cannot fight and you will die. Mirai's prediction weighed on Tashanori. It weighed on him every time he coughed up blood, every time another minute was shaved off his time limit, every time he heard young Midoriya's voice on the phone. It had been, after all, the reason why he had decided to take the teaching position at UA. Whether it was by the wound in his side or the battle Mirai had foresaw all those years ago, Tashanori's time was going to be up soon. Tashanori. Tashanori looked towards the voice. His mentor was not what he used to be, no, but he was still strong. His strength was etched into the lines on his face, a life lived in sorrow and fortitude. It was easy to look at him and see what he had once been and still was. It was easy to look at him and see why he had come out of retirement. It's been 6 years, Gran Torino said, as if he'd read Tashanori's thoughts. He'd always read Tashanori like an open book, though, so maybe that was true. I got your letter. Ah, Tashanori said, for lack of a better thing to say. They both knew what the implications for their raid on the League tonight could have. They both knew to be prepared. Midoriya Izuku? Gran Torino continued, leaning on his staff and peering at Tashanori knowingly. You know what they're calling him, eh? The shining star of Shiketsu High, Tashanori repeated, unable to help the fond smile that played across his lips. His name has more than made the rounds in pro-hero circles. I'm so proud. There was a pause, in which Tashanori half-turned towards his old mentor. Gran Torino, if you're about to say something stupid like, if I don't make it, will you watch over him for me? Don't. You're going to make it through this fight. Or I'm going to die trying, Tashanori finished, with the wry sort of humor that could only be mustered by a man that was on his deathbed and knew it. Gran Torino sighed. Sir Nightie's never been wrong before, has he? Tashanori said instead, his voice carefully gentle in a way so as not to betray the nerves he was really feeling. Gran Torino only pursed his lips, and Tashanori sighed, dropping the act. All the same, I would rather be overprepared rather than underprepared, just in case. At this, Tashanori produced the letter he'd been carrying in his pocket, offering it to Gran Torino. He accepted it regardless, despite his earlier protests. It's not me saying that I'm giving up, or that I want to die, he reiterated. It's just me saying that if something were to happen, there's a lot that I still need to say to my boy, and I need a way to say it. And I have a feeling. Call it an old man's premonition, if you will. I will be fighting all for one tonight. Gran Torino huffed, but it was an acceptance of the truth. Don't die, you oaf, he said, but he tucked the letter into his pocket regardless. Tashanori smiled. Katsuki woke to the tingling discomfort of sitting in an uncomfortable chair for an uncomfortable amount of time, and the feeling of restraints pressing into his wrists. He kept his eyes shut for the moment, though he could feel the dull glow of lights against them. There was the soft rumble of voices around him, though he wasn't quite conscious enough to make out what exactly was being said, not yet. Can't believe, sensei, this job is so stupid. Why should I get stuck with the grunt work? I just wanted to kill All Might, not spend all my time hunting down some mystery brat. Now, Tamir. This one is promising, remember? We've ruled out the Todoroki boy and this one. The events of the last few days came back to Katsuki all at once, and he couldn't help but stiffen, muscles straining against his restraints as he realized where he was. The test of courage, blue fire everywhere, that half-and-half BSDRD's face as he blinked out. Heads up, he's awake, a third voice said, and all other conversations drew to a halt. Katsuki opened his eyes now, taking in the villains gathered around him. He was at a bar? What kind of villains made their secret base a bar? Whatever. It didn't matter. What did matter, though, was the Hanzi beasties seated at the bar and the misty beasties standing behind it. Familiar faces, if very F&G unwelcome ones. There were other people in the room too, some F, with a lizard mutation and a shitty stain cosplay, a hulking blonde man in the background, a girl, some Frankenstein wannabe motherfucker, a guy in a bodysuit, and... Did you have a nice sleep? The masked man asked. Katsuki flinched involuntarily, the memories too recent, the feeling of being trapped in his own mind still all too fresh. So he'd been kidnapped by villains. He'd been the only one kidnapped by villains, unless some of the other extras in his class were here and being kept in different rooms or some sheet, but considering there was a whole FING gaggle of villains in this particular room, he doubted it. What? Oh, you are awake, the Hanzi bee said, his vocal cords vehemently protesting every word as they scraped against each other unpleasantly. Did you have a nice trip? Katsuki didn't answer him, just clamped his jaw shut, flexing his wrists where they were tied, palms up, to the chairs of the arm he was attached to. He could make explosions, sure, but granted the position of his hands, they wouldn't exactly do much. He had to hand it to the League of Assholes. They might have a shitty bar hideout, but at least they knew how to negate his quirk. It's no matter, Hand BSDRD said, leaning over Katsuki. He tilted his head to the side, studying Katsuki through the fingers of his hand on his face. You don't have to talk if you don't want to. I don't care what you do, Bakugu Katsuki. You just better hope he does. Katsuki strained, his back pressed against the chair. What do you want with me? Me? A dry chuckle, a manic grin splitting dry, wrinkled skin. I don't want anything, except to see you fall away into tiny pieces of ash, maybe. It would be so... fun. At this, he raised his hand, fingers pressing against the side of Katsuki's face, one at a time, until the only finger remaining in the air was his pinky. Katsuki remembered Aizawa's elbow at the USJ. He knew what came next, if that fifth finger made contact with his skin. He refused to be afraid. I hope you really are All Might's successor, Shigaraki said, inexplicably. The only thing I can think of that would be better than killing All Might would be making him watch you die first. What the F dash? I don't know what kind of FING goddamn sheet you're on, but... A knock rang out through the room, cutting Katsuki off in his tracks. All the villains looked towards the source of the knocking too, curious and wary. When no one moved to open the door, a voice rang out from the other side. Pizza DLVOI? Pizza, Shigaraki hissed, irritated, taking his hand off Katsuki's face to scratch irately at his neck. Katsuki didn't breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't. He might have wanted to, though. Kurogiri, get. The door burst open, and then a lot of things happened all at once. Edge shot burst into the room with a squad of police. Another wall seemed to explode, but it was behind Katsuki, so he couldn't tell what was happening, at least not until wood was curling through the room, wrapping around each of the villains. That was one of the newer pros, Katsuki knew, though his name escaped him at the moment. What? Shigaraki started to say, but he was cut off by the sound of heavy footsteps, familiar footsteps. Katsuki looked up right as All Might stepped into his field of vision. All Might wasn't smiling. Young Bakugo, he said, voice booming as he bent over the restraints, undoing them himself. I am so terribly sorry this happened to you, my boy. You're safe now. Katsuki opened his mouth to speak, to say something, but only a garbled mess came out. Garbled because there was some sort of liquid pouring out of his mouth. Liquid like that sludge, but worse because it was coming from him instead. Young Bakugo? All Might questioned, his voice worried. Katsuki gagged. All Might was gone, the bar was gone, everything was just this inky black sheet, and then Katsuki was standing, his remaining restraints gone, gagging and coughing as he fell to a knee, trying to brace himself. Trying to recover from the feeling of thick liquid in his lungs. Katsuki looked around. He was in what appeared to be a mostly abandoned district of a city, with towering buildings all around him. Everything was gray, washed out even before the darkness of the night sky had kissed it, and dismal. And Katsuki was alone in a dusty courtyard with nothing other than the sound of footsteps clacking against pavement and smears of blood. Smears of blood? That's what it was. And they led there. Was that? Bakugo Katsuki, a voice said, and it immediately injected itself into Katsuki's fight or flight system like a parasite. The voice clucked in time with the footsteps, 3 times, before the figure it belonged to stepped out of the shadows. Katsuki froze when he saw who it belonged to, a monster of a man in a 3-piece suit, black mask obscuring his face. Katsuki knew that this man was an enemy in the same way mice knew to fear cats. For once in his life, Katsuki was willing to admit that he was terrified. The man paused, head tilted like he was listening to something. Now that I'm this close to you, I can see. I was wrong again. And I was so sure it was you. You met All Might before UA after all, didn't you? And all those articles about the sludge villain attack disappearing, well, it's no matter, I suppose. He spread his hands wide, and when Katsuki looked, there were swirls of inky black opening all around him. More portals. Which most likely meant the League of Assholes was on their way here too. What do you want with me? Katsuki asked, discreetly trying to move away from the portals. Nothing anymore. The man seemed to pause after he said it, though, and then tilted his head to the side. Tamura, I want you to take Bakugo with you. Uninjured, if you can. Sensei, what Shigaraki rasped. This particular successor is clever to have avoided me for so long, I'll give them that. The game is clear now, it's not hide and seek, it's war, and you, Bakugo Katsuki, will be my countermove. Keep him, Tamura, for me and for you. Keep him until the successor reveals themselves. Sensei, what are you doing? There was a hint of desperation in Shigaraki's voice now. Katsuki could hear it. But also, Katsuki had all the information he needed. Confused as he was about a lot of things, he knew one thing was true, they were going to try to take him alive, which meant he had a fighting chance, and he was going to take it. I'm paving the future for you, Shigaraki Tamura, the man said, right before All Might crashed into him. And now for the world's most dangerous game of keep-away, where Katsuki's most valuable weapon was range. Frankenstein Wannabe and Misty Beatardy were both still out from earlier, and all the others, with the exception of the person with the giant magnet, whose quirk was an unknown for Katsuki, were close-ranged fighters. So threat. Obviously the blonde guy with the muscle-augmenting quirk was a problem he hadn't moved yet, but considering the way his muscle fibers were bunching up around him, he was going to be fast and strong. Shigaraki was the least of his worries at the moment, considering his sensei or whatever had told him not to kill Katsuki. Mask Man was the biggest issue. He had that imprisonment quirk that he'd used to take Katsuki in the first place, and if he touched him, everything would be over for Katsuki. Lizard Guy seemed to fight primarily with a sword, same thing with the crazy chick who seemed to fight with a knife. Moderate threats that their boss had said to take Katsuki uninjured if they could, but these were villains. Logically, Katsuki knew the longer this fight went on, the more likely it was they wouldn't mind maiming him to get him to go with them. Fing hell. Everyone sprang into action at once, immediately putting Katsuki on the defensive. He dodged and weaved, trying to get hits in when he could, trying to get farther away when he could. Katsuki was usually pretty confident in himself. He was the best and always had been. The flashiest quirk, the highest grades. He never lost a fight, had yet to lose a fight. But Katsuki also wasn't Fing stupid, and he could admit when he was outclassed. He didn't have a lot of time to look at the other fight happening next to him, but when he did, Katsuki wasn't stupid. He wasn't blinded by childhood ideology and hero worship. He could admit when All Might was outclassed too. When All Might took a hit and all his muscle fell away, leaving nothing but a thin, emaciated man in his place, all of the fighting around Katsuki paused, even the villains staring in shock. All Might was all his power was just gone. Gone, because he was protecting Katsuki. There was a flash of movement to Katsuki's left, barely perceptible. None of the others noticed it, too fixated on All Might. Katsuki turned his head, his gaze meeting a mismatched one. Fing icy hot. The beast in question raised his hands, fingers flicking a little awkwardly over the words. Trust us. Propel yourself up. Katsuki stared, wide-eyed, as Icy Hot grimaced and dropped from sight. What felt like an eternity later but was probably only a matter of seconds, the wall Icy Hot had been behind broke, and ice was bursting out of it, a giant ramp forming out of it. Katsuki continued to stare, making eye contact with Icy Hot, then Ponytail, who was behind him, propelling their makeshift horse forward with some sort of bazooka. Four Eyes was on the other side, running in time with Todoroki's ice. Above them all was Kirishima. Kirishima. They wanted him to leave. To run away like a coward, to let All Might die here, alone and weak. They wanted him to leave his hero behind. Katsuki looked over his shoulder, making eye contact with the hero in question. He smiled. It was a ghost of the smile he wore in his other form, but it was still the smile of a hero. Still All Might's smile. And All Might never lost. But Kugu, come on. Kirishima shouted, hands stretched out behind him. An offer. Runner fight. And Katsuki already knew he was outclassed. He straightened his body, palms aimed directly at the ground, and let off his largest blast.